Our foundation is guided by a visionary goal to shape the function of capitalism.
For the other ones, can you stay on stage? Because it's going to be like wasting time back and forth. I will find you water, by the way. Thank
I know, I've got it. I've got it.
The potential of innovation,
No worries, no worries.
capital, and collaboration to craft a world not only sustainable but thriving. Through our various initiatives, projects, and partnerships, we aim to trigger a widespread wave of positive change. The gap in between is the essence of our mission, expressed in the form of a summit, serving as a platform for entrepreneurs, investors, companies, administrations, and civil society. Today, we will be exposed to cutting-edge ideas, visionary projects, and thought-provoking discussions. This setting allows for connections, collaborations, and inspiration among like-minded individuals who share our passion for a better, sustainable world. We recognize that innovation is the driving force behind progress, and we are dedicated to fostering an environment that nurtures it. We empower individuals and organizations to break free from conventional boundaries, challenge the status quo, and explore uncharted possibilities. Today, thanks to our distinguished speakers and the opportunities of networking that we will all have, we will engage in discussions about the many challenges facing humanity, from the problem of plastics and the lack of clean water, to issues of social inclusion, sustainable cities, food systems, and climate change. We'll also address the scarcity of impactful capital while hearing innovative solutions brought forth by entrepreneurs, innovators, and practitioners. Our conversation will extend to the importance of ecosystems of partnerships, including the sometimes overlooked SDG 17. This Sustainable Development Goal emphasizes the need for inclusive partnerships, valuing diverse perspectives, and ensuring no one is left behind. The journey towards a sustainable future demands our collective commitment, dedication, and unified action. Let me recall the wise words of Margaret Mead, who once said, "Never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world. It's the only thing that ever has." Each of us gathered here today embodies the potential to ignite transformation. But before I conclude, given the difficult and painful circumstances of present times, I would also like to emphasize SDG 16, another often forgotten SDG. Because peace is fundamental for societal progress, and its absence can exacerbate many of the challenges we will be covering during this summit today. Conflict and violence hinder development efforts, disrupt economies, and displace communities. On the other hand, achieving peace promotes stability, prosperity, and equitable growth. Let us stand united in the pursuit of Sustainable Development Goals 16 and 17, basing our action on what united us, not divide us, channeling our collective strength to foster peace, strong institutions, and powerful partnerships. Let's embrace the spirit of innovation, champion sustainability, and amplify our collective impact. Together, I am sure we can turn our aspirations into actions and transform our world for the better. Because our actions today will shape the legacy we leave for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Margarita. Next, please give a hand to Fernando Garrido, Director of the Mediterranean Region at Escuela de Organización Industrial.
25 de octubre hemos diseñado un espacio espectacular, hemos puesto el mar lo más cerca que hemos podido, el sol brillando, pero sobre todo hemos conseguido seduciros a vosotros para que estéis aquí. Vosotros sois los auténticos protagonistas de este evento, no nosotros los que estamos aquí encima de este escenario, y os queremos agradecer que nos hayáis prestado, cedido vuestro bien más preciado, vuestro tiempo, para compartir, para crecer. Confío en que tengáis una buena jornada hoy aquí y seguro que en el networking y en los cafés podremos hablar y charlar. Disfrutad del evento. Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much. And next, we are pleased to introduce the Deputy Director of Las Naves, David Rosa Mañez.
Buenos días a todos y a todas. Welcome everyone. First of all, I want to excuse Paula. We are not going to play to try to find the main difference, but I mean, Paula wants to send you a great welcome to all of you. Unfortunately, she's sick, and she said me this morning that I need to cover this event. I'm going to try to do my best. After that, first of all, welcome to Social Nest. This is an amazing event. All of you know that this is not only an event, this is more than an event, this is a platform, this is a space to create all the connections that all of us needed, because the reality is the real moment for the action. I know that maybe during the last 10 years we are always saying that this year we are going to start to do something. This year we are going to start to do something. We are going to start to move forward and not spend more time speaking about the planning, the strategy, and so on, but start to doing. Maybe, I don't know, I'm not totally sure, but maybe all of you knows that during the last years, Valencia City was working with the European Commission to try to be a mission city. During the last year, 112 cities were working with the European Commission, like create neutrally cities, climate cities, and smart cities. But the reality, it's only 10 cities from these 112 are achieved and are at this moment ready to sign the agreement with the European Commission to be one of the leaders in Europe to create this transformation. And we know that the transformation, we can do it alone. I mean, we normally are saying that from the council point of view or from the public institutions can do. We are going to cover only 7, 8, always less than 10% of the transformations that the city needs. We need to create these connections, we need to create these bridges, we need to fabricate all this ecosystem. We are going to use social nets for sure, because they are totally aligned with the topics of the Council. You know that from Europe point of view, they are really focusing on twin transitions, digital and green. And from the Valencia City, we are doing exactly the same. We are following exactly the same path, the same way. During the next years, especially during the next year, we are going to be the Green Capital 2024. It's an amazing moment for the city. We are going to host a lot of events to try to show where the city is, exactly what Valencia is doing to try to achieve in 2030 this amazing scope to be a neutral city, especially in some neighbor areas or maybe in the global city. But at the end, again, we can do it alone. We need the support for all of you to try to create this kind of transformation. Only one special remark after to finish my speech is now from the council point of view, we are in a really special moment. The city of Valencia maybe knows, the foreign people don't know, but I think it's important to remark. This is the first time that all the related areas in the council, entrepreneurs, connection with the startups, investment, economical and digital development, innovation, are under the same umbrella. We are all the elements under the umbrella of Paula is managing. This is special. This is a really, really special moment because we don't have any barrier, any wall to try to demolish. Everything is clear. Every connection, you can arrive to Las Naves, to the Innovation Center of the city. You can arrive through Social Nest. You can arrive to the consulars directly if you have contact with the municipality, or you can arrive through Las Naves to the Innovation Center. We are totally open. We are a Mediterranean city, according to the comments from Fernando. This is our sun, this is our beach, this is our port in this case. But more than this, we are a city living in an exciting moment, and we are totally open. We are totally open to create these connections and to improve, finally, to improve the quality of life of the citizens. This is the main goal from the municipality point of view. But to arrive or to achieve this goal, we need to work together. Enjoy the city. I don't know if you have time to this afternoon or maybe tomorrow to visit the center of the city and to enjoy the rest of the day, or maybe you are going to attend the digital summit during the next days. It's all. Sorry again, because Paula is sick and can't be here with all of you. Enjoy the day. Welcome again, or thank you again to Social Nest for your support creating this amazing event. I know that the event is born on a national level, but the reality, you have an international scope from the beginning. We can see the room, plenty of people from different countries. Congratulations from my part, congratulations from the Council, and welcome to Valencia.
Thank you so much. And last but certainly not least, Marta Castillo, the CEO of the Social Nest Foundation.
Thanks. Welcome to the Gap in Between. I will just start with a short story, why we are here. Okay, as Margarita highlighted, from Social Nest perspective, from the last 13 years, we've been focusing to catalyze economic actors because we believe that economic actors should be part of the solutions of the biggest challenges in the world. So during this time, we've been participating in many events. We've been going to all these tech, fashionable investing events where we connect with business, we connect with big corporations. But we realized that in these amazing events where all the big businesses, all the big trades are being taken, there's very short time, we not always talk about the real challenges of the world. Why? Us, as corporations, as businesses, as economic actors, we do not discuss these amazing challenges that we have as a humanity. And there is no way where we can all connect and see what's next. What is our role in the world we are creating? What is our role as corporations, as entrepreneurs? What is our role as talent, as people? So we thought that, okay, we can go with our social impact discourse to this event, but it's not enough. There's many other things that we can do. And then when we are participating in these amazing events as Valencia Digital Summit or Web Summit or South Summit, we see that not everybody is represented. We are discussing the future of the planet, but not every actor is there. We do have, for sure, investors that they have the capital. We, for sure, have corporations that they have the power. They have the power to create. They have the power to push forward products and services. We do have the power of startups and entrepreneurs. But what about social entrepreneurs? What about young people that didn't have the opportunities to connect with big corporations or with the capital for them to succeed, to grow? People who, by businesses, are creating solutions for the social and environmental problems. Usually, they are not invited in these spaces. And what about other stakeholders, as the governments, that they are seeking to find a better place for all of us? What about the social sector? What about the NGOs, the third sectors? Are they invited to this table? But they do have a stake in the game. So why not creating a space when all of us, we can commonly discuss and collaborative discuss all these pressing issues, because we believe that doing good is a good business, and we all must be together to solving this pressing and amazing challenge that we have as a humanity. War, climate change, inequality, name it, all of us, we have to be part of this game. So us being entrepreneurs, socialists, being entrepreneurs, being a startup and being believers, and maybe being stupid, we don't know, but we say, okay, if it doesn't exist, why don't we make it? So this is it. We made it possible. But it's not us that we made it possible. We did it thanks to the support of all of you. We just asked for sponsors to come and join us. We asked to friends and speakers to come and join us. We asked to volunteers. We asked for partners. We asked for entrepreneurs. We asked to society. Yes, and we made this possible because we wanted to include all of you to be part. And you believed in this project. There was nothing. This is a first edition. There was nothing done. There was nothing said. And you just came to be part of this, to co-create this space, all of us together, because this is the power of collaboration. And this is the power of something that we are just created, and they want this to succeed and to be bigger. So thanks to all of you. Thanks to all of you who believe of creating this space and being part of this. Sponsors, volunteers, speakers, partners, and other partners who are not here, but being part of this co-creation, as Bilakatu, as Mood, as Thubi, that are behind the scenes and are part of making this possible. And most of all, I want to thank all the team of Socialness. Now you see Margarita and me, but we are 13 of us that have been making this craziness possible, and it wouldn't be possible without all of them. So I just want to end with a small story about the naming. It might be a bit complicated. Everybody's like, I want to go to the next gap, or between the gaps, or there's something in between. No, it's the gap in between. And the name comes from a conversation we had from an impact investor. This guy, Amir, he comes from Kenya. He's Indian, but he's been living in Kenya for many years. And he has a very successful family business, and they are very rich. And talking with him, I was like, why you become an impact investor? And because I realized that we come to the world naked, and we live naked. And the only thing relevant is what we do in the gap in between birth and death. So this is it. We want to appeal to this legacy, all of us, as corporations, as investors, as entrepreneurs, as citizens, as people. What is the legacy we want to make? What is the change we want to make to the world? Do we want to make a world that is just the same? What we're going to do with this gap in between our life? We will live the same world, or we will live a worse world, something worse for the future generations, for our daughters and sons? Or do we really want to do a contribution and make this gap in between life and death something relevant and something different? So this is our appeal to all of you. Be part of this challenge, be part of the gap in between, and let's make something real and something big. Thanks to all.
Thank you so much, Marta. So as you can see, we have a team of wonderful people bringing chairs on the stage. And what does that symbolize? That symbolizes the start of our first panel. So without further ado, let me introduce the panel called A Journey About Profit and Purpose. Let's welcome to the stage Karen Wilson, founder of GIB Partners, Dagmar van Ravensweg Glassen, senior partner at Lumo Lab, and Margarita Albors, founder and president of the Social Nest Foundation. Please give them a hand.
Hello again. Well, welcome, Karen Wilson, Dagmar van Ravensweg. I'm sorry, I'm very bad with Dutch names. Really sorry. Well, welcome. It's a real pleasure and honor to open this The Gap in Between with these two amazing experts in the field of investment. It's really an honor to have you both here in Valencia, sharing with us all your experience and knowledge. So to start with, this panel is called about a journey about profit and purpose. So please let us know about your journeys. I know they are very extensive, and we can maybe know just a little bit, but please let us know about you, yourself, and the work you have been doing so far in the investment world.
Great, thank you so much. It's really a pleasure to be here in beautiful Valencia, my first time here. Thank you for inviting me. So I thought, my journey actually started when I was young. And my dream when I was a kid was to work on Wall Street. My grandfather worked on Wall Street, and I admired him so much, and I thought that is what I want to do. Maybe after I go to college and business school and I work for many years, I'll end up on Wall Street. But at the same time, when I was growing up, we moved every couple of years. And so community and really making a difference and having an impact during the short time that we were living in a place was really important to me. So that was always a core value. So fast forward, actually right after college, my dream job came to me and I worked on Wall Street. And I discovered that Wall Street was maybe missing this element of community and impact. I later had a chance to work in venture capital where I thought, okay, we're working with entrepreneurs, we're helping them build companies. But at least at that time, venture capital was really about the money. How do you really maximize profit? And so I thought, okay, something is really missing. So I set up a portfolio career where I could work across the public sector, private sector, and academia. And I could integrate entrepreneurship, innovation, finance, and impact. And so I've been really privileged to be able to work with a number of organizations, including with the OECD. I worked with them for more than 12 years. When I started, I was working on venture capital, angel investment. And then I got the opportunity to work on impact investment. I actually led the work on impact investment at OECD over a number of years. And I got to be part of the communities of the Global Steering Group on Impact Investing, EVPA, and others from the very beginning. So I really sort of grew up with the impact community in Europe, and it's just been amazing. And I also was leading the work on impact measurement and management. Anyway, I left the OECD last year because I realized the impact community has grown so much, and what's really needed at this stage is to get the mainstream on board. So I've been on a journey the last year to try to work more with the mainstream asset management firms, private equity, venture capital, and help them with impact and sustainability strategies. And so for me, it's sort of a full circle moment because I'm coming back to the mainstream financial market, but I'm bringing the impact and sustainability, and actually they're also coming to me. And so it's really been amazing because it's not just from profit to purpose, it's actually profit and purpose together. And I think that's what we all have to strive for.
Thank you. Thanks, Karen. Dagmar, what about you, your journey?
So my journey is, I very much believe in what fits best at a certain pace of your career. So I started off as a lawyer, worked for 6 years as a lawyer, and then made a deliberate move on to this Dutch central bank where I worked 10 years, heading up different teams doing supervision on integrity of the financial sector. And I shifted towards innovation more with regards to working for Adyen, which is a Dutch unicorn, and I was there during the scale-up phase. So I got exposed to a lot of scale-up sort of experience and struggles and challenges. And with that, also the IPO. I was part of the IPO team. And then I made a shift again towards even more impactful driven work. So I want to spend my time, my money, and my knowledge and experience in more impactful worlds. So I joined a venture capital firm where we invest in tech companies founded by women. So closing the gender gap there. And currently also started in my new role as a senior partner for Lumo Labs, where we not only have a program to help founders, impactful founders, to go to create this path towards creating larger companies. We invest in the Sustainable Development Goals, climate action, health and well-being, quality education, and in that journey, we also very much acknowledge the scalability possibilities of technology. So profound it is to invest in deep tech AI, blockchain, and also security, IoT, AR, and VR. So for me, this is also bringing these worlds together. As a personal investment, I've made 6 direct investments and 20 indirect investments at this stage, and they all have an impactful underlying business model.
Perfect. Yeah. So we will be talking about gender gap in investments, but there are other gaps, and throughout today, the gap in between, we will be talking about many of these gaps. And one of the gaps that I want to talk with you, Karen, it's about the gap in impact investing. I mean, we have been talking a lot about how much money is needed, how much capital needed is to achieve the SDGs. It has been estimated around $4 trillion to achieve them. So for some years, the movement has been around how we move more capital towards impact. And now I think what we are understanding is it's important the amount, but also the depth that this capital is achieving in terms of impact. It's not only about moving trillions, that of course it is, but also about how this capital is really impactful. So how you, that as you have just told us, you have so much experience in the field, you have been pioneer and one of the people who is behind of the big sector networks, TThe. How do you see this gap in terms of investing for the sector?
Yeah, absolutely. Everyone talks about the fact that we need more money. Actually, there's a lot of money out there. The issue is the money is not going to where it's most needed. So how do we get more money to where it's needed? We had a session yesterday on blended finance, and certainly blending finance, bringing together public sector money, philanthropy, and private sector money is one way, but what's really important is that we have all of the players across the spectrum of capital. You know, on one hand, we have the philanthropists, and they just want to have impact. They're often just giving grants, and they are hoping they're going to have some impact. On the other hand, we have the institutional investors that are looking to have a financial return, and they at least didn't used to think about impact. They were just trying to maximize return. But across the spectrum of capital, we have more and more players now. It used to be just business and philanthropy. And in some countries, that's still the case. And it's hard to understand. But actually, the gap in between is no longer a gap, because we have venture philanthropists that are using venture capital models to invest and help social enterprises become sustainable. We have impact investors. We have mainstream investors that are looking at sustainability, responsible investment, ESG. So we have the whole spectrum of capital. And what I would say is all of this capital is really important. We need the philanthropy. We need venture philanthropy. We need impact investing. But we also really need that institutional capital. If we can move the needle on this huge pile of money and get even a small percent of that to be investing more sustainably and with impact, that's also really, maybe the impact is less per euro, but the amount of euros is higher. So the impact per euro on the philanthropy side might be higher, but maybe the total amounts are smaller. So if we can really maximize and get all players across the spectrum of capital stepping up and doing what they can, and that's why I'm really trying to work with companies and investors to help them understand how they can step up.
Great. Dagmar, you have been talking about the work that in Lumo Labs or yourself are doing in terms of supporting and investing in tech startups, in blockchain, AI, TThe. Today, the gap in between is also about innovation, entrepreneurship, and technology, and the role that technology plays in solving these challenges. So can you please share with us how you see that role of technology playing in solving these challenges? What are you doing in Lumo Labs to support these innovations, technology that are coming?
Yeah. So I think we are at the verge of. Yesterday I read an article about the US, the UK pension funds that are going to allocate, in fact, part of their money to impact investing. But for the time being, I mean, it's very important that venture capital firms are shifting that needle already. And why we invest in these companies and these tech companies is because they can scale and solve problems at a global level quite rapidly. I always believe in just sort of giving the right example, so helping those founders and creating sort of a critical mass makes it more and more important also maybe for the incumbent companies to really make that shift. And maybe just as an example for the latest investment that we've done with Lumo Labs is in a company called Tap Electric. And they are helping the electric car movement to make it easier and easier to tap everywhere you can, because you see all these different companies coming up doing electric charging, but what you miss is actually the interoperability of all those companies. And I think that is really setting the example. And maybe they will be exited to a large corporate, but then you have the shift there as well. So we are very active in the ecosystem in the Netherlands, but also abroad, in Spain, for instance. We want to allocate in our next fund that will be 100 million, at least 10% also to Spanish startups and scale-ups. So very excited also to team up with people who are interested in co-investing, but also who are interested in investing in our fund, because then you create that sort of diversity also from a cultural level.
Mm-hmm. And if I can just build on what you're saying about venture capital, I mentioned that the venture capitalists were sort of the first ones that came to me when I left OECD. And the reason they did that was that their portfolio companies, the companies that they had invested in, had been asking them, regulation is coming. What do we do? What is ESG? What is sustainability? You know, all these new laws. And these venture capital firms are like, oh, wow, okay, well, we're not really sure ourselves. But anyway, so they realized that they had a very important role to work with their investee companies. And also, they had to think about their own strategies. How committed did they want to be to this? Are they just going to do the minimum that regulation often requires? Or are they going to really step up and make it part of their competitive advantage to be a leader in sustainability? So I've really had a privilege to work with a number of VCs that are really trying to step up and make this a core part of their strategy. The thing that hasn't happened yet, the investors in the venture capital firms, unfortunately, the limited partners, they're not yet asking for this. We should be getting to the point where they're asking for this. They're not yet. But the venture capital firms that are implementing these strategies, they're finding that they're getting new investors coming to the table, which is also great, and also their portfolio companies.
So important that LPs are requiring that, right? That's why Socialness Foundation, we work with LPs with our FI initiative, because if LPs require that, it will help also move everything, right? So you mentioned diversity. There's another gap in the investment world, which is the gender gap. Yesterday in our FI gathering, Kenneth was mentioning that only 1.9% of VC capital goes to women. So having you both so experts in the field, being also female investors, I wanted to ask you about the gender gap in investment. How do you see this improving somehow? What can we do? Because these challenges that we are talking about requires the diverse perspectives, right? Otherwise, we are not going to be able to tackle and solve the challenges if we don't have the different perspectives of everyone. So
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, well, I think you're missing out on opportunities if you don't invest in diverse teams. And with our fund at Lumo Labs, I mean, we don't have it at the core of our investment thesis, but we have more than half of all our portfolio companies have diverse teams. So I think that is even more strong if you just choose the right people to build the next sort of unicorn company to solve problems that are related to rapid urbanization or demographic changes. And we see so many cool things happening also in that field, often spin-offs of universities. And there it's like, you know, the woman, it's no question that they will want to start building a company. They're not interested in working for these large corporates anymore. They want to build something and they want to do something very meaningful. But it is also super important to have role models. I mean, that's everybody who listens to us now probably knows, but yeah, it is very much helping the ecosystem if I, who am part of all the investment decisions at Lumo Labs, can also have a say at the table with that lens on.
And speaking of role models, I can't be in a conversation about gender without mentioning Suzanne Bagel, who was the leader in gender lens investing. She created Gender Smart, which is now merged with 2X and has become a very powerful global community working on gender lens investing. And I had the honor to be there in Luxembourg at their global meeting recently. Unfortunately, as many people know, Suzanne was ill and she passed away 2 days before the gathering, but she really has made a huge contribution to the field. I also wanted to say, when I first started working in venture capital, I was the first professional woman they had ever hired. So it was quite a struggle. And when I came to the impact space, I've been really happy to see the diversity in the impact space. And there are a lot more women. But I think what we're missing is women in leadership. You know, and especially in the impact roles in organizations, it's often young women that are hired to lead the impact work. And it's great that they're women, but it's not great that they're not in the senior position. They should be. They should be brought in as partners. They should be part of the leadership team. They should be on the boards. I mean, whether men or women, but the impact people need to really be part of the leadership.
Definitely. So we have just a couple of minutes, but before we leave, you know, the gap in between, it's about inspiration, it's about collaboration, but it's a lot about action. So we wanted to have all these discussions, but also to get well, some kind of advice, call to action that you can give all the people here that are entrepreneurs, innovators, corporates, people from the government, investors. What would be your call to action to all of us? So after today, we can continue our work and for having a better future.
So mine would be to think about the impact that you're having as an individual every day. Because it's not enough to go to the office and talk about impact and come home and do things that are not impactful. You don't leave impact at the door when you leave the office. So how do you really lead an impactful life as an individual in your community and in your organization and also in the ecosystem?
Yeah. So live impact, you know, 24 hours, 7 days a week.
Yeah, I would just encourage everybody to think and yeah, consider if you're in finance or if you're in working in a different field as a student, maybe to consider making that shift and using your brain power to work for a company that has impact at its core, because then sort of it's a force for good. And for me, it has been a massive difference to work for a force for good, because then it's all positive. Then you're sort of surfing the waves instead of pushing and pushing and pushing something, which can be super, yeah, sort of negative. Might also be needed, but it depends a bit on what kind of character do you have. You want to press against it, or do you want to ride the wave? So yeah, I advise you to also to invest a bit, even if it's a small amount.
And I think it's important to have new players coming into the ecosystem. And so I'm really delighted to have a very talented artist, Victoria, who joined us today. And you know, how do we really integrate sustainability and impact into all disciplines?
we need everyone,
Yes.
right, to come and work together. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, all of you. And we continue.
Thank you so much, Karen, Dagmar, and Margarita. What were the key messages here? First and foremost, it's not necessarily about having more funds. Where are these funds going? Are they being channeled in the right direction? Equally, gender gaps exist, whether you're talking about impact investing or investment overall. Those gender gaps must be closed, and let's not ignore that gender is one facet of a broader spectrum of diversity, equity, and inclusion. So without further ado, I would like to welcome our next keynote. And I'm particularly excited about this one, as I am every single one today. So please give a hand for Nana Adowa Boateng. She is the Chief of Section of the Management of Social Transformations, MOST, program at UNESCO. Please give her a hand.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. I'm really glad to be here. Thank you, Social Nest Foundation, for also having UNESCO at this important meeting. And it's also my first time in Spain, so I'm very excited. So I'm Nana Boateng. I'm an economist. I'm from Ghana. And just a bit about my background, I was born in Italy, but raised in different parts of Africa, in Ghana, Kenya, and Tanzania. I also lived 14 years in South Africa. And no, my parents were not fugitives. I've been asked the question. But I have an interesting multicultural background, and now living in Paris in UNESCO, and working with the Management of Social Transformations program. So I wanted to share a little bit today about what we have been reflecting on in our program, and some of the important lessons that we've learned. And they're just really two lessons that I wanted to share with you today. So the first one is that we feel as a development community, we've been focusing on the wrong things. Focusing on growth, especially income-based GDP growth, has been very taxing on the planet. It's also put a lot of emphasis on extraction, on consumption, consume, at the detriment of the environment. We also feel that the income-based growth has understated inequalities. We're very concerned about the levels of inequalities. And yes, we hear data being thrown out that extreme poverty is getting better and things like that. But we also know this is really largely driven by China, who had a per capita income of about $300 in 1990. And this went to $10,000 a year in 2015. So we feel that inequality is still a big problem, and it's actually been growing and largely going unnoticed. I wanted to read, some of the statistics on this. So we know there are about 3 billion people living in countries with high vulnerabilities in climate change. In every large region of the world, except for Europe, the share of the bottom 50% in total earnings is less than 15%. The top 1% of carbon emitters contributed significantly more to global emissions growth than the entire bottom half of the global population. So those of us who are also involved in climate resilience, what are we doing about this 1%? I think we tend to focus more on the bottom and put the burden on them to fix this. Over 780 million people globally are currently exposed to combined risk of poverty and serious flooding, mostly in developing countries. You have an estimated 70 million people worldwide forced into poverty. It goes on, 9 out of 10 people breathing air containing high levels of pollutants, et cetera, et cetera. So what we see is that we need new metrics. We need to focus on well-being, we need to focus on dignity, environmental healthcare, welfare, happiness. These are important metrics also to pursue. The second lesson for us is that the problems are really intersectoral. Oftentimes in the development community, we may focus on health or just education or agriculture or one sector at a time. But actually, these problems all speak to each other and they feed off of each other. So addressing problems in an isolated way is actually not so useful. And we need to look at problems in a more interconnected way. I remember listening to a presentation from the Poverty Action Lab, and they were wanting to understand what improves education outcomes, and they looked at Kenya, a part of Kenya. So they tested different things, textbooks, teacher training, things like that. And the one variable that was the most significant was actually deworming of kids. So it was a health issue, which was significantly affecting children's ability to learn, their cognitive abilities. So it just goes to show that if we are stuck in our domains of expertise, it's very easy to miss out on bigger pictures. I also had an experience with when I was working in the agriculture sector with a consultant who we had going out to a community in Nigeria to train them about good agricultural practices. So in the middle of his training, he sees a bunch of children going up and down the hill fetching water, brown water, really dirty water. And he calls me and he says, look, I cannot continue with this training. In this community, they have bigger problems. We need to look at the water problem, which was a dilemma for us because we're economists and agronomists, and this is not really our area. So what do we do about that? And I think this is really the complexity of development. It's not just in the scale, but how interconnected they are. So in the MOST program, we're looking at these trends, and we want to do things differently. We're one of the few programs that are truly multidisciplinary. We believe that addressing social problems, we need to look at things not just from the economic sociology perspective. We need anthropology, we need philosophy, we need ethics, we need language, history. All of this plays an important role. So for philosophy, for instance, we've been asking the ethical questions when it comes to climate resilience. To what extent do we want to facilitate certain extraction that could help with green technologies, but this comes at the expense of the planet? There are ethical questions to be had. The French sociologist and philosopher Bruno Latour, he said, if the humanities had been prominent in the development discussions, the environmental crisis would have been treated differently. After all, the crisis we're in is because of how we as humans interact with the planet. So we believe these philosophical questions are really important. We believe language, history, they foster peace and social cohesion. They are very important for social transformations. We also have a team that deals with futures and foresight. I would be remiss if I didn't mention this group because they are the group that instill a kind of a futures thinking, building capacities for to anticipate, your anticipative capacities. So which is also really important in taking a very long-term view. It's good for intergenerational equity and so on. So as I'm running out of time, I just want to conclude with what I think is really important is that we need to look at equity. In our quest for growth, innovation, development, people are getting left behind, and we don't pay enough attention to this. I think we need to do that. We also need to apply different mindsets, different disciplines in all the work that we do. And the humanities, I feel particularly, is often left out of these discussions, and they're really important. So thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, thank you so much, Nana. What are the key takeaways? What did we hear? Okay, so first and foremost, GDP ignores inequity and inequality. Can we explore new metrics to explore the growth of a country? Secondly, we must move beyond looking purely at economic growth and look at social prosperity. And equally, when we talk about the climate crisis, that is going to impact people in an unequal manner. We will not all be impacted in the same ways, and nor will our communities. In fact, the statistic that stayed with me is 9 out of 10 people are already breathing air that contains high pollutants. I don't know about you, but living in Barcelona, that's already a terrifying reality. So, without further ado, I know we're competing with the coffee that is outside. So without further ado, I would like to invite a fireside chat to the stage. It's entitled The Vital Relationship Between Health and the Environment, pretty relevant when you consider what we just heard. So please give a hand to Keith Ippel, the General Partner at Spring Impact Capital, and Marta Paisa Escula, Head of Environmental Transformation at TThe Insurance. Please give them a hand.
Should we test our mics?
Yes, sure. Can you hear us?
Good morning, everybody. It's great to see you here. I'm really looking forward to this fireside chat with Marta. Marta is probably the most prepared person I've ever seen for a fireside chat. So there will be a test at the end, in case you're wondering.
Because I'm from Barcelona and I have to have my speech written down in English, because if not, I will communicate a mess. That's why I have my papers, not because I'm well organized.
Exactly.
Thank you, Keith. Anyway.
So maybe we can kick things off. Would love for you to share just who you are and what you do, and maybe just talk a little bit about, in what you do, how you intersected the relationship of environment and health.
Yeah, great. Well, I'm Marta Paisa. I'm an environmental scientist, and I work for GIB. It's an insurance company based in Spain, as you maybe are aware of. And we belong to Ergo Group, which is a German group, and Ergo belongs to Munich Re Insurance Company, which is the top global reinsurance company in the world. In any case, in GIB Spain, we try to develop products and services, because we are a health insurance company. And since a few years ago, we understood the link between health and climate and environment, because, well, for different reasons, but as WHO, the World Health Organization, sustained, we have to understand the climate emergency as a health crisis, and we also understand environmental sustainability as an innovation driver. And that's what I would like to talk with Keith, who is an expert with these ideas. Keith, who are you? Can you explain a little bit about you?
Yeah, I'd love to. I'm the co-founder and co-CEO of Spring. Spring is a Vancouver-based organization that exists to change the world through innovation. And we work at the intersection of early-stage impact entrepreneurship and early-stage impact capital. So we have an incubator and accelerator. We also have a national impact investor network. And we have an early-stage impact venture capital fund that sits at the intersection of people and planetary health. And so for us, what we see is a very tight correlation between how we look at and how we try and improve the environment, as well as how we're trying to improve health outcomes for people. And so that's an active area that we've been in. Just for everybody's reference, Spring has offices in Vancouver and Toronto, but we've also worked in about 35 communities around the world. And have had the very good fortune of supporting a number of ventures through early stages into growth. Yeah.
Fantastic, Keith. So regarding our second question that we have, how are your company addressing this relationship between the environment and health, specific actions that maybe you are taking to do this?
Yeah, so one of the things that actually you and I were talking about in advance for everybody was that if we all look back 7 years ago, we would have seen that most investors would never touch a hardware company. However, when we look at environmental solutions and health solutions, so often hardware is a critical component to doing that. So one example I will give everybody is there's a startup called UVX, and UVX has created a device, small device that you can fit in your hand. You can bolt it onto a wall or onto the ceiling, and it pulls pathogens out of the air like COVID. And so it's a great example of the use of hardware combined with software to find solutions. And so one of the key roles that we play at Spring is to try and really open up the opportunity for investors to look at hardware companies or hardware software companies as great investment opportunities, especially where there's not a lot of capital expenditure or CapEx involved. And so that's a really critical component. So we do that in two ways. One is we have an accelerator program for those companies. And then we also do investor training. And so we have one program in particular called the Impact Investor Challenge. And it's a 10-week program to walk 35 investors through a process of selecting one or more ventures for investment. We do a lot of hardware companies through their hardware software companies. We really help investors to understand the process of due diligence and the opportunity that is underlying within that. So that's one of the key things that we do. Yeah.
Nice. So then from our side, to embark in this environmental transformation process, we had to broaden our perspective to commit beyond the carbon tunnel vision that sometimes the corporates have, to look beyond only CO2, look beyond only carbon, because as you are all aware of, environment is much more complex, and to develop this systemic vision or this systemic perspective helps a lot us to understand and to create these opportunities. So we know for our 2 million customers, the environment is becoming, or sustainability is becoming a hygiene factor. I mean, taking no action is not an option anymore.
Correct.
But however, using this sustainability for differentiation purposes needs this authentic and company-wide implementation. Activism should be real, not just a brand positioning. That's why we are moving from the CSR traditional departments to the business departments. We are translating the environmental discourse into action, but not only planting trees. It's important to plant trees, but not only planting trees, but to transforming or translating the environmental discourse into solutions and projects, and products, because this is what we sell. And for example, just the last June, we launched a solution embedded in our health systems application, the healthcare application that our insured customers use to talk to the doctors or this type of traditional services or health digital services. And we added something that I think is pretty cool, we're talking about, something that's called Nature Dose. So it's a solution, it's an algorithm that we created. And actually, I would like to mention that a small company from Valencia, Green Urban Data, helped us to build this solution. And this Nature Dose solution is calculating with an algorithm the time you spend in green, in nature. So with this idea, we are creating a healthy habit or healthy lifestyle for our customers, because as you can imagine, the most important thing from our business department is to keep as healthy as possible our customers. So promote them healthy habits like spend time in nature is also that's interesting for the business department. Of course, it's interesting for the CSR department and sustainability vision, but we have to understand that moving from CSR to business makes a lot of sense, and it's a lot of coherence with a discourse.
Yeah. What's really interesting in what you just shared, especially for the investors in the room, is that your investment thesis as an insurance company is evolving, right? So we all would have expected a health insurance company to invest in health tech, right? But the idea of investing in pattern of behavior change, in lifestyle, I think is an example of how you evolve over time. And I think all of us as investors, whether we're individual investors or we're venture capital funds or we are corporations, I think that all plays out. And it kind of leads me to my next question for you, which is, you gave a great example of something you've been investing in. What are some of the areas or some of the problem spaces that you're looking to invest in right now and or looking to partner in, either with other corporates or with entrepreneurs or investors?
I would say that sometimes we have to not raise the awareness. I think this is something from the 90s. The awareness is already there. I think we have to raise the culture. Right. We have to evolve from environmentalism is recycling or picking waste from the beaches. We have to do that, of course, but we have to raise the culture, the environmental culture, inside our own companies. We were discussing before, if you hire a lawyer for your legal department, if you hire an engineer for your IT department, you have to hire an expert for your sustainability department.
Right.
And we're also talking about that, to understand sustainability as digital transformation. This environmental transformation is like the digital transformation that we have been during the last 20 years. The top one digital companies or companies in the world right now, Apple or Alphabet or whatever, they understood as digital or digitalization as a context, not as a channel or as a product or as it's a context. We have to understand also sustainability or environment as a context, because if we just narrow our vision and understand sustainability as a product or as something that is being done or is a duty, then we are losing a lot of opportunities.
Yeah. You know, it's interesting, right? I think it's very important for the entrepreneurs that are in the room to hear that message, because as we go through this process, it's so easy to say, here's my product, invest in my product, or here's my product, buy my product. But at the same time, it is about the context, right? What is the larger play, especially for a corporate partner like yourself? You know, I think for us at Spring, right now, there's a few things that we're looking at in our particular world. One is at that real core intersection between environment and health. So, you know, a lot of this leads into clean drinking water, which includes, for example, removing microplastics. In addition to that, clean air is definitely a key piece. Pattern of behavior change, the lifestyle changes that we talk about, these are some key areas that we're looking at right now. The final piece that I would say, which actually, especially with the algorithm that you were talking about, and being out in nature, I think what's really critical for us right now is mental health. And supporting, you know, consumers in the marketplace with the right mental health solutions at the right time, which actually can be manifested either in a corporate environment or in a retail environment. So I think those are a couple of other areas that we play in.
Yeah, following your thread, I think that a concept that helped us a lot to understand these linkages between and to find opportunities, and I think it's something that maybe can be useful for startups or entrepreneurs, is to understand the concept of exposome.
Right.
It comes from from a scientist that developed the concept of genome, human genome, and they understood that the burden of illnesses, the burden of mortality from humanity, doesn't, a certain percentage is because of our genome, but a certain percentage is because the environmental exposures. I'm sure you are aware of the health determinants or determinants of health, but also the exposome. The exposome is the amount of environmental exposures that since you are born until you die, you are exposed to. And it has to do with noise, with pollution, with green, with different external exposome, and also the personal exposome. And the personal exposome is the healthy habits, actually, no? And this, also the external exposome and the personal exposome has biological responses in our health. So to also point not only the healthcare assistance, but point the environment where our customers live, it's really interesting for us, and that's why we selected only 4 territories in this exposome. At GIB, we try to, we will support everything that is good for the environment, of course, or positive for the environment, but we selected only 4 territories where we can act, where we can provide solutions for our customers. And these 4 territories that come from this exposome concept are climate emergency, of course, nature exposure, indoor air pollution, because the pollution is very important for the health, of course, but we cannot change the pollution in the streets of our customers, but we can help to change the indoor air of our customers. That's why we are focusing only in indoor air pollution. So I use this opportunity to call if there are any any entrepreneurs or startups developing solutions related to indoor air pollution. Please talk with me today, because we are interested in developing solutions to add, to evolve our insurance products. And finally, chemical toxics. This is our 4 territories that we selected, and with these territories we are developing solutions like the one I mentioned, like Nature does.
So first, I want to give you credit, because it's very important for any organization, venture capital fund, frankly, an individual angel investor, and a corporate to be very clear about your impact thesis. And so I think it was great that you're able to articulate the 4 critical areas that you're in. One thing I want to highlight is this is also an example for a lot of us in the room to think about how we can engage with corporates. So one of the things that you and I found out very early on is we as a venture capital fund, you as a corporate, we both align on indoor pollution. And so we were actually talking about a specific company. In this context, it's a company called Origin Air, which is stripping pollution out of indoor air. But it is important to remember that partnerships and collaboration can come from places we don't normally expect. And I think that that's a really important part. So I really love how you created the call to action here for that. But you are, as an insurance company, you're taking a very unique approach in how active you are in developing innovation to address these 4 topics. Tell me a little bit about, or tell us a little bit about the process by which your organization decided to lean in that hard versus, say, just investing in companies.
It took some time, let me say. But we have 2 principles with this environmental transformation. We go from protecting the environment to design environmental health services because we are selling insurances. So it doesn't make any sense to develop things next to the insurance. No, we sell insurance, we have to focus in our products. Then we go from compensating our carbon footprint to create positive impact, from signatories to active players, and from being observers to getting involved in innovation ecosystems. And this is maybe the more important pillar or principle here, because we talk a lot with research centers, with scientists. We have to understand the scientists. They are eager to translate their own papers, their own research into something, no? Into a solution, into... we talk a lot with epidemiologists here in Spain and from other universities around the world, and from them they learn a lot, and this is how we create this concept or this environmental transformation inside our company. Yeah. But we need also your organization, no? This type of observers, no? That can identify and can connect to the innovation ecosystems around the world, no? And because it's not easy, no? We are also talking about it's not easy to find these startups that properly link health and environment, properly in the sense that useful for a corporate somehow.
Well, and it's interesting, right? Because one of the things that you're talking about is there's 2 ways to invest for impact. One is to do place-based investing, right? So I invest in Valencia, I invest in Spain. But when we start to talk about sector or thematic, right? So indoor pollution, patterns of lifestyle, health tech. We were talking earlier about connecting patients with clinical trials. Yep. When we as investors choose to go sector or theme, it allows us to break geography, right? And I think your call is a very important call where you say, hey, this is why we need organizations like each other or investors or entrepreneurs that are in the room to actually share the opportunity, to share the problem spaces, to share the companies that are doing amazing things. This probably leads us quite effectively into a call to action for the audience. And so for me, one thing that I would like to say to everybody is, we as Spring, we have a national early stage impact fund in Canada. We have a network that is now a national impact investor network that is now going global. We've done global work with incubation acceleration. One of the core reasons why I'm here is to connect with people like yourself, with organizations like you, because we do get an opportunity to share a common investment thesis. We get an opportunity to share ideas. I think for me, the important part here for everybody is you really want to try and meet 5 to 10 people here today that you've never spoken before to share those opportunities, to share what you're seeing, the patterns of behavior, to share interesting companies, to share investors who are investing in those spaces, because that's actually how we're going to lift all the boats, right? And so, and by the way, that was not a pun because of the boats outside, but it's, it is really a great opportunity for us to actually work collaboratively to create positive impact. So what call to action would you give everybody?
Oh, definitely. Maybe you will never imagine that you can be a provider for an insurance company, but you could, because we are changing. We are understanding our business differently. And as you said, no, Keith, I would say that maybe all the audience here, 90%, 99% of the audience here is here not only because of the profit, but also because of the people and because of the planet. So these 3 Ps are already there. So to scale up solutions, is crucial. I mean, we all agree, we will all agree with that, no? That to share conversations, to share projects, to scale up solutions that are needed and urgent and that can create a better society and a better planet for all of us is what unites all of us here, I would say. And our call to action is that, please, maybe you never imagined that you can be a provider for an insurance company or for another type of corporate, but you could, because we are changing. And together we can imagine and reinvent solutions and services that can help us all.
Yeah.
And saying that that's enough.
Yeah.
So thanks for your
Very
time.
quick final call to action. If any of you in the room are thinking about getting more active in impact investing or exploring a specific thesis area like the intersection of environment and health, highly recommend you connect with the Social Nest team. They're doing some really incredible things around catalyzing the investor community and investor education. So final call to action. And I think you're ready to take us off stage. Amazing.
Thank you.
All right.
All right. Thank you so much, Marta and Keith. So, what have we heard? So, there was a nice call to action. Meet 5 or 10 people that you have never met before, share best practice, and co-create ideas and next steps towards action. There's some lovely time at lunch in order for you to do so. Health and the environment are inherently interlinked. This is a theme we've heard in many of these presentations. Technology plays a huge role. I think that's almost a tautology at this point. And I liked the expression, raise awareness is a 90s theme or concept. Rather, we need to raise the culture of sustainability within our organizations. I myself have worked within the corporate sector for 10 plus years on social and environmental sustainability, so I know the role that corporates play in an ethical and equitable transition to sustainable future. So, without further ado, you see someone at the corner of the room over here. She is due to come on stage next. Please welcome a fireside chat entitled Unveiling Potential, Unlocking the Opportunities in the Global South to Catalyze Impact. I would like to welcome Nyagoy Ngo, former Global CEO of Fair Trade, founding member and president of the board of Twiga Girls Foundation, and Marta del Castillo, CEO of the Social Nest Foundation. Please give them a hand. Welcome. Her mics. We've got a few technical difficulties, but these lovely ladies will be as amplified as I am in a matter of seconds.
Let me try. Yes.
There we go.
Yes, we are.
Okay.
Well, again, it's a pleasure and an honor to have you. So I don't want to speak so much. I just, first of all, just to introduce you, Nyagoy was the former CEO of Fair Trade, and she's also the founder, member, and president of the board of Twiga Girls Foundation. That's a short introduction because I want Nyagoy to be the one who introduces herself and that you can tell us a little bit about your story and who are you and how come that you do this nice path into impact.
Okay, thanks a lot, Marta. It's really nice to be part of the gap in between, and it's also a great pleasure to be in this beautiful city of Valencia. Thank you for the invite. Who is Nyagoy Nyongo? Well, basically, first and foremost, I'm a wife and a mother of 3. I think that is really important for me. I was born...
3 boys or girls?
2 boys and 1 girl. Yeah. All adults now. However, I was born in a very big family. I have 10 siblings. I'm the last one, the 11th in the family. My mother was a small-scale farmer. My father was a pastor in the Anglican Church. Why do I go back to that stage? I think it's because of that stage is what defines me. When I was growing up in the family of 10, we were 7 girls and 4 boys. And one thing of significance that happened then was that my parents treated us as equals. There was no disparity between the girl child and the boy child. Something that was and is still quite prevalent in African culture, that the boys are favored more than the girls. However, we were brought up with equal rights. And I think that's the first step for me to be aware of social justice, that there was equal rights for the boys and girls. Secondly, my father really believed in planting trees. And so we had small woodlots, and he cared about trees.
He was a visionary. He didn't know about carbon offset.
Yes. So that made me aware of the environment. And voila, that brought in the issues of environmental justice in my later life. And finally, in terms of sustainability, my mother was a small-scale farmer. But at that point in time, and still now, the farmers toil day in, day out, especially the small-scale farmers, but they get a pittance. The buyers pay so little. And yet every day this farmer is working and working. And I became aware of the type of economic injustice that happens, for example, in the field of farming. So all this kind of shaped my life. And later in life, I ended up being a forester. My first degree to my PhD are in forestry. I ended up working for Fairtrade for 17 years. I left last year as a global CEO of Fairtrade, and you know Fairtrade is about social, environmental, and economic justice. But now currently, I retired last year from 8 to 5. So currently, I work for TThe. Well, I work for myself. I think the gap in between now for me is how do I change the disparities that are between girls and boys? How can I give the young girls the opportunity that I had? So that is what I do today. On the side also, I'm a member of BLAB, the BLAB board, and we know about B Corp corporations, about profit, people, and planet. And in a nutshell, that's who I am.
Wow, that's an amazing track record. And I'm a little bit more curious. Well, I have to say that I'm also a partner of BLAB, and I was founder of the first B Corp and BLAB in Paraguay.
Oh, wow.
When I used to live in Paraguay, so I'm cannot be a more supporter of the movement, and I truly believe, as I said before, that I believe that doing good is a good business, and that we have to make business models that really have a triple impact, not only an economic return on investment, but also return for the planet and the people. And on your side of the challenge you've been like facing and your track record in the development experience, on the one side, in the agricultural side, and also in the social or the female or diversity side, like how has been, like could you just tell us a little bit how has been all this during these years, your experience in facing or fighting against these amazing challenges in the African region or even globally?
Mm-hmm. Well, a lot of my experience has been in Africa. And especially in the field of fair trade. Basically looking at, there's really no way that there can be any form of sustainability as long as there's still poverty where we are. And if I take my country, Kenya, for example, the level of, Kenya is about 21% below the poverty level. My own county, Kisumu County that I come from in Kenya is, I have it the other way around. It's 16% for Kenya and 21% for the county that I come from. And so when we talk about sustainability, we really need to look at aspects of poverty. And my work for the last so many years has been working with small producer organizations to see how they can have sustainable production, but also be sustainable organizations. Because it's only if the farmer comes into an organization in groups that they can have a voice, that they can be able to sit at the table with the buyers and bargain for the trade conditions. And so that is a type of work I've been doing for some time, empowering these farmer organizations, but also ensuring that their organizations are inclusive of the stakeholders, inclusive of the women, inclusive of the youth, so that they all come together and become a formidable force to be able to have a voice. Of course, a lot of the challenges too is around climate change. There's a climate crisis, there are droughts, there are pests, there are all sorts of things. So how do we work with the farmers so that they are resilient? How can we reduce the risks that they have as far as the climate is concerned? So what are the adaptation techniques that they can use to basically have be able to handle the climate vagaries that are happening? So, but at the same time, as they address the issues of climate, as they diversify the products they have, we worked a lot with farmers that produce, for example, coffee, cocoa, etc. Cocoa, for example, you only harvest twice a year. So what does a farmer do in between? What are the short and the medium-term crops that they can grow in between so that their lives are sustainable throughout the years? What value can they add into the product that is not just the raw product that they're dealing with? Can they get a living income from what they do as farmers? So this is also about product diversification. Finally, where are the markets? How can they access the markets? The farm organizations can only access markets if they look sexy. And by sexy, I mean that is if they've got strong organizations, if they've got strong systems in place, etc. So how can they access market? How can they retain market? And how can they get new and emerging markets? So a lot of the work has been around that in terms of the challenges, for example, of the farmers in Africa.
It's amazing because even I've been working for a few years in the South, in Latin America, and also in African countries. It's true that when you come to the North Hemisphere, like we are very concerned about climate change,
right.
But we don't, because some or most of our social needs, not of everybody, but most of the population, are covered. But we don't realize that we can speak as a global economy about climate change, but if we don't solve the social challenges and we don't include the South and the most important, the producers of the South, there's no way we can face this amazing environmental and social challenges. So it's great to put the voice of the needs of the social needs of the South. And there's I was curious because the gap in between also has this idea that this must be the space to connect different stakeholders. So in your experience, what has been this power of collaboration, or how these collaboration opportunities have been like a way of driving change, or at least catalyzing the impact that you were promoting during your career?
Marta, let me say the first thing about collaboration. I think in any collaboration, there are two things that must be inbuilt: respect and trust in any form of collaboration. And so long as you don't trust each other, you don't have respect, the collaboration is bound to fail. Traditionally, if you look at supply chains, it has been for a long time now that the buyer has the power. And the producer is more or less, it's almost like aid, it's not trade. But the type of collaboration that really, really works is where all actors along the supply chain respect each other and trust each other. And it's not restricted to just the actors in the supply chain. In the supply chain, you'll find the producers, the traders, the buyers, etc., the consumer at the end of it all. But one important player that in a number of cases we forget is also the governments, because the governments, they give the policy environment for us to effectively work. We forget the communities that where we operate on. I'll give an example. You might probably look at it as an extreme example, but it's just an indication of what could happen. Several years ago, we had an investor in tourism in Kenya, and he had a lodge, a very good lodge, doing good business, getting tourists like you and I coming in, paying lots of money to look at the wildlife in Kenya, etc. But what did this investor not do? He didn't respect the local community, didn't involve them in any way. So he was there making loads of money, doing well, looking good in the eyes of the foreigners that were coming in as tourism, but completely ignoring the local community. Sadly enough, the local community became very hostile, and one fine afternoon, they came and burnt down the lodge. I mean, that was a big price to pay, of course, and he had to run away, but it was a big price to pay. But this is just to give you an example of how important collaboration is really important, and ensuring that all the stakeholders are taken into consideration.
I think that's an amazing concept, because it's true. At the end, it's not being the power of the buyer against the power of the seller. It's a partnership. We are all in the same value chain, and I think that fair trade put that together and show all the world that it does not make sense if you don't know the origin and you don't treat the originators or the producers with the respect and the conditions that they deserve. And I truly believe, because at the end, it ends up in people. And if you believe and you trust people, like magic happens. And about this panel, talking about the South and the opportunities, and understanding that we have an audience of entrepreneurs and startups or even disruptors, I was wondering, what do you see that can be the opportunities, the social business or business opportunities that can have a strong impact from your experience?
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm no expert that I'm going to sit here and tell you, okay, go and invest in ABCD. But what I can say is taking the advantage of what's happening in the South currently and what is the trend. One of the biggest trend is that the rapid growth of the population in the South. This is accompanied by the growth of the middle class in the South. And with the growth of the middle class, that basically leads to increased number of consumer market. You can already see this in countries like Kenya, Ghana, South Africa, etc. There's really an increasing middle class, and that is a class that is also becoming ethically conscious. So this is a class of consumers. So there's a consumer market growing in the South. So for whatever products somebody would want to take to the South, but there's also skilled labor. There's an increase in skilled labor because there's been an increase in education, etc. What does it mean to have an increase in skilled labor? An increase in skilled labor in the South means that you don't have to take your 20, 30, 40, 100 Spaniards with you if you want to go and invest in the South. It means that you already will find skilled labor in the South. So this is one of the trends and the opportunities that we have. There's opportunity in green business, because as we get more and more environmentally conscious, there's more opportunities to invest in the green economy. Those of you who might want to read up, if you read up Mr. Green Africa, this is a young Swiss man who has come into Kenya, and he's investing in recycling of plastic. He's having a great impact on both people and the planet on his work. So those are some of the opportunities, but not to forget that also the South also has got a rich base of minerals, agricultural products, etc. But the exploitation now of those minerals and agricultural products is not the traditional exploitation, where you go in, you exploit, you walk out, irrespective of the damage you're doing to the people and the environment, okay? Now it's also investing to ensure that we all contribute to sustainable development goals, that type of investment that you are not necessarily going to lift the raw products from the country. You are going into the manufacturing, value addition at source, thereby creating jobs for the people on the ground.
I think that's something that we need to have bear all in mind. We have amazing opportunities in the South, and still it's the way we take care of these opportunities and the future.
Exactly.
So we have to leave it here, but I would only say the last chance, I think there's something that you represent. It's also the opportunity of female empowerment. So yes. Thanks so much, Ionga. It's been a pleasure to have you, and I hope to have you in Valencia every year.
Thank you very much, Marta. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nyagyoi and Marta. What an interesting discussion. So, what did we hear in this presentation? We cannot have any form of sustainability if we are not also tackling poverty. I think that's a huge, huge point to make. And remember, get social. You can use the hashtag for the gap in between and mentioning the social nest. We want to echo some of these messages online. Remember, we also have an application, Interprify, to use to interpret certain presentations and the official application of this event. Overall, supply chains and value chains were mentioned, right? Especially in the context of the fair trade. It is vital to involve the different actors and parties within that, and the fundamental values underneath this should be respect and collaboration. So, in that spirit, I would like to invite up another panel, which unfortunately for you, I am moderating, so you will have to hear more of my voice, and I am sorry about that. It's called Creating a Virtuous Cycle, Advancing Real Solutions for Plastic. So, without further ado, I would like to welcome our two panelists on the stage. We have Facundo Echebehere, the Senior Vice President of Sustainability Strategy and Partnerships at Danone. And we also have Ana Isabel Montenegro Garcia, Industrial Transformation Tech Portfolio Manager at Repsol. Please give them a hand. Hi, welcome. Welcome. Okay, thank you. Okay, welcome to you both. I'm hoping that we are it always keeps it more interesting if some of the audio is a little challenging. There we go. Welcome. Thank you so much for coming. Thanks. So, first and foremost, I would like for you to introduce yourselves, but because we are trying to make this a short and sharp presentation, could you introduce yourself in the context of plastic? What are you doing? What are the challenges? And what is your company, and specifically, what are you doing to combat the challenge globally? And that's no small ask. Would you like to begin?
Okay. Well, I'm Ana Montenegro, as you said. I'm responsible for the portfolio of R&D for Repsol in industrial transformation. What does it mean? It does mean that we are developing, in this moment, more than 200 developments, 200 projects to do reality, all the real things that we are needing now, but we always say that we are putting our socks meanwhile we are working. Mm-hmm. That's our job, to do a reality. The future and advanced technologies that are going to be needed are needed now, but we are developing them.
Wonderful, thank you. Please.
Hello.
Hello.
Well, I am Facundo Echeverri. I am leading sustainability strategy and partnerships. So these are working together because we cannot drive our transformations alone. So we need to think openly to co-create solutions. And my job is very fun because, in fact, I am animating what we call the non-impact journey. That is our transformation compass, trying to foster the transformation of food systems, including plastics, but including all our supply chain, trying to embark farmers in this transition with low-carbon milk, for example, in an inclusive way. And also, we are in this journey to be B Corp. That is also something that we value a lot in terms of progress. And so this is my role in the organization, in Danone, that is a multi-local food company operating, I guess, everywhere.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Facundo. So I want to keep this interesting. So Anna, Facundo, I'm going to propose something to you. Some members of the audience might be thinking, given the types of companies that you represent, are you part of the problem? So what I would love is to hear from you why that might not be the case and what you are doing to change that perception worldwide. Feel free to answer, either of you.
Okay. Well, what we have is challenges in front of us as citizens. We are willing to buy affordable, nutritious food. And we want to buy these products everywhere with low carbon, not having the risk of having the end of life of our packaging reaching nature. So this is the opportunity as well. Because if we understand what we want to have, we can work with the actors that are involved in this supply chain, in this value chain, to address the problem, and also involving consumers. Because the behavioral change that we need in some aspects of this transformation is critical. So all of us, we need to be part of different transformations. It's not about one only solution. We should not shortcut the topic. We need to put all the elements together and try to unlock the solutions that are needed in each part of this challenging topic that is also being discussed at international level in an international treaty. So being part of the conversation is essential, but unlocking innovation is like the life for us. It's essential, more on top. And this is the place. The gap in between, we decided to come here to be part of this interlink between the challenge, as you said, and the solutions.
Thank you. Anna?
Yeah, well, and as Facundo has said, you know, the solution is we are part of the solution. We are not really the problem. The problem are the actual materials, our reality. Because nobody thinks about taking out the plastics. If you think that we have to take plastic out, you are going to take out your mobile? Are you going to take out your computer? Are you going to take out your car because 70% of the car is plastic? No one. That's not the problem. The problem is not the plastic. The problem is how to manage the solutions that are going to be needed, not only for the consumers in a food packaging, but of course, in all the scales and all the levels. I'm going to tell you something. Facundo has told me, I want to develop more and quick, the needs of materials that we have. The reality is that what are the main difference between digital development, that is the one we are touching every day. We believe everything is run in digital, but it's not the same in industry. Because what does it mean, industrial transformation? Means that we have plants, industrial plants, that are prepared to do the actual products. What are the future products? Yesterday we were speaking with some of you, and we were telling that the Repsol oil and gas company that you know is not the one that I'm working for. Why? Because we are not an oil and gas. We are an energy supplier with a multi-energy possibilities. Have you seen the energy is fuels? We are in fuels. But the energy is electricity. Repsol is on electricity now. But not all the electricity that work 100% renewable, or the possibilities to advance in what kind of fuels and what kind of materials. For example, to believe that our material has to be 100% renewables, recyclable, we are working on that. And how? We were speaking about advanced technologies. What does it mean? It means the technologies that are coming. I'm going to tell you why. We are, all the products are coming from the subsoil, of course, but the reality is that now the product has to be coming from waste. Sometimes my kids told me, you know, these films where you take the waste, put directly in the car, and the car starts working, something like this. Of course, Why I'm going to tell you that it for the industry is so difficult and takes time? Because we have to analyze carefully all the possible technologies that are keeping possibility to transform any waste in any kind of material, fuel, or energy. Wait one moment. But the reality is that it's going to take a transformation of the physical plants. It's going to take investment. It's going to be need after the developments with all kind of open innovation that we are doing with technical centers, with universities, with all the young and talent that we have around. But the next step is to transform investing in how our plants are new ones.
So I would really want to make sure that once we've finished with this panel, that the audience really understand the core challenges that we face when we're talking about plastic waste, but specifically packaging here. So I work as a management consultant, and I have done for more than 10 years. It's a real challenge to work with circularity. It's, you know, there's a term from cradle to grave, which I personally think is a horrible term, but from cradle meaning the beginning of the life of the product or the packaging, right up until the grave, the end, the death of it. So if we think about this entire life cycle of a product that we are trying to encourage a circular practice, could you outline the top 3 biggest challenges that you face? For example, circularity in design, circularity in use, and circularity in recycling or reuse. Try and give us the top 3 such that when the audience walks away, they have these top 3 actions top of their mind. Would you like to begin?
Okay, great. So as I was saying, it's a kind of end-to-end approach, as exactly what you are proposing in terms of discussion. All start with the golden design rules. This is about the materials we use in our packaging, trying to concentrate our efforts in materials that are recyclable in real life. Because if we don't have a market for the materials, this circularity would be theoretical, but not real. But then it's moving into the second layer that is, okay, if we don't have a collection system and all the transformers in the area where this is operating, we are not going to have the outcome that is a circular economy. And this is happening, unfortunately, in many geographies. Because we are here in Europe, we think that, oh, the collection systems is here, we pay the eco fees, and we have the bins to separate things and to sort things. But that's not the reality in the global south. We have a challenge, and we need to help this to be developed. And that's the United Nations Plastic Treaty. We need policies. So this is a big stream. It's unlocking the feedstock for the companies that need to invest in the recycling, the factual recycling. And this could be another challenge, because we have mechanical recycling now at the mainstream that is not delivering the quality of the outcome, the recycled material for all the materials that we need for food containers. And on the other side, you have the emerging chemical recycling that is potential opportunity for all of us. Repsol is working hard on that, but this is energy intense. And the carbon footprint should not be forgotten in this conversation.
Yes.
It's not only about circularity, it's about also the decarbonization of our packaging. And then you have the consumer perception, that consumers are thinking sometimes that some materials are bad just because of the lack of circularity. But when you compare the alternatives, we could go into more land use, we can go more in energy intense, even water to clean the packaging.
Yes.
That has other impacts that need to be addressed in a systemic way to have a full systemic solution for this packaging. It's not about plastic, it's about how to deliver the best, safe products to consumers in an affordable way.
So it's the footprint overall, both in terms of the materials used, but also the emissions associated. I think often there is a misconception around glass, for example, that glass is the best alternative. When we think about the emissions being used to produce and manufacture glass, they are huge. So can I turn to you quickly? If we're talking about, for example, circularity in design principles, if we talk really concretely, what is currently the most challenging issue you face when trying to design something in a circular model? When we talk about the materials that are most difficult, walk us through that.
If you are speaking about eco-design, because we are thinking that's the aim of our customers, of the value chain, of this kind of product, final product that you are touching. In this case, I think the most important is the way we can achieve the material that is going to be needed. And of course, I have to say, investment. Because yesterday we were speaking about the investment, today profit, we are speaking the same. But the reality is that to change the way and the materials that we are doing is needed, you know, for example, we are in Madrid having a head that is to have Madrid Más Plus Circular, that is a hub for the whole Madrid that we are working on that, and it's an investment. It did it for us. I mean, what you need, we are going to work and we are going to help you in the development you are doing. Sometimes the calls that we are funding are difficult to manage, and at the end the reality is that, for example, one figure I listened yesterday in the TV is that 35% of the investment, of the next generation investment, and we are not going to be able to launch it, because it's not only cost, as our previous partners said, is the way we try and we do reality these developments. I think was the other problem that we have. This is a value change, and sometimes when we prepare a group, teaming up all the value chain, having projects with all the value chain, it is a possibility. We are working in a new technology, as an example, that is chemical recycling, as Facundo has said, but it's a chemical recycling, zero emissions, but it's not going to be ready till 2028, 29. That's the reality. But the society needs it today. And we are going to have this in 2028, but Repsol start working on that in 2012. I mean, it's going to take 16 years. Yeah, is that a reality? Till it's going to be a final product to be sold, to the society. That's the point.
Yes, so it's a journey, ultimately. So look, we have 1 minute left. We have 60 seconds, and I know that's a lot of pressure, and I've been asking tough questions because I know you guys can handle them. So what I would like to ask you is, what is your largest call to action to those in the audience? Now, let's remember, some of them are consumers, some of them are entrepreneurs, some of them are working in investing, some of them are business owners and alike, especially working in corporates. So if we think about that, and we think about the notion that sometimes when we talk about sustainability, the notion that we should use less is inherent in that, but that's obviously quite challenging for your business models, the notion that we should use less and buy less. So overall, what is your number one call to action to those in the audience to advance sustainability and circularity? A small question, I know. Would you like to begin, Anna?
Well, I think for me it's clear. We would like to know every need that is in all the audience. I mean, if somebody have the possibility to share with us our developments, I believe we need to be in contact. I presume this open innovation that we are speaking about is totally neat. Events like Get in Between to find this kind of connection is key, and I think it's the way to move forward together.
Lovely. Thank you so much. And you got 20 seconds. Go, go, go.
We need to go capillary. We need to go to each part of these solutions. We should not just stay in simplistic approaches on this, and this is the place. We can go capillary with parts of these conversations that are happening here, but not only in the technical aspect, also in the commercial models that we need to crack. We were talking with Globo. This is an opportunity we explore. We talk about e-commerce. This is an opportunity to reduce and to foster reusable containers. But also we were talking about co-financing, aligning financing efforts to unlock the innovation through new models that are embedding in the model impact. So we have this opportunity here for discussions today.
Amazing. Please welcome me in giving both my panelists a hand. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Yeah,
thanks.
It was a pleasure.
Nice
Thank you so much. All right, we are nearing lunchtime. I know, I'm sure some of you are hungry. I know I am. So without further ado, I would like to welcome up another fantastic panel. It's entitled Providing a Secure Future access to clean water for all. Water is a theme we've heard in many of the presentations today. We have 3 panelists. We have Valérie Mazon, the Managing Director at Danone Communities. We have Laura Stocca, co-founder and CMO of Open Versum. And finally, we have Diego Fernandez, the co-founder and CEO of Jellyfy Iberia. Please give them a hand.
Everyone, do you hear me?
Try again now, I think.
Yes? Perfect. Now, yes. Okay, good morning to everyone. How are you? Enjoying the sessions? Okay, we will try not to give it up from our perspective.
You need some water? Maybe you need some water.
Absolutely, yes. Absolutely, yes. Well, thank you to everyone to hear us. We will cover a very important issue, for sure. Nothing to say about water is one of the thank you. Is one of the main human rights, for sure. But despite of this, we are talking about that 2 billion people don't have access to water that is not contaminated. And this is amazing, because it affects, of course, our rural activities, affect our daily basis. It's a very important issue. That's why we will try to cover as much we can in this slot and talk about it, how we can bring solutions and positive approach to this problem which is for sure a very big one. And for that we have 2 amazing panelists. Let me call you panelists. Valerie and Laura. They will cover this issue. I will try to get the best of them. So if we are okay, we can start presenting yourself, please. Each one of you is what you do, in what companies are you, and which is, of course, your vision about this thing we are commenting today.
So shall I start, Laura? Yes. Okay, so hi everybody. I'm Valérie Mazon. I am the Managing Director of Danone Communities. Danone Communities is an impact investment fund that was created by Danone back in 2007, so quite a long time ago. And I joined Danone Community because I'm a strong believer that we should leverage business mechanism to impact at scale in a sustainable way. And this is really what Danone Communities is doing. In fact, Danone Communities is investing in businesses which are being created to solve the social issues, access to safe drinking water, but also nutritious food. And what is interesting is Danone Communities is part of Danone. And why? Because Danone, in its history, has always been a pioneer in terms of business for good. I mean, back in, I think, 50 years ago, so quite a long time, the CEO of Danone did a speech calling for business to do business differently, to combine business and social within their business model. And this was really innovative at the time. Since then, Danone has created different vehicles, if I can say, in order to impact. So Ecosystem Fund, I have my friend Frédéric here working for Ecosystem. Danone Communities. Danone has committed to become B Corp, and already 74% of the business of Danone is B Corp. And Danone has even changed their status to become Entreprise à Mission. Danone's mission is really to bring health through food to as many people as possible. And behind health, water is key. I mean, water is life, water is food. I don't know, Diego, whether you know your water footprint. Do you?
No.
People tend to know their carbon footprint, but not their water footprint.
Yeah.
To produce a gin, you need 8,000 liters of water.
8,000 liters?
Yeah. To produce a T-shirt, it's 2,700 liters of water. For 300 grams of meat, it's 5,000 liters of water. So behind everything we do, there is water. And one of the main issues, as you were saying, Diego, is access to safe drinking water. 2 billion people today does not have access to safe drinking water. It means if you make those people queuing, they will go up to the moon and back to the earth. So you understand how big is the issue on one side, and you understand, the mission of Danone, which is really to impact health. So it makes sense that Danone is committed to support businesses such as yours, maybe in the future, that help to bring access to safe drinking water. And just to conclude, what we are doing, we are investing, but not only bringing finance, but also competency. And Margarita was saying it's important the way you give money, what you do with the money. It's not only money, it's also competency, access to network, which is key, in fact, for those businesses. And today, Danone Communities, it's in water, it's 14 businesses around the world, and they impact every day more than 11 million people. It means that all those businesses every day give access to safe drinking water to more than 11 million people.
Amazing figures, by the way. Thank you. Laura, please.
Yeah, happily. Can you also hear me well? I hope, yeah.
Yes.
Fantastic. So hi everyone, I'm Laura Stocco. I co-founded OpenVersum. OpenVersum is a social business on a mission to making safe water technologies accessible to all. We do this by micro-franchising, our Swiss cutting-edge technology that we've developed in our labs in Switzerland. And what we do is that we empower local entrepreneurs in LATAM with the tools and the know-how so they can assemble and sell these drinking water filters within their communities. So we're creating these water micro-businesses that are quite sustainable and can reach that last mile that we often struggle to reach. And you might be thinking maybe, yeah, there's a lot of water purification technologies already out there. There's a lot of solutions. And you would be right, it's quite a fragmented market, and there's a lot that could already be done. But still, we have these 2.2 billion people who lack access. So where are we failing? This can be due to a lot of reasons, but in large terms, we kind of fail to translate the technology that we have here to low-income settings. That is, maybe first we struggle to reach the people who need them with the technologies. There's no adequate distribution, no supply chain in place. Maybe when you reach them, you have to make them adopt the technology. Maybe culturally it's not something that they want to do. Maybe they don't know that water is an issue and that's what makes them sick, or it's maybe too expensive. And when you finally get them to adopt that solution, if you don't have a local expert on site who knows how to maintain, how to repair these technologies, then they will break and there will be no replacement. So we're kind of back to where you were before. So I'm initially an engineer from background, so I came to this field with a bit of frustration, I would say, a lot of passion, of course, but frustration seeing all of the solutions we have and the problem still being there. There's that kind of bridge that is missing. And that's when I met my co-founders who had been working on this really great drinking water filtration technology and really designed it so that it's accessible for low-income populations and can be locally produced. And then we figured, okay, how do we actually distribute it and make it sustainable, so long-term impact? And that's where we came up with the micro-franchising distribution, which is something that's been done extensively with also water kiosks. I know that, Danone, you're working also with micro-franchised water kiosks. And like that, you're creating ownership, you're ensuring a lasting impact, you have local experts in place. And my role within this is to ensure that we bridge that engineering with the social impact that it should have.
Thank you very much, Laura. I love the project. I think it's super important to do it mainstream, as a mainstream, no? As you can say. No? There's plenty, let me say plenty, or there is a lot of good technologies that are trying to target these kind of things, or solution, the water treatment and so on, but you are nailing in terms of, hey, you need to bring that to the really life, to the daily life, to the people. This is amazing. Thank you very much. If you are okay, by the way, I don't have this mail because I don't expect in any call. I don't check in my WhatsApp. It's because I have some notes to cover everything. So please. First thing is the investment part, the money. So we were talking about, and you already have set up some instruments, of course, to do it. But from your perspective, maybe Laura, and your perspective, Valerie, is how you are managing with that. So you are investing, for sure. You're investing in a very specific way, because you are trying to get some strategic returns, not only for sure financial on top. And for sure, Laura, how you are, how the investments, or the investors, or the VCs, and so on, are behavior in terms of these big issues like we're discussing right now. Maybe you can start, Valerie.
Okay. So it's true that social startup, if I can call those business like that, they need investment like any startup. The big difference is that they need patient capital. Why? Because in fact, if we look at access to safe drinking water, we are targeting low-income population. And to your point, Nana, you were saying we should not forget about those population. And targeting low-income population means that you are selling at a very low price. Yeah. Indeed, we need to meet the UN definition of affordable, which is it shouldn't exceed 3% of the household income. So you can imagine the price of the water is really low. So therefore, in order to create a revenue, you need to have huge volume to be profitable. So it takes time. So our role is really to bring patient capital, not to come only for 3 years, but maybe to come to 5, 6 years in order to give time to those startups to build the business, to grow enough volume in order to be profitable. There are other ways, in fact, also to support those businesses in terms of investment or financing. For instance, credit carbon. Those businesses are entitled to emit credit carbon. And this is a very good way, in fact, to bridge this time within when you need to raise your business. So credit carbon is also a very good way to finance those businesses. Also, you can think about having a business model more hybrid. So for instance, having a low-income product and a premium product that will cross-subsidize, in fact, the low income. So we are pushing, in fact, the business in which we invest to look at those hybrid models. So either in terms of portfolio of product or in terms of customer. For instance, it's indeed very good to sell to low-income consumer, but you can also sell to business. It's more volume, so it will help you to grow faster. And you can also look at different type of financing. You can have grants for your capex, and then equity for the rest. So we need to be innovative when we think about accessing the low-income population with water access. And this is really what we try to do at Danone Communities by leveraging, in fact, the knowledge we have with all the businesses we are supporting in order for the others to grow faster.
Yeah, you've kind of said everything I was thinking of, so it's fantastic. I mean, the way we define the business model is kind of, so we played that, when you start your business and you have no previous experience in the startup game, you think that, okay, we have to go to VC. That's the one way it works, so let's play that game. And you slowly realize, oh yeah, impact is not their priority, but we want this to stay the core of our mission. So then maybe you look into impact investing. But then you realize that maybe you have to build up a bit more traction to also convince impact investing, because until now, I wouldn't say it has been very risky capital. Yeah. So you still need funding within that range, and it's that kind of funding gap that was also discussed yesterday. And to bridge this one, then of course you would think also about grants and carbon credits and so on. So carbon credits is a fantastic way. It's a very good opportunity for business like ours. But when it comes to grants, it's also a bit tricky as a social business because you also don't fit in the not-for-profit box. So you cannot access all of the grants that exist out there from big NGOs, big entities, maybe even governments. Same with development banks. It's something that takes also a lot of time to unlock. So it's capital that you have to put in a lot of effort to get, but you'll get it maybe in 1 year. And in 1 year, a startup, your needs change drastically.
Yeah, absolutely.
So yeah, I love what you mentioned about like finding the right blend of capital, because I would say that's the main challenge that we face.
Absolutely, absolutely. In fact, I need to say that your proposition from Danone is quite unique, because I know a lot of impact investing funds, and of course they are doing very good stuff, but it's not super clear that the financial return from the strategic return. So you are really trying to push local communities and empower them and so on. This is, I think, is one of the main issues we need to target from the money perspective. So if you have it, you need to help in some way. I will jump to the second part, which is we were talking also about collaboration. We have, of course, a model here. So you are a big corporation, you are a startup. We already are familiar with the collaboration between startup and corporates. How you are living that part? So, of course, from the Danone perspective, you are, of course, targeting and you are investing in startup, giving them some time to grow and so on. How you are doing that? I think it's a good point. And you believe in the collaboration? I think so, right?
Yeah, I mean, personally, and I think as a corporate also, I mean, we cannot do, I mean, to tackle the toughest challenge in the world, I mean, we cannot do just by ourselves. We need to partner. And what is important for me when you partner is, first of all, to ensure you have the same value, the same ambition, and be complementary. Yeah. And this is, I think, the basis of any good partnership. So the way we do it, we have several ways of partnering within Danone communities. So we partner indeed with startups, not only the one in which we have invested, but also other businesses that maybe does not fit our criteria, but are interesting, and therefore we create a community of those startups, and we share learnings and failures from the other to help them to grow quicker. We partner also with other impact investment funds because we never invest on our own. We are always minority shareholders, and we like to have others impact investors with us. And sometimes we can't invest. So we say, okay, this is a great business, but for whatever reason, we will not invest. What do you think? So we are part, for example, of what we call the WASH Funder Group, which is a group of a network of foundation, impact investor, banks, and so on that really invest in WASH, and we collaborate all together in order to grow the investment in the sector. And recently, Danone has also investing in a new fund, which is called the Water Access Acceleration Fund, which is managed by Incofin. And it's a very interesting fund because for those of you who were here yesterday, we were talking about blended finance. And this is a blended finance fund. Yeah. So it means that around the table, you have a corporate, but you have DFI, so Bank of Development. So we have the American Bank of Development, we have the Norway Bank of Development, we have the Danish Bank of Development, we have financial institution and foundation, and all together, I mean, we have managed to raise, for the moment, is 36 million euro, but the objective is to go up to 70 million euro to invest solely in water access, safe drinking water access. Nice. And it's because we are all together from different angles that we managed to raise this type of money. So really, it's with partners that we can do something and we can impact.
Excellent model of collaboration, by the way.
Yeah.
Excellent. What about you, Laura?
Yeah, I think from maybe a water entrepreneur point of view, I've realized over the past year that there's really a huge network of smaller water entrepreneurs across the globe who work along the entire water management chain. You know, because when we talk about safe water, we're talking about water at the point of consumption, but the water came from somewhere, and then maybe this place was polluted by latrines that were not sealed properly. So maybe you need a wastewater treatment. And so you actually have a lot of technologies that would need to be put together to ensure a sustainable and holistic solution to the water crisis. And finding a way to connect all of these dots, all of these kind of local solutions that could be scaled up together would be, to me, the solution in a way. Now it's very hard, of course, to implement such collaboration at such scale, which is where I think that models like the micro-franchising model that we're talking about can become key, because that micro-franchise, you know, you start with one product, but then you've created that framework, which means, I could remove this product and put another one.
Nice.
And you're creating all of these opportunities and possibilities to actually bring technologies in those emerging markets where they're actually needed. So yeah, collaboration should be everywhere. Also then, of course, locally, if we want to reach communities, we have to collaborate with the community. Yeah. You have to gain the trust. You have to make sure that you understand what they need. That's a big mistake that a lot of engineers do. For example, we create that super cool tech that is actually not needed.
Absolutely.
So yeah, collaboration at all levels, definitely.
And this last part, I think, give it to us to the third point, which is the local impact, local communities. So you are talking about communities, you are enabling the communities to create the product and do local stuff, local impact. How you are doing that in more detail, please?
Yeah. So the idea was really that we don't want to just come and give a product and then they depend on us in a way to make it sustainable. So the idea was first we thought, okay, let's make it produced locally. So we also create new livelihoods and such. And then we thought, actually, people are seeking new income opportunities because in a lot of low-income settings, jobs are quite unstable, income is not guaranteed all the time. So people are very entrepreneurial. They seek out these new opportunities. So we figured, let's tap into this and let's turn people into local water experts. So that's kind of the idea. We give them all of the tools and the know-how about water quality, how to assemble the filters, marketing tools. We have a digital platform to kind of enable them to also track their sales, know where they have to go back to check if a filter is all right or not. They have all of the tools that they need to really reach basically their neighbors, actually, and the communities around them.
Perfect.
And so that's really the way we empower these entrepreneurs. Something that we also want to focus a lot on is to empower women entrepreneurs mostly. It's all about financial empowerment because in a lot of households, like 4 out of 5 households, in such settings, women are responsible of water management. So if first you provide them with safe water, you free up their time, then that means they can also seek out new income opportunities, and that means they are empowered. And when you give any water management information to women in a community, you go back 1 week after, the whole community knows about how to safely manage water.
True, absolutely.
So,
yes. Thank you, Laura. Valerie, you have a lot of seconds to finish your approach on that. So.
Are you sure you want to meet? Maybe I will, if I have a few seconds, conclude more on the SDG 6, which is the one on water. To achieve the target, we would need to multiply by 4 the rate in rural area of access to safe drinking water, by 10 in developing countries. So we are far away from reaching the target. However, I strongly believe that, as I was saying, collaboration, there are lots of startups, there are impact investors, there are bank of development. There are all the ingredients to really make things happen. And we have no choice to make it happen, because it's now or never. So I call, for whole water passionates to gather, to work together, to find solutions to give access to safe drinking water.
Thank you very much. I think we are on time. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our panelists. Thank you. So we are nearing lunchtime. Do not worry. What have we heard in this last panel? That is the question I always like to ask myself. So innovation is key. I think we all understand that. Microfinancing and micro-franchising is an interesting model that the entrepreneurs in the room can consider when exploring financing mechanisms. Blended finance is a term I heard, which I love. That's involving different types of actors and groups around the table when you're looking at water innovation. And I really love the stat that we heard, and we may have missed towards the end there, but actually if we are to achieve the SDG related to water, we actually need to increase the rate of water access for rural communities by 4 times. By 4 times. That's pretty exponential. So I would like to welcome the next panel we have. We have 3 wonderful speakers, and we're moving now from water to food. There is a theme, lunch is coming, don't you worry. So, it's entitled The Crucial Role of Food Systems, the Keys to Nourish Our Society. So please join me in welcoming Juan Carlos Garavito, the co-founder and managing director of Moxey Foods, Facundo Echeverri, SVP of Sustainability Strategy and Partnerships at Danone, and Beatriz Yacoste, director of KM0 Food Innovation Hub. Please give them a hand.
Well, good morning. It's a pleasure to be with you today to speak about food systems and food, which is a topic we all really love. And I'm joined for this wonderful discussion with two people that are devoting their lives to changing the world also through food. So it's really an honor to be with you. So first, to set the table, I'd like to share with the audience some facts that will awaken some thoughts around why food is one of the most relevant and impactful industries that will shape the future world. So first of all, I want to say these data is not very optimistic. We are losing 70% of biodiversity. This does not only affect soil health, it also affects our own health. We are using 70% of fresh water for food production. We are deforestating all the topsoil, so we are losing 50% of topsoil. As I said, our health is really being affected, and we have to remember that our food industry was created to feed and nourish people, but it is becoming one of the first causes of deaths because of these diet poor conditions. So as I said, this is not a very optimistic way to set the table, but I think it serves as a good baseline to see what can be done from here on. So I'd like to introduce my co-panelists. First, Facundo Echeverri. He is the SVP of Sustainability Strategy at Danone, which needs no introduction, but is a very influential company. And from his role, I would like to hear what he and his company is doing to revert this tragic trend that we are set up towards. And also with us, Juan Carlos Garavito. He is the co-founder of Moxey Foods, which is a very exciting CPG company that is devoting its efforts to bean-to-bar strategies. So my first question for both of you is what you and your companies are doing to revert this trend. We can start with Juan Carlos.
First of all, thank you very much. It's like been a pleasure to be here sitting. Imagine, I'm like an entrepreneur just like sitting beside like a big company as Danone is, no? And yes, as you mentioned, there is a lot of challenges in this world related with food. I was like working in a big companies before, and we and our like partners in this business, we decided to do something different, no? Something that that could have like a purpose behind the business. We started this business, the Moxey Food business, because of all of the facts that you were like saying before about biodiversity, what is happening with the water, and we saw an opportunity to be producing food, starting with chocolate, no? Chocolate in Colombia. In Colombia, why in Colombia? I'm a Colombian guy. I was like living in many like countries, like working in a different corporate like business. But we decided just to start like in the bean-to-bar like world, like this new sector, this new wave that was like created at the beginning of 2000 in the US, just like trying to create a quality of chocolates. Quality of chocolates controlling the whole production since the beginning, no? Since with the cocoa farmers, just like with the people who doesn't know like how to produce chocolate, they have a lot of like processes behind the production of a chocolate, like with the fermentation and everything. And we saw an opportunity for being like creating this company in Colombia, just like giving the opportunity for the cocoa farmers to have a better life. It's like really important, just like to put like a grain of sand in this world. And we saw an opportunity to create and to maintain the biodiversity in Colombia, like starting like with chocolate, as I mentioned, because our like vision is just to be a food company. In Colombia, just to let you know, people that maybe don't know, in Colombia, we were like suffering a lot for the violence. And in the site that we are like producing the chocolate, were like regions that were like suffering a lot for the violence, and they were like producing the cocoa leaves, no, for the cocaine. Yes. And in this moment, the government are like putting a lot of efforts just to like move from this illicit sector to the licit ones. And one of the sector that the government select was the cocoa sector, no? And they are like, we have a really quality of good cocoa like Ecuador and Venezuela, and we saw an opportunity. We were like visiting the different regions, and in this moment we are like working with these like communities just to help them, no? And producing a good quality of cocoa, of chocolates, no? And in this, and related with your question is like, it's really important just to see, like, for a small company as Moshe is, with a big dreams, yes, that is also important. It's like we are like trying to see how can we change the model, no? Like creating value for the whole value chain since the people who are cultivating the cocoa, like the trees, but also with the people who are like shipping our products to Europe, because what we wanted to connect is the last customer, like our clients, with the first part of these value chains. That's what is really important, just to like think that we create this business with a purpose behind. And that is like really important for new business, for new like entrepreneurs, just to have an idea that even that the facts that you were like saying before, there is hope, no? And we need just to move the different actions that the companies are doing, not only the big ones, also the small ones, in that direction. It's important.
Absolutely, and what you are doing is so relevant because 70% of food insecure people are actually farmers, which is very absurd. So thank you and congratulations
to maintain the biodiversity. Many people don't know that Colombia is the second most biodiversity country in the world. Imagine. This is really important, and 40% of the country is Amazonian part. Imagine. It's like quite big, and the people doesn't know that. And I think that's why it's important just to also to create this mentality and this like mindset for people that if they want to consume chocolate, they need to pay more. No? That's like really important if you want to like create a better life for the people who are like putting their hearts in when they are like cultivating this novel product as cocoa is.
I'd like to jump in to ask Facundo, how do we scale this impact? Because this project is beautiful and very impactful in that region, but the facts are tremendous and have no borders. So how does Danone do this?
Thanks. Indeed, the opportunity we have in front of us is to change the narrative into multi-local approach. Because biodiversity, by definition, is happening everywhere in different ecosystems that we need to understand, and we need to coexist with them in the way we operate in the food sector. I love the immersion that we are having with the science-based target for nature, because it's helping companies to gain perspective and to address all the topics and not to reduce to carbon the conversation. So we are one of the 17 companies worldwide who decided to join this pilot in the science-based target for nature to address in a structural way the full assessment of our supply chain, understanding the impacts on water, on biodiversity, on forest, land use, obviously climate. And this is enlightening, because through that we can activate our supply chain procurement guys, deciding from where we source, identifying the opportunities to mitigate, to regenerate in some ecosystems that are based here. Also, we assess our impacts through the social perspective that is as important. We have learned through the last 13 years in the ecosystem fund that we have created with the aim to tackle the most vulnerable parts of our supply chain. We have projects in several countries in regenerative agriculture, but thinking in this model through the social, environmental, and economic dimensions. We should not reduce the conversation to the environmental side, because if we forget the human aspects of the food production, as you were mentioning, the access to food, the other dimension is that is embarking the farmers into a new model that is meaningful for them, because they could help us. They are essential to do the transition toward a model that is integrating this aspect into the way we deliver. It's the new generation of farmers that needs to be inclusive from our companies. That's the reason why we have, I don't know, in Egypt, the project that we have developed for milk sourcing, 9,000 farmers. 8,000 are women, but they have 2 cows per woman. So the scale is not enough to have a proper livelihood. But this part of the income of the household, there is a demographic aspect in the conversation we are having. The water aspect, we are not going to have milk production in Morocco if we don't solve in some regions the access to water. So we need to tackle the interlinked adaptation. They need to think differently the milk production, but also to tackle methane emissions. More than half of our footprint in carbon footprint is linked to agriculture, but half of that is methane emissions. And we are the first company who decided to align our effort with the global methane pledge to reduce 30% our methane emission by 2030. And we don't know all the technological solutions yet, but we need to give signals where we want to go to unlock collaboration. And this is the call to action for this kind of forums. We are part of the global methane hub discussions where we have all the intersection between philanthropies, governments, and companies trying to unlock solutions, not for now, only for now and the future, to accelerate this transition. So different elements in the same question that you place. It's a multidimensional challenge with multidimensional, multi-local solutions, putting in the center this new generation of farmers that are going to be more essential than us as food companies to drive the change.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So you mentioned the social impact, environmental, and also economic. I think actually the economic impact is now going to be an opportunity for us as we are now bearing this rise of cost in energy, raw materials, etc. Now companies are more aware to become more sustainable also from an economic standpoint, right? So I don't know how your companies are working with this, but for example, in what relates to food waste was such an inefficiency for the food industry. Of course, it generates emissions. Of course, it's absurd because there are people that go hungry and people that are wasting food. But at the same time, it's crazy for companies to be throwing away 1/3 of everything they produce. We do not see this in any other industry. So now that raw materials are so expensive, I see companies incentivized to also reduce their sustainability footprint, right? So how are you seeing any changes in how companies are behaving towards sustainability in these days?
Okay, I think it's like a really important question. As I give you an example of how an entrepreneur, like this is a new company, we launched this project like 6 months ago, but we create this company with a purpose behind, no? To be sustainable. And of course, it's like difficult to be sustainable at the beginning, no? But what we decide is just to be in a different 3 levels. The first level, like related with social, like with the farmers, yes, that you mentioned, is like really important. At the heart of our business is the farmers, no? The cocoa, like farmers. And in that case, we see that we need just some measures, like saying, for example, our cocoa cannot come from like the forest lands in Colombia. Second, we cannot have cocoas coming from like some places where they have like this kid slavery, no? You know that they are having a lot of problems in Africa with the kid slavery in some places. But it's not only in terms of the social activities, it's also with the environmental too. We are like trying to produce with recycled like materials. It's difficult for us, but we know that if we want to move in that direction, we need to start like doing something. As a second, like also with our customers and our clients, we are like producing quality cocoa that is good for your health. You know that the cacao is one of the superfoods, and we are like producing these chocolates with more than 70% of cocoa. That is also good for our clients too. That is also important. But of course, like we are a new company, and what we are like seeing is like we need to jump to the next step. What is the next step? For example, I don't know. We see that an opportunity for one of our products are coming from the Amazonian region in Colombia. And we are like supporting one institution that calls like Amazonia Emprende, who are like creating the biggest nursery in Colombia, because the main problem in the Amazonian regions are the seeds. There are not enough seeds for the local like trees. And that's why we are like supporting this, and they are like helping us just to create this like sustainability activities in our company. And I think something that is like really important is like people are talking about only like reforestation, and it's like restoration is like the word that we need just to use, because it's not only to plant the trees, it's also including the communities. This is really important. And this is like what this institution is doing. That's why it's really important for companies, even that they are small or big ones, no? Because of course they have more resources than us. But just to have in mind that we can create a better world for the people, for the next generation. And we need just to be working in that side. Of course, it's difficult, but also I think that the consumers and the clients are evaluating this like in a really high percentage when they are like buying our products. That's why it's really important, and it's an advice not only for the big companies, but also for the small ones, no? To be moving in that way, because we need, and it's also our duty, because we are quite lucky people sitting here. We are only 1% of the population that can afford to be sitting here, and there are like a lot of people who are like suffering in the world, and we need just to create a better world for the rest. That's why for my advice is just like, not only for big companies that are like doing a really good job as Danone is doing, that also the small one, just like creating this like new waves of doing business, because we need to impact the world in a different way.
Food waste. In fact, it's something unacceptable to have waste in life. We should not waste anything, no? But when we think about food waste, we need to understand that there are different levels. In the supply chain, we have the primary waste. That is something that we need to solve it through more innovation in what we do with the production from the farms. But we have also the waste that is a result of bad perceptions about food, lack of education, worries about the consumers, commercial circulation. And that's the reason why we have started several years ago working with the retailers. And this is a typical example of the opportunity for cooperation. And through this partnership with the retailers, we have unlocked part of the solution. But then we discovered that the consumers were wasting a lot of food at home. In the yogurt part, just changing the concept from expiration to best before, we have done a great job saving food. And that was in partnership with suppliers, with obviously the retailers, and with Too Good To Go and the food banks. And Too Good To Go is an entity that I recommend you to follow because they are very creative and innovative in the way they are trying to educate consumers. And they develop with us a behavioral change campaign, educating on the sensorial aspects for food. Okay, so instead of throwing to the bin, first test. You can see the product appearance, you can smell, and you can taste. And if it's okay, it's okay. And that's good. If it was in your fridge, take it. It's not waste. And that is a big step in terms of food waste. But then the other part is the social dimension. If there is food there, it's protein. We have said that there is a need for food in the world. So let's connect with the social system. And there is innovation here. We have seen one of the companies here that is doing technological solutions to connect the dots in the supply chain. And that is great as well. And the food banks are reaching the base of the pyramid, the vulnerable populations in their several communities. We have a global partnership with the Global Food Banking Network, and we are learning a lot from them because they are coming to us saying, oh, we have needs here. We have a problem in terms of cold chain to save food. And we tackle that together. So it's about collaboration across the value chain, but also project innovation, and also understanding what is needed to avoid the waste, and not just stating that we are missing the solutions, as sometimes happen in many international conferences.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Something important to keep on moving forward is to know where we are going or where we want to go. And what I see is that there is a lack of consensus on what that good future should look like. So I'm very interested in hearing your views on what that good future looks like for you and for your companies, and what do you think needs to happen for us to arrive to that good future?
I think it's like something that you were like mentioning when you were like speaking, and I think we need just to like train the people, no, how to consume. And I think it's something that we are like doing in our company too. Like with chocolate, you don't need to consume a lot of chocolate. You need just to be responsible with the consumption too. And again, it's really important just to like try to create this culture with not only into the company as with our employees, but also with our clients and with the whole people. Just like saying that it's really important just to create this like mindset of being like thinking that we can just like do something for the world. Because if you are like with the facts that you were like saying at the beginning, we can impact that numbers. And I think in that case, we need just to be like working all together. And this kind of events that are like connecting the dots between investors, like the entrepreneurs, like big companies, are like doing a really good job. And for sure, like for the different people like who are like meeting here, new investors, big company, they are gonna create a better future, be a better future for them, for the business, and for the world too.
So I think your question is key, because if we imagine the future, we can unlock the future through innovation now. And we believe in the future of food, low carbon by design, nature positive, water resilient, social inclusive. All these dimensions should be attached to food. It's not just food. But we need to have all in mind that we want to offer affordable, nutritious food. We don't want to be in the game of cheap calories. It's not about delivering something that is not helping health, because we need to take care of health and environment and people in the center. And if we imagine this, I think we can create new business models. We can create new ways of reaching the consumers. Maybe food should be part of a service with adapted nutrition. We could think about food in terms of a lifelong journey when you have different needs in different stages and you can be trained on how to eat in a better way. We need to empower kids, the new generations that you are working in the foundation. No? How we are going to equip them to be the protagonists of how we feed the future in the generations to come.
So we lost our time, but we enjoyed your very important points and specific insights as to what we can do. So I'm more optimistic than how we started. And thank you very much for sharing with us all your knowledge. Thank you. Big applause.
I'll take my chocolate.
Thank you so much to our three panelists there. That was fascinating. So as always, I'm going to recap. What have we heard? I heard a shocking statistic that 1/3 of all of the food that is produced is thrown away. 1/3. It's pretty horrific when you think about both the value of food overall, the existence of poverty and hungry people in the world, but also the emissions, the waste, the water, and other materials that go into the creation of these products to begin with. So what else did we hear? Methane emissions, cows, very challenging, a large minority of food-related emissions, especially when we are talking about meat consumption. And I think we mustn't forget the ecological footprint when we are talking about the sustainability of food. And I like the talk of moving from exploration to best before. I am a big fan of the smell test when it comes to food and trusting our instincts, our animalistic, our primal instincts when it comes to whether food is dodgy or acceptable. So on that note, we're going to change things up a little bit. We're going to have another panel, but now we're actually going to be talking about sustainable cities. So it's entitled SDG, the Sustainable Development Goals, Collaboration and Technology Towards More Sustainable Cities. I'd like to welcome two panelists here. We have Andy Loring, the founding partner at Lumo Labs, and Nick Holden, the head of digital experience at the United Nations Development Programme. You're shaking your head.
Does not matter. Let me introduce ourselves.
Goodness me,
Please
introduce yourself.
Eric, come on
I think we've like adjusted the agenda a little bit, but nonetheless, please introduce yourselves. Let's give them a hand, and off we go.
Thank you very much.
No
we'll see you in
worries.
a moment. And so, a little favor I'm going to ask you. We wanted a new point of view. So, how do you get a new point of view? Can I ask you, please? Can you just stand up for a second? All of you, please. Just a moment. Just stretch your hands a little bit. And just turn around. A new point of view. Okay, sorry, British humor here, a little joke here, but that's how it goes. That's myself there. Delighted to be here, absolutely delighted. Please, Eric.
Where are you going to sit?
I'll sit here, you can sit there. So we heard, I love Danone, not just because they're a B Corp, so I'm obviously fitting into that, but they're alimentando el cambio. So he didn't mention it, I will mention it. And they do this in Valencia. Alimentando el cambio means feeding the change. It's not just food, it's changing mindset in Valencia. Earlier on, we heard Valencia wanted to be net zero. My God, a city that has the ambition to be net zero. Now, let's ask the expert, how can we do that? So why did we invite Eric, or why did the organization invite Eric? So here is the only person that I know that can connect AI, sustainability, and analytics. I wish I could do that. So that's a great kudos. He's also the first person to create at the World Bank a well-being program. So really, many, many years ago, that what really happened. My favorite bits, go and look at his LinkedIn, scientist. At last, we have a scientist who's going to tell the truth about what is happening, what is going on. First question for you, Eric, is sustainability, right? We're all talking about sustainability. By the way, kudos to all of you that are here instead of being outside on the sunshine by the sea. Amazing to be sustainably here. Thank you. What does sustainability really mean to you as a scientist?
Yeah, good question, Daniel. Thank you for having me. Thank you to the Gap in Between. There are really two levels to that question, right? So when you're at a cocktail party and someone says, "What do you do?" Right? You might say I do something in sustainability, right? And this is kind of like a blanket thing that says, I'm doing something with the environment, I'm doing something with communities, community health. I'm working outside the boundaries of classic financial economics. That's really, what it means. But then we also use the term as if we kind of want a little more meaning to it, right? So you want to be able to ask the question, is that business sustainable? Is that city sustainable? Is our country sustainable? Is the planet sustainable? Right now, you want a little more going on. And so the classic definition that I grew up with at the World Bank was you're sustainable if the total capital value that's produced as a result of your activity is more than what you started with at the beginning. So now that kind of says it's okay if you make a little money, so long as the value of the natural capital is at least as good, or the value of social capital is at least as good. So that's kind of an early way of saying if you had positive impact, or if your negative impact wasn't too great. And that sort of sounds like we're in the right ballpark, talking about impact. But the historic way of phrasing it is still in terms of money. So literally saying, what is the financial value of that natural capital? What was it before? What was it later? So maybe we said, well, we cut down a few trees, and we maybe lost a little natural capital. We harvested a few fish, but we built a building, and we hired some teachers, and we have smarter kids, so we have more human capital than we had before, and net, we're kind of coming out a little better. But it gets a little complicated, because if that's the only way you look at what sits outside of the economy, you can get trapped into this whole notion of pricing. I mean, if you really want to have a lot of value for your forest, maybe you cut down every tree but one, because the last tree is going to be worth a fortune. And that, on money, it kind of works out, but that doesn't quite feel right, So there's another way of looking at it, which I think is the only way we really can, and implicitly we're starting to think that way, certainly in carbon and in some other things. And that isn't to translate our impacts into financial terms, but to keep them in real terms. And then to ask ourselves the question, hey, what is the health of the environment? What is my impact on local water supply? What is my impact on soil quality? What is my impact on air quality? What is my impact on the resident population who live within 3 kilometers of my factory? That has nothing to do with money. That has to do with human mental health, human physical health. That has to do with water health, air health, and so forth. And I think that's a better way to look at it, and it gives us a better handle on what the real thing is. And so now the question of sustainability now comes down to, how much am I changing the well-being of the ecosystem and of the human communities by virtue of my economic activities, and is that a problem?
And that's exactly because the next question, because we're in cities, so the next question is how this interconnection happens with the cities. So climate change. I live in Madrid, very beautiful, but we had the biggest rainstorm in 160 years. Right now it's kind of warm for the end of October, so that's the evidence that climate change is coming to cities. But what are cities doing to actually counteract this? What
Yeah.
are you sensing? What are you seeing about this?
So cities, of course, are being impacted in just all kinds of ways, right? So it's not just the huge rain, it's the droughts. I mean, you're going from one to the other. You've got the huge heat. For the first time ever, I typically am residing on the East Coast of the United States, and I work a lot in the West, and it's always been, well, at least we don't have wildfires in the East. This year, starting in May, you couldn't breathe the air on the East Coast. Some of you may have seen New York pictures of what it was like, and just unbreathable because 10 million hectares of land were burning in Canada. That's a lot of land, and the fires are just coming down. So anyway, it's complete chaos. Now,
That's encouraging. That's encouraging. That's good news.
Yeah.
So,
Well, it's reality, man. So the interesting thing is that cities cover everything. So while cities are basically on the front line of climate change, why? Because cities need to build buildings that can withstand. I live mostly in Boston, Cambridge. We're right on the water, and it floods all the time. It's almost like Amsterdam now. It's crazy. And so, yes, cities have got a need to build infrastructure that is more climate resilient, whether that's against heat or against the rains or the floods or whatever it is. But the interesting thing is, in that requirement, which sounds rather daunting, just about everything that's going on that needs to be changed is happening in a city. Cities cover the whole, you can look at the whole planet, minus parts of Antarctica, minus parts of the oceans, but terrestrially, most of the action is happening in somebody's municipality. It's not like cities are only covering a few places. So cities actually have a huge power for change once they start to take stock of what's going on within their borders. So there's a couple ways to do that. So one is first get a handle on who's doing what in your city. What are all the businesses? You should have a map, right, of your city, and I want to know what's residential, and then you can have a simple classes, right? Low income, high density, the very fancy houses, there's that. And there's businesses. What kind of businesses? I want to know. This is actually, if we fast forward a little bit, the whole world of ESG and sustainable reporting cannot really occur at the corporate level. It can be reported, but it starts at the facility. The facilities are what are taking water out of the watershed. Facilities are hiring people. Facilities are producing things. A company is a collection of facilities. Facilities are located someplace. So in whatever city you're in, you can figure out what facilities are there. It could be a complex facility that's got 3 owners. That's okay. But physically, that facility is in a city. So we want to know what facilities are there. What actual production is happening? Because now cities, there's both their own owned capital, right? The city bus system, the city metro system, the city buildings, right? So the cities can be more responsible for their own performance, but also for the performance of the organizations that are physically located within their boundaries. That's starting to happen, right? But that's a huge, if every city did that, right, we could solve a lot of problems.
And can I ask you to really get practical?
Yeah.
If you think of indicators that
Yeah.
cities should measure, what should be really measured to really have the progress that we need? Because
Absolutely,
there's nothing
yeah.
like a visibility. We are here, we want to go there. Okay, measure. Are we progressing or not? What would indicate
So
us?
just like companies exist in different sectors, and every sector has its own profile, let's just talk carbon, right? The carbon emissions profile of someone who does manufacturing is very different than someone who basically sits in an office. So there are different profiles. And in the same ways you can look at a company, even a brand, has its whole value chain, right? And the brand itself, ASICS itself, may not be responsible for a whole lot of carbon emissions, but their value chain that they depend on is. And so by being in charge of, by being responsible for your value chain, you start to think about all the things you need to do. Likewise for cities. Cities have different footprints. Some cities are very manufacturing oriented. Some are very office oriented. Some have lots of open space. Some are agricultural. So there's many different flavors of cities. So step one is get your profile. What are we, right? What is that? That comes from understanding the organizations, right? How is the land in my city being used? What is happening with it? Secondly, what should be happening? Not necessarily what businesses should be in my city, but for every kind of business, the question is, how should that, if we just talk carbon for a minute, what should the carbon profile of that kind of business be? if that business were operating at best in class, what would its carbon profile be? So if the facilities within a city reported their carbon emissions to the city authorities, and the city authorities knew what the fair targets should be for that kind of business, they could come back and say, hey, you've got some real impact risk. You're emitting 1 million tons of carbon more per year than your competitors. What's up with that? We're going to start charging a service fee. If you're behind your fair target, you're going to pay us. But if you can get ahead of it, we'll pay you. It's not a tax. It's a way to incentivize companies to improve their performance and a way to reward ones who already are. So there are different ways of motivating and cajoling, but absolutely that can...
And that carrot and stick, I think I would go with that because it's just so many times tax, pay, but incentives, right? So that really shows a way forward with this metric that you mentioned. Now we're surrounded by entrepreneurs. So what's a message for entrepreneurs? How can entrepreneurs in the city interact and do more together?
Oh.
What have you seen that works?
Yeah,
What's
so there's a lot. So there's shared use, right? There's a couple different categories of entrepreneurship. So we've all seen shared use. Right now I'm seeing shared use even for cars. I think...
Here we are.
Yeah, I mean, we got that, like the Airbnb of cars is now happening, right? So then there's also, I think, a huge opportunity to repurpose offices for the future. COVID has completely changed the demand for office space. And offices now, as we also go from decarbonizing to dematerializing, we've kind of figured out that it's great to see your colleagues every week. I don't need to see them every day. It's not really critical. So right now we seem to have two choices. One choice is I own or lease office space that's all for me. The other choice is I go co-working. But if you have 20 or 30 or 40 or 50 people, co-working is not really the option, right? But why not have every Friday, right? Why not think about repurposing some of the office space, and then some of it basically gets used more intensively by businesses, and the rest, guess what? We need housing. We desperately need, but it's much better to repurpose old office space and do some refurnishing than to build even more housing. So there's a lot of things that we do on shared use. You know, reuse, of course, you know, is becoming big. I'm seeing, I mean, some of the fancy shops now, like I do a lot of work in Montana, is actually shops that make things from things. So my partner, she loves her earrings, you know, is made from, I don't even know what it's made from, but it's good stuff. And there's a whole cottage industry of doing that, right? Another one is informing. So like, say, for example, in other words, information startups. So for example, the only way we can really figure out impact, and we didn't really jump into that, is to understand the current state of the ecosystem and community stakeholders outside of the market whose well-being has been altered by the activities of an organization. And so we really need a better understanding of what's our baseline. What's our baseline for the ecosystem and for the community, and then to actually connect that to companies and to actually sell them what their impact is on their surroundings. And that can be done locally. You can do that town by town. There's a number of startups that repackage nationally collected data. But I've done a lot of this, so I can talk about it. There's a lot more work to have the full picture. There's a lot of local data that all of the big national information sellers don't have access to. And that's something that you really have to understand the local market.
So I think the data for good message, I think, is a very strong one from an analytical person. And I think at the end of the day, you know, the movement of the B Corps is people using business as a force for good, beautiful, but we are citizens of these cities. So the call for action for me would be, how can we be people using cities as a force for good? I think he gave you lots of tips of how to move forward. I look forward to our individual action and collective actions because our cities need definitely to improve very fast. Thank you very much.
All right.
To Daniel, I'm trying to give them new names and titles. How incredibly rude of me. Keep the same jobs. Keep doing what you're doing, please. So luckily, that was a similar theme about the sustainability of cities. I think the notion that cities can be a force for good is something that we don't always think about, right? I work in the corporate sector. I often talk about the role of corporations because of their magnitude and their power as being a force for good. We think of governments in that respect. We think of local communities, but actually cities, it isn't often something that we think about when we think about them being a force for good. But actually, when you think about even where we are today and how vulnerable we are to the impacts of climate change within a city, it is absolutely vital for us to view ourselves not just as individual citizens, but also as cities as a force for good. So thank you very much. I would like to welcome someone who I may have mentioned already. That is Andy Lerling, the founding partner at Lumo Labs, and Nick Holden, the head of digital experience at the United Nations Development Programme. The presentation is SDGs, Collaboration and Technology Towards More Sustainable Cities. Please join me in giving them a hand.
Andy, let's go. Thank you. Is the mic on? Yes. I'd love to, before we sit down and talk, I'd just love to know, how's your energy doing? Are you like a one, barely conscious, kind of asleep? Or are you like had 10 coffees and you're bouncing out of your chair? How's your energy? Give me a rating with your hands. 8. Nice. 1. Oh.
I see a 20.
A 20. Okay, awesome. Wait, at the back. Okay, good. The energy's not too low. Also, come forward if you want to so we can see you a little better. Great, okay. This is an important conversation because the Sustainable Development Goals are really important for everyone in this room and indeed everybody on this planet. So we hope you enjoy our conversation. Andy, should we get started?
Yeah.
You want to stand?
Let's do
Should
it.
we sit?
Yeah, we can sit. We need half an hour.
I'm going to sit, but don't lower your energy. We try to keep it up. Let's go.
Yeah.
Andy, hi. Nice to meet you. But tell me about yourself. Who's Andy?
Well, you know my name, Andy Lunning, and I'm the founding partner of Lumo Labs. And Lumo Labs is a VC fund, multi-stage, pre-seed, seed, Series A. So we do really the first tickets in startups. And we invest in UN SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. 4 of them, because we are only 100 million fund, so we cannot do all 17 of them. But we made a selection of health and well-being, because in the end, it's about well-being, and you need to be healthy. We do live in cities, a lot of us, so sustainable cities is one of the SDGs. Quality education, because quality education is very important for awareness around health and well-being and being inclusive. And climate action, that's the 4th SDG. And for us, that is a focus on climate tech in and for the urbanized environments, because more and more people are living in cities. Yes, that's our environment. And we use emerging and disruptive and deep tech technologies, focus on software, because that's very fast and very scalable. And we need to have a high pace to reach all the goals. So it's AI. We are in the Netherlands the largest AI investor in the early stage, but also blockchain, Internet of Things, VR, AR for the education a lot, and also digital security, because more and more transactions and ID go through the internet. We better make sure that we know that it's really you and that it's really that contract. So we do mainly invest in startups and scale-ups. We do that in Europe, according to the European standards, with a primary focus on the Benelux, Germany, but also Nordics, Baltics, and also Spain. That's why also the reason why I'm here. But enough about me. It's also about you. So maybe you can introduce yourself also to the public.
Okay, so hi everybody, I'm Nick. I indeed work for the United Nations Development Programme, ONU in Spanish, or PNUD. We're a really big organization. We have 20,000 people, and we're only a piece of the UN. There's many other UN organizations. But specifically, I work in the digital team, so in the Chief Digital Office. And our mission is to use technology to help accelerate the UN's work towards the Sustainable Development Goals. Within that team, I have a little, I like to think we're like a startup inside the UN, and we build digital solutions for the SDGs, for our work. So we're building a carbon trading platform built on blockchain so that the carbon trading between countries can be truly transparent, for example. We've also built, platforms, apps. We're working a lot with AI at the moment to build AI tools. So I'm with you in the sense of feeling like a startup, but also working for the UN, very, very large organization. So,
okay.
Yeah.
You really should talk to Dagmar. She's in there. She's my colleague, and she is responsible for climate and also for blockchain. So that the carbon, you should talk.
Yeah, and if anybody has any, we should have conversations after.
Feel free to reach out to us. Yeah.
Great.
Maybe going back to the United SDGs, because I think a lot of us are aware that they exist, but can you maybe explain a bit what's the role of the Sustainable Development Goals?
Sure. So they were developed in 2015. There are 17 goals, and they cover everything about life on this planet and how we engage with each other. And they're really, the aim is really to increase peace and prosperity for everybody on the planet. And that, of course, means looking after the planet. Otherwise, none of us are going to have peace or prosperity. So that's what they're there for. Just to be, let me read you a statistic, because, this wouldn't be fun without some statistics. We are, unfortunately, only 15% on track for the Sustainable Development Goals. And then the goal is for 2030, right? Which is not too far away. So we're only 15% of the way there. And Andy had a great point earlier. If Europe alone were to get to 100% of the Sustainable Development Goals, that would still only contribute to 8% of the goals. So this really is a global mission. It's all of humanity. We have to think like a global community to reach the Sustainable Development Goals.
Yeah. And I really believe that of course, it's the United Nations who have set the goals. And as an individual, we all have to contribute to it, but we have to, as you said, collaborate. I think cities are playing a very important role because that's the organized citizens. Though I also believe there is quite some challenges and barriers. Do you agree? And can you maybe give a few that you see, and I can add to that?
To reaching goals, yeah, for sure. So let's be clear, first of all. So I'd like to say that we've done a report. We believe that with the Sustainable Development Goals, at least 70% of them could benefit from digital and technology, as in we could really accelerate the progress if we use technology. So let's not miss that opportunity.
Yeah. And that's actually why we chose to invest in those topics.
There you go. There you go. Some of the challenges are that, especially in smart cities, there's quite a lot of short-termism, short-term thinking. So it's difficult. We work with governments all over the world, but if you think of yourself for a moment as a politician, you only have 3 years, maybe 4 years in office. So you're looking for quick wins. You're looking for things you can do to deliver value to your people, to your country, but you're really only thinking your term because that's the only period you have to make impact. Whereas with the Sustainable Development Goals, we really need to be thinking longer term than that and investing more into the future. So I think that's a key challenge.
And then I also believe it's not city per city, but it's really important that Valencia is working with Madrid and Barcelona.
You got it.
And have the network effect from city to city. I do believe that cities are easier to work with than countries, because then you have a lot of more politics involved. So I think cities are a key. And that's also
cities are a bit like a startup within the country, right?
Yeah, I would say, and that's also yes, I talk to the ministers in the Netherlands, but my major focus is talking on city level and trying to bring in the startups collaborating in an early stage with the cities on their budgets and on their challenges. And from an investment perspective, for us, I would say that the SDGs are also helping because they are a framework for us also. And we use them as performance indicators for our startups, but also for us as a fund. How far are we? How good are we performing towards that? and we are only a small fund, so we cannot reach that 70%. But I was in New York at the United Nations in June, and they will have a focus. Well, I have to say, because you're them. You are the United Nations here today. You recognize that AI is very important to have that scalability.
Yeah, can I mention one thing with technology? You can imagine that if Valencia develops a very powerful solution, or one of your startups develops a great solution, probably someone's trying to solve a similar problem somewhere else in the world. And humanity, if we continue to work in silos, each solving problems at the local level, it's just not going to go fast enough. So scale is really important. So wherever possible, where we can develop solutions and scale them to other cities, scale them to other countries, and not, as we say in English, reinvent the wheel every time, this will help us all go faster. So let's pass on our learnings, pass on our solutions, and go global and think global.
And Nick, adding to that in the question, how important do you think are startups in this achievement, trying to achieve
Super important, super important.
Can you elaborate maybe a bit on that?
Well, I mean, so governments are large and can move slowly. The UN is very large and it can be difficult for us to move very quickly. Startups are essential. You're the test bed for innovation. You're where you are close to the problems and developing the solutions. So we have a program, it's called Digital X. And what we do is we find startup solutions that are working on the SDGs somehow, one of the solutions, and then we scale them, help them scale to many, many countries, because often the solutions that startups develop are more innovative, more agile, and using emerging technology. So it's a great way for the UN to have impact at a global level by partnering with startups. So for me, startups are essential.
Okay. What I notice in bringing startups to city councils is that you have all the paperwork and you need to fill in 3 annual financial statements, and the company's only like 1 year old, having a good idea. So I think off stage we should talk how we can improve that startups can actually work with the city council and with governmental organizations.
Yes.
Because now you see that often they don't have to work with the big corporates. And of course we're talking about cities, but it's also about the planet and humanitarian help.
It is.
I really do see also that technology can play a big part there. What are your thoughts on that?
Oh, it's essential. So as I mentioned, with the SDGs, we think 70% of them would improve with digital. But let me issue a little bit of a warning. I mean, we often think of technology as the thing that can save us, and I've talked like that today, but technology is kind of, as Andy would say, neutral. And it can be used for harm or good. And often it's complicated. So a solution might do some good and some harm. So we believe absolutely in the power of technology, but we are working really hard to help governments, startups, UN organizations to think through the potential harm and the good, and think 3 or 4 consequences forward before implementing any solution. So keeping that in mind.
Yeah, and to add, I'm totally in favor of justice and peace, but this is a metaphor from the war. How I see startups, they are the scouts, and they gonna, with small money and in high pace, gonna look what's happening in the world, what are the trends, how can we react to it, where the corporates and the governments are more the big battleships, and before they can turn around, it takes ages, and the scouts are very agile. And we cannot have it that the big corporates or the governments are going down, so to lose a few scouts is not that bad. I cannot say that, and we hope, of course, that they will all survive. But if I'm always, and I look at trends, that you see, okay, this is the area where the startups are all failing. And if that's the area where the startups manage to survive, the battleships better go that way, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So that's really what I really love. Would you be able to give some examples? Because it's good to talk about metaphors, etc., but it's so much more fun to talk about use cases.
Yes.
Can you mention a few? I have a wonderful one in a minute, but I'll
Yes,
let you
please.
go first.
There's a couple that I wanted to share. So we're working with a startup that was an X Prize winner. They're called Zap Malaria. And what they do is, so far in the countries that they've worked, they've reduced malaria by 50 to 60%. They use AI to detect the water that needs to be treated, to help governments target specific water sources. So they waste less, it takes way less time, and it's much cheaper and incredibly effective. So here's an example of a problem that mostly affects people in poorer countries, where startups and technology, AI, are really tangibly making a huge difference. So we've partnered with them. We have a pilot right now running in Djibouti to roll out Zap Malaria there. The other one that I want to share quickly that's really exciting is Jumia. Jumia, also kind of known as the Amazon of Africa, is a startup that basically connected informal street vendor markets. And their question was, how might we turn this massive street vendor market into kind of like the world's largest e-commerce warehouse or market? And so now they've been doing very, very well. The mission really is to connect the world's poorest people with the opportunities online, in particular e-commerce. So these are very, very powerful problems to solve, and we're here as the UN to jump in and support startups that are working on these kind of problems. Andy, you had an example you wanted to share.
Yeah, I have one example because it involves Valencia most likely. What we do as Lumo is help our startups. I have my gray hair, I have some network, I had my exit, and we help build consortia around European Union Horizon calls. So far we won two, one on the autonomous drones, urban air mobility. How does the future look like in the cities with drones? The do's and the don'ts. But the other one which I want to mention is that we recently, with one of our portfolio companies, won the Cityverse call.
Cityverse.
The Cityverse call of Europe. And that means that the European Union is bringing a big amount of like 9 numbers to cities to build digital twins of the city. And that's not only to build the digital twin as a fun factor, but the digital twins make that you can extract data. And that data can be used for digital transformation, but also for circular urban development. So how to make the city greener. And next year, Valencia is the green capital of Europe.
There we go.
And Valencia is also, I learned yesterday, aiming to be the game hub of Europe.
Gaming.
Then imagine the digital twin and games, and you can really bring the virtual world and the real world together in Valencia. So I'm now working with the city council to get them on board for the Cityverse, and that hopefully in 2 years when we come back, we here have a virtual element and we can give appreciation points, and with that appreciation points, which we deserved in the game, we can buy a bread at the bakery. Those kind of things.
Cool.
We are working on. I see our time is almost running up.
Yes.
So, what are things to do, and what are calls for actions that you want to give to the public?
I mean, I would say if you've got a solution that can help to do with people and planet, people or planet, please reach out. The UN, we're everywhere, obviously, and would love to partner and help you to scale and have positive impact. A tangible place you could go for that is to check out Digital X, so the word digital, the letter X, .undp.org. That's our catalog. Maybe there's some solutions there you want to see, or maybe you'd like to join the catalog. And also for those of you a little bit thinking about how to build your solutions in a way that's very positive and human rights based and going to have not going to have negative impacts, check out the principles for digital development. Those are global, the UN uses them. The principles for digital development are guidelines on how to make digital solutions that are human rights based and designed to do good and very cautious about creating any harm.
Okay.
Otherwise, please don't stop. Be the change. Be the change.
Yeah, and we are here, Dagmar, maybe you can raise your hand quickly. So we are here to scout. We currently, as I said, are in the race of our 100 million successor fund. We aim to invest 10 million of that in first tickets in Spain. And Spain for us is then mainly based on the technology we do, Barcelona, maybe a bit of Madrid, but more Valencia and Malaga. So if you're a startup in the sphere where we are investing in, feel free to reach out. If you are an investor, we only want to do this as co-investment with local investors. Sorry for that. So feel free to reach out. So startups, investors, and we are also fundraising. So if you're an LP and you have enough money or if you work for a family office, feel free, because we are happy to make your money into a green positive impact.
Right, and we'll need to collaborate. Let's collaborate. I think that's the takeaway message. We should all be working together on this, or it's not going to work.
And on trust, based on trust.
Yes.
That's what we need.
Yes.
Yeah. I think our time is up, because I see somebody looking at me like, stop talking. Thank you.
Thanks, Andy.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you to both Andy and to Nick. There are some really tangible actions there. I really love it. I love specificity. I love when they get really, really specific about what they are looking for today. So if you're an entrepreneur, if you're an impact investor and alike, reach out to them and their colleagues who put their hand up in the audience there. That is the whole reason why we're here today, right? Is to meet face to face. Otherwise, we can do this kind of thing online. So what did we hear? Well, I mean, I agree, technology is neutral at best. It can be a force for good, but it can equally be a force for harm. AI is just one example of that. It's about the diversity of the data set that you are using and not the purpose of the technology overall. It is a neutral at best tool to use when promoting sustainability. I'm really nervous to hear that we're only on track to achieve 15% of the SDGs. I think the SDGs are an excellent framework, especially if you're a smaller organization looking to understand how you can play a role in a sustainable and equitable transition, and if you're a large organization looking to really hone in on what your core focus areas are in the context of sustainability and ESG. I know I work a fair amount within climate change mitigation and adaptation, and I know we should be decarbonizing at a rate that is 12 times faster than we currently are if we are to meet the Paris Agreement goals. So lots of sad-sounding statistics, but also lots of core calls to action that we can take. So we are nearing lunchtime. I'm seeing faces that are hungry and tired. I know you have had a lot of information. So we are getting there, I promise, and I see some smiles when I say that, so that's always good. All right. So talking about energy and talking about tech, the next presentation I'd like to welcome is entitled Energy and Tech for Good. So we have three amazing panelists. There is Sebastian Kind, founder and CEO of RELP. Alberto Torril Castro is manager of Europe the power sector at Breakthrough Energy. And finally, Bianca Dragomir, director of Clean Tech for Iberia. Please give them a hand. Thank you so much.
¿Cómo nos colocamos? Ahí, aquí y aquí.
Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. Indeed, it's the time before lunch, so we need a little bit of energy. We're going to bring a bit of energy and tech into the debate. And I guess we all agree here that we live a green metamorphosis globally as we speak. You mentioned before, indeed, we need a rate of decarbonization 12 times faster than the one that we currently have. We need to triple our renewable energy power globally by 2030. So definitely a big challenge before us, but also we have clean technologies. We have the tech that we need actually in order to do this transition. We also need much more speed, we need much more scalability, and we need much more simplicity in leading this transition. So I'm very delighted to be able to talk together with Sebastian Kind and with Alberto Toril. I would say two persons that have energy and energy tech in their DNA, I would say, through the work that you're leading at both RALP and Breakthrough Energy. So I would like to start by asking you, what do you think that in this race around the clock that we are in speeding up energy and energy tech globally, what do you think that we need at the moment to reach that clean tech scalability, the so much needed clean tech scalability fast? Maybe just 1 to 3 main points, and we break the ice, and then we continue with the debate. Maybe whoever you want. Alberto.
Yeah, if I may. Well, thank you very much, Bianca. It's a pleasure to be in this lovely place today. Who can really complain not having the sun and the sea nearby and being accompanied by such a good panel colleagues. Yeah, from our standpoint, Breakthrough Energy is the foundation was started by Bill Gates in 2015, trying to have this angle of, what are the technologies that we need to scale up, to be able to tap into these, let's say, hard-to-abate sectors, where there is not a clear guidance or a clear solution yet, on how we can help them to scale fast, as you were saying, And there are 3 main elements that we are bringing into this equation. One, for sure, apart from the technology, is the capital. We need, to make these technologies bankable, therefore they can scale. But as well, there is a very important role of policies as a second tier, or I would say at the same level, that need to recognize and some sort of value, the market superpowers that these technologies bring. But at the same time, the third element to me is partnerships. No one can do this alone, and the heavy lifting has to be bare among several stakeholders, I might say. So these 3 things.
Thank you, Sebastian.
Thank you very much. Really, it's a pleasure to be here. Extremely honor. I think there are a couple of things here interesting to mention. The first is that, of course, we need innovation, we need new technologies, we need to bring a lot of things in the space that we understand will make an impact in the sense of the scalability. But for me, what we have to understand is that the world is, of course, only one, and the developed world will be sooner than later decarbonized. But this is not going to be the same in the developing world, which is the same house we live in. So for this, the key for me to understand is how to bring technology and how to bring long-term infrastructure projects, like clean energy projects, into a complex investment environment, as more than half of the entire world suffers and is in today. So in this context, financial innovation, I think, is the key. And what I'm saying, financial innovation means any way to bring capital, because the world is full of capital. The point is how to really catch the attention of the investors around the world to deploy the resources in complex investment environments. If we do not do any effort, as in my opinion is going on or almost today, what's going to happen is that only Africa in a couple of decades will double its population, and Africa people will burn whatever to feed their people, their children, as we would do it. So to avoid that, and in order, of course, not to keep on burning fossil fuels, we need to bring innovation for long-term infrastructure projects to be really the
Yes.
Bring innovation. Okay, thank you. To bring innovation in the financial space, I think, is one of the best we can do.
Lovely. So how are you leading this, specifically taking innovation to emerging countries in energy from RALP? What concretely are you doing in order to make this happen? It's a huge challenge. I would say it's a daunting challenge, right? So that humanity can avoid a climate disaster. We need to enact change in emerging countries. What are you doing concretely?
Yeah, well, first to mention is that RALP is inspired in a successful case that we have implemented in my home country, in Argentina. As you may know, is one of the most complex investment environments in the world to deploy long-term infrastructure capital. Renewables is a live story about how to structure long-term. And what I'm saying long-term means that whatever kind of PPA contract, like power purchase agreement contract, that you think would be 20 years or 15 or 20 or 25 years, means in most of Western Hemisphere democracies, 4 to 6 administrations. So it's not that we don't know who's going to come after Biden in the States, it's that we don't know who's going to come after the one after 5 times. That nobody has to change and nobody has to touch the rules and the contracts that you sign in advance to your investment, multi-million-dollar investment in large. We have a problem with the mic anyway. So in that sense, what is clear is how to shield clean energy program.
Maybe we can get another mic.
I can speak loud anyway, but
Yeah, I think, yeah.
if I start speaking loud when
No,
it works, it's gonna be
now
like.
it works, and it's so interesting. So I'm sure everybody wants to hear what you have to say. Let's continue.
The thing here is long-term infrastructure capital in complex investment, complex investment. Thank you very much. Hola, 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 hola. Hola, hola, hola.
Yes.
Okay. So in order to deploy capital in long-term infrastructure in complex places, what we need to understand is what are the main risks associated with the country or the market in which we act, to shield the program, the clean energy, the renewable energy program out of the risk, out of the country risk as much as we can, by bringing AAA guarantees to backstop the obligation of the sovereign government and to backstop the obligation of the off-taker that will be ultimately the one that will pay for the long term, for the long run in the 15, 20, 25 years, and to put that program shielded in the international capital market for investors to feel really confidence and to foster that confidence in the investment community to bring to the complex market. And let's say by allowing capital to flow to those complex markets. So at RELP, we are inspiring what we have done in Argentina. That was basically exactly what I'm saying. So we shielded the program, the renewable energy program, out of the Argentinian risk. That was a huge challenge. And we put it in the international capital market. So in a couple of years, we have interesting results. We brought more than $8 billion into the economy. The country has now is peaking in the range of 32% of the whole electricity sector with wind and solar from scratch, from zero in a couple of years. We brought prices down by a factor of 7, so from the $300 megawatt hour into the $50 range, comparable with the prices that we can face in Europe or in the States, in other markets, in a market that clearly is not secured by the financial stability as you may face here in Europe. So the message here is that it's absolutely possible. We can shield a clean energy program out of the risk. We can put it into the international capital market for the capital to flow. What we need is to collaborate. We need international cooperation. We need to bring AAA MDBs. We need to bring innovation. And the capital is there. Private capital is there.
Lovely. That's certainly making a dent in the green transition, to be honest. And I'm keen to know also from Breakthrough Energy perspective, which, as you know, it was founded by Bill Gates in 2015 to deploy innovations that will lead the world to net zero emissions. So basically funding wild ideas in clean energy, right? Which also are related to a lot of risk. So how are you making a dent from Breakthrough Energy, Alberto?
Yep, sure. No, but first of all, I wanted to hold a second, and think about the magnitude of what Sebastian and his team accomplished, during that moment in Argentina. $8 billion invested there. That's astonishing. It's a huge shift in how the narrative of country is being built, and therefore, it's incredible. So, zooming out, I'm paraphrasing one of the leaders that I had the chance to admire, who once said, emissions doesn't have a passport. That's the reality, right? And zooming out, and seeing what's the role. We are seeing in different, regions and different economies, the innovation solutions are different in terms of deploying clean energy, right? We are talking about innovation in the way that we finance and in the capital market. We are talking about, in our case, about clean tech innovation, which is pretty much related to risk too, So depending on the countries where we are talking, or depending on the regions of the world, no, we have different solutions that we need to deploy in order to be able to reduce emission fast. In some cases, mature technologies that need from infrastructure innovation, that is the case, and that's key to be able to reduce the country risk, the financial risk, and deploy them. In other economies, where we have the luxury of already having renewables, and I will not say unstable economy because nothing is stable nowadays, no, but we are talking about having that luxury of talking about technologies that are not mature nowadays, that can complement the huge increase of solar power and wind and hydro generation, but they are needed to tap into other challenges that we will have up front that we are not considering now, or we are starting to consider, which is manufacturing emissions, transportation emissions, the buildings emissions, all the elements that are interchained and connected, and we need to de-risk this. The way we do it is that we go into that scope of technologies that no one is investing nowadays, and they are not bankable, therefore, and we try to work around the 3Ds, what we call, which is discovery, development, and deployment. The way we work in the discovery phase is that we look for researchers with innovative ideas that can at least reduce in the future 1% of the global CO2 emissions, and that means half a gigaton worldwide, very ambitious, and we provide them with philanthropic funding to be able to bring these ideas from lab to market, right? And that's the first that we accomplish. Secondly, to chain to that, we have a venture fund program that we invest, we already invest in around 120 companies in 5 sectors, and we try to dissect the technologies that are needed in the power sector, again, transportation, the buildings, agriculture, but as well the manufacturing. And we try to provide with patient capital. We have the angle, we wait until 10 years, to be able to see how the market matures. So therefore, we are allowing as well other investors with a different profile risk to come into the equation too, and we try to accompany them, through the development phase. But as well, when we come to the deployment phase, and these first-of-a-kind projects, we are now having the hype with the hydrogen projects, but the reality is that most of them are not still bankable, and you need solution not only in the capex part, but as well in the offtake, the way that do financial on transfer the risk of this project. No? So we have a third element, which is trying to bring grants and soft equity to the equation that pretty much can couple with venture debt and quasi-equity product from development banks. For example, in Europe, we have an agreement with the European Investment Bank, which is helping as well to put or to match the funding we are putting here. So we are helping to reduce what we call the green premium, which is the overcost of these technologies when they come to market, and therefore we try to push the scalability, the standardization, and therefore making these solutions a reality, or let's say a lever of change, not to the way that we do things today. And I think it's totally a change to what we are as well aiming in emerging economies, because the way that we are getting these technologies affordable, is the way that the world or the capital market will really able to embrace and to deploy them.
I think just to complement and to celebrate what Breakthrough is doing, I think is key. We need to understand that there are a lot of risks associated with different things, not only technology, but market risk, country risk, and technology risk. And in the case of Breakthrough, they are getting into a space in which not really many organizations want to be, which is to afford the risk of certain things, and this is key. In our case, we have big foundations in the back that are supporting our efforts, so we are fully funded by philanthropy, and in that sense, philanthropy is key, and blended finance is key as well to understand how to deploy capital in this huge problem that we are facing, which is climate change. And I think, and I celebrate this, again, I think that more and more I would say every week, every month, we see new actors, important, big, impactful actors that are coming to the space, and this is key, and so something I think we all have to celebrate.
Yes, certainly so, and we are in the 21st century philanthropy. This needed to happen already, so it's good to see that things are moving forward. At the same time, only 30% of the philanthropy globally goes to climate change-related issues, so we need to speed up that. That's a huge gap, right? And if we look at Europe, only a fraction of European foundations are actually incorporating climate in their portfolios. So
we will change it.
We will change that, and this is, I think, that something by your example, we can lead this. This is a trend. And because you mentioned philanthropy, because you mentioned money and capital, indeed leveraging capital for this transition is key, right? Investment is paramount. I would like to ask both of you, what do you think is missing from the investment landscape at the moment? If or if the instruments that we have now in order to deploy this type of infrastructure are fit for purpose, and what is the gap, what is missing?
But I go short, and then thank you. In the access to the market, I think that what still is missing is the understanding, the real understanding first, that the climate change is not a problem in one place that will not affect the other. Although we always heard that yes, we live in the same house and all these kind of things, that of course we have it, but we don't have it really incorporated in our being. And I think that once we really incorporate that in our being, that will be a completely different story. That's the first. The second is, I would say, a generational thing. So new generations in family offices, new generations in philanthropy, new generations in different organizations, in MDBs, in DFIs, will really change the thing, because new people, young people come with a different mindset and chip, but the point is that we need to speed it up right now. We can't wait until this happens in 20 years. So what is missing is to bring the family to climate and climate to the family, to really understand that the problem we have is today and it's not something that will happen in the future. So we need to bring them. This is what is really missing. Once we can do that, not everything will be resolved, but most of.
Thank you. Alberto.
I cannot agree more. Someone said this morning, that doing good is a good business. No, we cannot agree more as well with that angle. Yeah, I think the philanthropic angle can somehow bring a spark into this equation. I mean, there is a lot that has to be done, and when we are talking about varying risks, we can leverage and help with that risk transfer. We always have that idea that risk will not go away, but it's a matter of how we allocate the risk, and therefore each part can take on their own duties. No, yesterday actually the European Commission announced the first guidance on clean tech development, and where they're saying that for the 6 main technologies that will be foreseen to be deployed in the next 7 years, up to 2030, there is an expected amount of investment that goes up to 98 billion euros, more or less. From that, I mean, they were saying that the public sector will be covering 15, 20 million, more or less. That is expected as well that the private sector, venture funds, equity, but as well debt, will be coming in the way of 25, more or less. So there is a gap still of 49, 50 something billions to be covered there. In order to be able to do that, there are many angles, not only the pure, money coming through, but, we were talking about guarantees, and how we can as well, through public guarantees, leverage the risk. But there is the, sovereignty fund, and there is this angle of like how we can, the public sector help on bearing this first risk coming through. We totally agree that it's the private muscle that, need to really take this on the long run. But there is an angle from the public sector, but as well the philanthropic side of things that can help on coordinating how to bring the spark into a flame later on.
Certainly, and we were talking yesterday in one of the sessions before the start of this event, actually there was a panel about blended finance, so bringing all these types of funding together so that we can actually make a dent in what matters for all of us. But I'm really keen in knowing your experience. How can we, especially Sebastian, how can we really motivate more the philanthropists to actually join this debate and with action, right, in the climate space?
Yeah,
what can we do more to speed up?
That's interesting. It's challenging, I would say, because they're not two philanthropies equal. So each philanthropy has its own approach to the case, and we have to celebrate anyway that they are open to discuss how to be their support and their help. But the challenge, I think, is in our hands, that we are in the field working with the problems and with the restrictions in the access to the capital, in the access to the market. I think that by showing the power of guarantees is one of the things in our field to deploy capital in complex markets, something that it is really useful to present. And the way we present it always is by mentioning the experience and what we have done in the past. which was the real challenge at the very beginning when I took office in the government of my country. That was a real challenge, to convince those philanthropists and MDBs that by doing different things, we're going to reach different results. But the point was at that time that we didn't have that experience before. And this is innovation. This is the concept behind innovation. I mean, nobody can realize that. I mean, even yesterday we were discussing at the dinner that before the cell phone comes to our hands, who might really understand that everyone will have a cell phone in just a couple of decades after. So in this case, it's pretty much the same. By bringing innovation, but by showing the real change makers that by bringing innovation, we can really change the things is the way. And we have a lot of things to show, And we are doing, but we need more. So to really speed it up, we need to join forces to show the real and good examples around.
Certainly. And I would like to ask both of you, maybe just looking towards the future now, what do you think are the three main technology trends related to energy? I know that you both look at innovation, because of course innovation looks different when we talk about countries where you work, Sebastian, like the Philippines or like Pakistan, with their degree of complexity, and on your end, you are a manager for Europe, so direct to energy power sector. So please, what is your view on the three main things that for sure will be, let's say, top-notch in energy in this decade, let's say?
Can I as well
Please.
add something to what you were commenting, that as well there is a clear, and pretty much linked to that, there is a clear element now that the energy policies or the energy sector is pretty much linked to the industrial sector, and therefore this technology is going through, as well open up, a plethora of sustainable jobs and value in the long term, which is what really need to be captured and capitalized, So for us, electricity is the main driver of economies in the next coming years, and therefore you are seeing that how electricity is expanding to not only the power sector, but as well industry and mobility. But I will say that, and I will stop it.
No, like a friend of mine says that the future of the energy is electric and the future of electricity is renewable. And within renewable energy and renewable sources, there are a couple of, or I would say, two main channels. One is the conventional, which is still a lot of the conventional things to be done in developing countries and developing markets, which is if we can put away, Europe, the States, Canada, Japan, Australia, pretty much the rest of the world is still underdeveloped, and everything is to be done there. And today, the technology we have today in our hands, wind, solar, are the most convenient sources of energy if we can deploy them in the long run. So the secret, or it's not a secret, but the challenge to really make them compete with traditional sources is to deploy them in the long run. So deploy them in 20 years. If we can't do that, that means that if we are an investor, $200 million in a wind farm in a complex market, you will sit down with the president and you will say, okay, I need my payback in 4 years, because you're going to be in power hopefully for years. So that means that after that, you're going to have a cow giving you milk for another 16 years. But who's paying that premium for the first 4 years? Poor people. So it's true that it's really expensive to be poor. And the reason why is true in terms of energy is that it's really complex to structure long-term in complex markets. So we need to do it somehow to really solve this problem and to bring capital for the long run and not for the short run.
Well, I'm sure that having you two in this journey is going to certainly create a change. You're certainly great change makers, and you've inspired me. So I do trust that also the public feels that. I think that one of the overarching idea is that for this energy transition, and in order to scale up this tech for good, we need to orchestrate this ecosystem, all these levers of change. And I'm very proud also that the organization that I lead, the Clean Tech for Iberia, that connects investors with innovators to raise their voice in the public debate in order to scale up the clean technologies, those that have the greatest impact for the energy transition, is also happening here in Iberia, so Spain and Portugal. So look forward to continuing this conversation and with you, but also with whoever wants to join this debate from the public. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Now we have the hardcore audience left, those who are trooping on until the end. So I just want to give a round of applause to you as well. You are here, you are present, you are listening. So thank you so much. Energy is a passion area of mine. I've had the pleasure of working with Vestas, who basically pioneered the wind energy sector, and with Schneider Electric, who are a front runner when it comes to energy efficiency. And I think it's also a core area because even when we're speaking to children, you can explain what renewable electricity is. They can see the sun, they can feel the wind, they can see tidal, they can see waves. And so I think it's a really symbolic area of decarbonization because it's one we all understand. However, there are challenges, even when we talk about indirect challenges. For example, electric vehicles, we want to expand the deployment of them, but actually the sustainability of your vehicle relies upon the energy mix in your grid, right? Your electric car is only as sustainable as the energy it is running on, and if your grid is predominantly produced using fossil fuels, that is going to be a challenge. So, you will be happy to hear that this is the penultimate, this is the second to last presentation, and then you can go outside, eat food, get some vitamin D, and enjoy yourself. So thank you very much for staying on. You won't have to listen to my voice for very much longer either, so that's always a bonus. Here I'd like to welcome another panel, the penultimate panel, and this one's going to be in Spanish. So remember the application that I mentioned earlier, Interprify. It's free, you can download it, that will give you some assistance. It's entitled Impacta Plus, towards a more diverse, more accessible, and more inclusive social entrepreneurship ecosystem. Now, this panel is run by Ashoka. So I'm going to welcome 5 fantastic panelists to the stage. Susanna Bacobo, co-founder, CFO, and CEO, how on earth are you all 3 things, of Bacobo Kids Village. Silvia Serrada Jimenez, director of Sahab Foundation. Georges Belinga, founder and CEO of Coop SF34. Mariana Martinez Alfaro, specialist in social innovation, citizen innovation laboratories, and citizen participation. And last but not least, Irena Milero, Director General of Ashoka Spain and Portugal. Give them a round of applause. Thank you so much. Woo-hoo.
Gracias. Bueno, gracias por estar aquí. Sé que ha sido una mañana larga, pero este panel os va a traer una energía renovada. Hablamos mucho, ¿no?, del ecosistema de impacto social, del emprendimiento social, pero uno de los grandes retos que tiene este ecosistema es ser más diverso y más inclusivo. Y tenemos aquí a unas personas fantásticas que en media horita nos van a ayudar y a dar algunas recomendaciones de cómo hacer esto y cómo hacerlo bien. Como tenemos poquito tiempo, en vez de presentarlas yo, se van a presentar en este vídeo.
Soy Susana Bocobo, cofundadora de Bocobo Kids Village, un ecosistema creado para que niños y niñas desarrollen su autoestima y curiosidad a través de cuentos de la tradición oral africana. Soy doctora en Derecho con un posgrado en Finanzas, profesora titular de universidad y he ocupado diversos cargos de relevancia tanto en el sector público como en el privado y en organismos internacionales. Actualmente estoy comprometida con cambiar la narrativa de los afrodescendientes para garantizar un futuro justo y plural.
Soy Silvia Serrada Jiménez, directora de Sahab Foundation, un proyecto que reúne una trayectoria creativa en la escena, los medios de comunicación y la pedagogía, y que está especialmente sensibilizado por revivificar la conexión entre las palabras y sus contenidos en la memoria de nuestro legado común morisco y su influencia hasta el día de hoy.
Mi nombre es Georges Belinga, soy coordinador del espacio COP SF34, vivero y coworking a la africana, situado en el barrio de San Francisco, en Bilbao. Desde hace más de 8 años nos dedicamos al emprendimiento comunitario, especialmente con personas de origen subsahariano, con personas de origen migrante, así como personas en riesgo de exclusión.
Hola, mi nombre es Mariana Martínez Alfaro y tengo más de 10 años de experiencia trabajando en temáticas de innovación social y participación ciudadana. También de manera transversal desarrollo competencias que tienen que ver directamente con las temáticas de perspectiva de género, Agenda 2030, economía circular y también muy de cerca el emprendimiento social.
Bueno, algunas voces no se han oído bien en el vídeo, pero se van a escuchar perfectamente en directo. Vamos a hablar primero con Susana Bocobo. Susana, me gustaría saber qué es para ti la diversidad y cómo la pones en práctica tú en Bocobo Kids, en tu emprendimiento.
Bien, primero, buenos días y muchísimas gracias por estar aquí. Me haces una pregunta que es muy interesante y voy a contestarla a través de 2 anécdotas. La primera de ellas ocurrió hace un par de meses. Yo lo que voy regularmente a determinadas reuniones de emprendedores y nos reunimos con inversores, emprendedores, proveedores, etc. Y en una de estas reuniones se me acerca una persona, Maisun, que anda por aquí, y me dice, ¿te das cuenta que somos las únicas diversas? Había como 100 y pico personas. Y la otra anécdota es, pues me pasó precisamente ayer, hablando con Genoveva de Novaterra. Ella viene de Londres. ¿Qué pasa? Que en Londres te puedes encontrar absolutamente de todo. Todos los colores, todas las etnias, todas las culturas y todo normalizado, absolutamente normalizado. ¿Qué quiero decir con esto? La diversidad es un hecho y es así y es lo que tenemos en la calle. El problema está en cómo integramos o cómo incorporamos esa diversidad en ciertos espacios empresariales, corporativos, en fundaciones, etcétera, etcétera. Y ahí es donde está el problema fundamental. Y la diversidad va unida a la integración. ¿Qué pasa? Son 2 palabras que yo particularmente intento evitar porque suponen, primero, un otros y yo, y un otros que entren en mi espacio porque yo lo hago fantásticamente bien. Entonces, y además eso se perpetúa, ¿no? O se pretende perpetuar vamos a ser diversos, vamos a ser integradores, vamos a ser cool, que es lo que toca. Bien, dicho esto, ¿qué es lo que hacemos en Bocobo Kids o qué es lo que hacemos en Bocobo Kids Village, que es mi empresa? No tenemos en cuenta la diversidad, sino todo aquel que viene y está de acuerdo y alineado con el proyecto que estamos haciendo. Casualmente, las personas que están alineadas, pues somos un equipo pequeño de 10, pero hay personas la más joven tiene 27 años, 2 niños, la más mayor soy yo, que no voy a decir mi edad. Y luego hay personas de África, de Europa, de Asia, de Estados Unidos. Y lo más importante es cómo nos organizamos para que todos y cada uno de nosotros y nosotras podamos aportar al proyecto. Nos organizamos en círculo y los círculos significan que no hay jerarquías. Claro, cuando no hay jerarquías, ¿qué supone? Implica que todo va más despacio, pero todo es mucho más enriquecedor. Efectivamente, cuando se piensa en la diversidad y en la inclusión, se han hecho estudios que dicen, no, es que económicamente es una ventaja competitiva para las empresas. Claro, estamos pensando siempre en estas maneras economicistas de medir toda la sociedad, pero yo lo que abogo es para que hagamos el esfuerzo todos de no pensar en nosotros y ellos, sino pensar en el proyecto y en esa globalidad real que además no es nada difícil de conseguir si queremos conseguirlo. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Susana. Sí, señor. Fuerte aplauso. George, tú dedicas gran parte de tu vida a crear o a trabajar con comunidades diversas de emprendedores sociales. Cuéntanos un poquito más.
Bueno, gracias por la pregunta. Bueno, yo empecé hace unos 10 años en el barrio San Francisco, en Bilbao, para aquellos que conozcáis Bilbao. Está en el norte de España, capital del mundo. Pues bueno, Bilbao tiene una área que son 2 calles, que es el área como el más diverso, ¿no? Donde hay más población africana, latina, y ese barrio queda como un poco como excluido de lo que es el centro de la ciudad, ¿no? Entonces, hace años yo tendría ahí una tienda de segunda mano y mucha gente me venía a pedir trabajo, básicamente, ¿no? Y les preguntabas por su currículum y veías que tenían en sus currículums, y básicamente muchos tenían cursos oficiales que eran muy similares, pero en términos de habilidades había habilidades muy diferentes, ¿no? Pero no encontraban un espacio donde poder trabajar, ¿no? Entonces lo que empezamos a hacer fue un espacio de coworking. Un coworking y un vivero, que en su día titulamos un coworking a la africana, porque en lugar de ser un coworking en el cual, como puede ser aquí, tienes mesas, sillas, ordenadores, etcétera, pues es un espacio abierto en el cual puede haber todo tipo de actividades. Puede haber desde una persona haciendo boxeo, a una persona haciendo gimnasia, a alguien haciendo teatro o danza, ¿no? Entonces ese fue nuestro primer espacio de coworking, que iniciamos como hace 7 años. Es muy importante para nosotros la creación de esa comunidad, porque cuando hay esa mirada, como decías anteriormente, de nosotros versus los otros, parece que la comunidad de los otros siempre está creada y la nuestra por crear, pero es diferente, ¿no? Digamos, cuando tú ves, supongo que en Valencia también habrá un barrio que es donde se junte toda la inmigración, tú te das cuenta que en los espacios inmigrantes la gente no está junta, sino que la gente se mueve también en sus pequeñas, nuevamente, comunidades, ¿no? Para nosotros el principal reto era cómo generamos una comunidad del resto de comunidades, ¿no? Y así empezamos. Empezamos con este proceso hace 7 años, ahora hay más de 30 emprendedores en este espacio. Se nos quedaba un poco corto porque esto era un poco más o menos como las habilidades que las personas que habían venido migrando tenían, ¿no? Pero ¿qué pasaba con los hijos de personas migrantes? No solo migrantes africanos y latinos, sino también migrantes del interior de España, ¿no? Que quizás tienen algunas dificultades, otros intereses, y decidimos crear un segundo espacio de coworking, en este caso se llamaba Camanga, y este tiene que ver con lo digital. Entonces era como cómo acercamos a la gente joven a hacer comunidad, y decidimos que la manera de hacer comunidad para la gente joven era generar un espacio comunitario en el que atraíamos a los chavales a partir de quiero ser youtuber, quiero ser instagramer, quiero ser influencer en general. Entonces era generar un espacio donde darles las herramientas para que ellos pudieran generar sus propios contenidos, ¿no? Eso ha resultado en un grupo de 10 chavales que empiezan a generar contenidos y a conocerse entre sí en un espacio diferente. Vista la experiencia que tenemos aquí ya en España, una de las grandes retos es llevar algo que pensamos que es exitoso y llevarlo a otros lugares, ¿no? En este caso yo soy de origen camerunés y siempre me he preguntado el por qué no poder llevar cosas buenas que hacemos aquí y llevar las cosas a mi país de origen, ¿no? Y entonces empezamos primero con un proyecto que se llamaba Life Container, ¿no? Otro espacio de coworking, pero en este caso rural. En este caso trabajábamos en la producción de cacao en un área remota de Camerún y con el mismo proceso, la necesidad de la generación de una comunidad, ¿no? Si en los 2 primeros años hemos trabajado mucho por la productividad de ese cacao y por la sostenibilidad de ese cacao, ahora mismo trabajamos más por la diversidad, ¿no? Por cómo incluimos dentro de la economía del cacao a la mujer dentro de la economía, ¿no? Dentro de la economía rural, y que ellas tengan una parte más importante, algo más que decir, ¿no? Hasta ahora os he contado 3 proyectos de emprendimiento que entre sí parecen como muy diferentes entre sí, pero hay un nexo que es la comunidad, creación de comunidad. Y esto es lo que intentamos ahora mismo replicar, ¿no? La base de nuestro emprendimiento, cuando miramos frente a otros proyectos, se basa, el primer punto es en la sencillez. Queremos que una persona que quizás no haya llegado a la universidad o no tenga estudios superiores pueda emprender y lo tenga fácil. Para eso lo que aplicamos es un poco la filosofía de Lean Startup, pero en la cual lo llevamos un poco más lejos. No queremos que nadie use papel y boli. Simplemente ven con tu idea y la ponemos en práctica mañana. Otro punto importante para nosotros en la generación de comunidad es que el emprendedor es multiemprendedor. Digamos que no viene con un proyecto, sino que vienes con tu proyecto y lo tienes que adaptarte a otros más que hay en el lugar. Entonces, un emprendedor tiene como 5 o 6 diferentes posibilidades de poder tener ingresos, ¿no? Otro punto, y ya voy terminando, el tercer punto, de emprendimiento tiene que ver con el hecho de que puedes ser un emprendedor, pero necesariamente no venir con una idea. Lo único que tenemos que hacer es copiar y pegar de otro lugar, ¿no? Le llamamos Social Venture Builder y para eso lo que hacemos es coger una idea que ya está en otro lugar, coger a las personas en la comunidad que son capaces de realizarla y entonces empezar a ejecutarla. Y por último, ya para acabando, la generación de un ecosistema. El ecosistema es lo fundamental. No podemos hacer un espacio de coworking fuera de lo que es la comunidad y tratamos de reflejar la comunidad de la que estamos en cada uno de nuestros espacios. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, George. Si vais a Bilbao, no vayáis solo al Guggenheim. Id a visitar COPESF 34 porque de verdad que vale la pena y que es muy transformador y muy bonito lo que hacen. Mariana, uno de los actores importantes, los emprendedores sociales, muchas veces hacen lo que pueden y llegan hasta donde llegan, ¿no? Intentan promover la diversidad, intentan promover la comunidad, pero las administraciones públicas tienen que jugar un rol muy importante también en esto, ¿no? ¿Nos cuentas un poquito más de qué pueden hacer mejor las administraciones públicas para que el ecosistema sea más diverso y más inclusivo?
Bueno, primero que nada, me uno a los saludos de mis compañeros y mis compañeras. Buenos días, gracias por estar aquí. Tu pregunta tiene un sentido muy importante. Estamos hablando aquí de emprendimiento, de generación de ecosistemas, estamos hablando de la importancia de generar comunidad, con eso parafraseé un poco para hilvanar las ideas y evidentemente voy a tratar de explicar cuál debería ser ese papel, ¿no?, de las administraciones públicas. Lo voy a tratar de explicar en 6 claves que de ninguna manera intentan ser un recetario perfecto, porque evidentemente tiene que ver un poco con la dinámica de la sociedad. Pero sí que es verdad que las administraciones públicas de alguna manera tienen que dar respuesta de forma eficiente y eficaz a las demandas de la sociedad, ¿no? Estamos hablando ahora de contextos con muchas misturas, con muchos gentilicios, pero también con muchas problemáticas y necesidades a resolver, ¿no? El emprendimiento social de alguna manera se convierte en un eslabón esencial de la cadena productiva. Y esto de alguna manera tiene que ser recogido por las administraciones públicas en la manera que sean capaces de generar un nuevo ecosistema de gobernanza inclusiva. Y la única manera de poder generar esto tiene que ser a través de una estrategia integradora, es decir, que todas las personas que forman parte de la sociedad tengan un sitio en el que estar, pero también se sientan parte de una comunidad, ¿no? Un poco parafraseando a mi compañero. Y esto hace también que los espacios públicos y políticos de alguna manera tienen que convertirse cada vez más en espacios inclusivos, pero también diversos y que generen sobre todo y fomenten la participación ciudadana. El emprendimiento social es una manera también de participar, con lo cual la administración tiene que recoger todos esos elementos de engranaje, ¿no? La segunda de las claves tiene que ver con sensibilizar. No podemos hablar de emprendimiento, no podemos hablar de diversidad, no podemos hablar de generación de comunidades si no estamos sensibilizados con lo diferente. La formación en este caso es un elemento fundamental, no solamente para las personas que van a desarrollar un emprendimiento, sino también para quienes gestionan los emprendimientos, ¿no? Y es la única manera de poder ver lo diferente como una oportunidad. Y esto a mí me parece un elemento clave para hablar justamente de cómo la diversidad es un elemento que enriquece, que suma y que no resta. Eso de alguna manera también permite que las administraciones abran su espectro, ¿no? Es decir, pasamos de modelos endogámicos a modelos más abiertos, más horizontales y sobre todo modelos colaborativos y cooperativos, que en la teoría suena muy bien, pero luego en la práctica ya más o menos hemos visto por los casos que cada uno de mis compañeros ha comentado, lo difícil que es llevar, ¿no? La tercera de los elementos tiene que ver con la promoción de nuevos sistemas innovadores de financiación para que los proyectos de emprendimiento puedan tener una sostenibilidad en el tiempo y que de alguna manera terminen contribuyendo a ese tejido productivo, ¿no? Y esto también forma parte de otra de las claves que hilo perfectamente con lo que es el conocer. Necesitamos mapear la actualidad del sistema del emprendimiento social precisamente para que exista una concordancia entre el elemento del desarrollo por una parte y también el elemento de la integración, es decir, cómo esos proyectos de emprendimiento están contribuyendo a generar un impacto. ¿De qué manera somos capaces de contar ese impacto y con eso enlazo con el elemento de la comunicación? ¿Cómo contamos los proyectos que estamos generando y qué impacto positivo están generando en los territorios, pero también en el país, ¿no? Eso permite también generar nuevas narrativas que permitan contar ese elemento positivo, es decir, poner en valor nuevos referentes que necesitamos justamente para establecer ese elemento de la cadena y que además nos permita también de alguna manera analizar ese componente tan importante como es la integración, ¿no? Y aquí estamos hablando de territorialidad y justamente ya para finalizar, la importancia de generar ecosistemas de emprendimiento. Cuando hablamos de ecosistemas, estamos hablando de muchos elementos que ya han salido aquí a través de mis compañeros y también lo que tiene que ver con el trabajo en red, el trabajo colaborativo, el trabajo cooperativo, pero también la comunicación que podamos tener entre todos los actores públicos y privados para justamente llevar a buen puerto el apoyo a todos los proyectos de emprendimiento. Con lo cual, eso de alguna manera también permite no solamente poner en valor la colaboración, sino también establecer esos componentes positivos del emprendimiento. Es decir, necesitamos hackear de alguna manera desde el punto de vista de las administraciones los modelos verticales tradicionales y conservadores y generar otro tipo de paradigmas que tienen que ver con modelos más horizontales, colaborativos y cooperativos. De esta manera se genera un poco la evolución y además las administraciones también están en consonancia con lo que la realidad está demandando, con la realidad social, ¿no? Gracias.
Eso vamos a pedir a las administraciones, que estén más en consonancia con la realidad. Silvia, mencionaba Mariana ahora las narrativas, ¿no? En Ashoka nos gusta mucho decir que las narrativas son claves para los cambios, para lograr cambios de mentalidad. Cuéntanos tú un poquito más por qué tú crees que son importantes las narrativas y nos puedes dar algunas claves de cómo se cambian las narrativas.
Vale, muchas gracias. Buenas tardes a todos, gracias por estar aquí. Si queréis, os voy a contar un poco de dónde me viene a mí esa idea de la importancia de las narrativas. Yo vengo del entorno y del sector creativo, como diseñadora, como una persona también de teatro y de televisión. Y por una serie de circunstancias, pues bueno, decido volver a Londres, donde seguidamente decido, por problemas familiares, pues cambiar de carrera, ¿no? Y entonces, pues digo, bueno, voy a dejar a un lado el entorno creativo, vamos a ver qué voy a hacer con ello y me voy a dedicar a la educación. Llevo en la enseñanza en colegios, en la actualidad en colegios de secundaria, como profesora de diseño y tecnología. De alguna manera he transferido pues, lo que había aprendido, lo que sabía hacer a este nuevo papel que tengo como profesora. Los alumnos que tengo son muy diversos. A veces puedo decir que quizás se hablan en torno a 8 lenguas diferentes en un grupo de a lo mejor de 25 alumnos, donde teóricamente el inglés es la lengua común, pero hay distintos niveles de conocimiento. Yo misma, el inglés no es mi lengua nativa, ¿no? Mi lengua nativa es el español. De manera que, a pesar de que evidentemente por currículum ellos tienen que aprender el inglés en diseño, pero sí que hay que crear un lenguaje que sea lo suficientemente interesante y atractivo para querer aprenderlo. Entonces, para llegar a eso hay que estimular. Es decir, hay que utilizar las 10 emociones básicas que son descritas por Daniel Goleman. Hay que utilizar la curiosidad, fomentar el elemento de la curiosidad. Hay que fomentar el interés. Pero hay una serie de emociones que son positivas y las que es muy fácil ajustarnos a las emociones positivas y vivirlas. Las emociones negativas son las que normalmente tendemos a apartarnos de ellas, pero no dejan de ser importantes porque, como han dicho mis compañeros, son factores de enriquecimiento. Hay que superarlas y son factores de enriquecimiento. Por poner un ejemplo, en cuanto a las narrativas, yo insto a mis alumnas, por ejemplo, de textiles, a que no es solamente interesante coger un lápiz y tener un dominio magistral, ¿no?, de técnicas de bordado, de técnicas de diseño de distintos diseñadores de tejidos, sino cuál es el proceso que hay antes de arrancar y de empezar a diseñar. qué es lo que yo pienso. Pero el qué es lo que yo pienso no es lo que yo pienso con arreglo a lo que este diseñador que me interesa ha hecho. Tenemos que pensar en nosotros mismos, es decir, hacer una visión interior y elaborar qué es lo que nosotros pensamos ante una propuesta de un proyecto. Por ejemplo, si estamos hablando de tejer, tanto en español como en inglés, como en cualquier lengua, se utiliza habitualmente en distintos ámbitos, no solamente para tejidos. Utilizamos web, ¿no? Es decir, hay muchísimos elementos que se utilizan en distintas áreas de conocimiento y que tienen que ver, por ejemplo, con el entorno de tejer, de los tejidos, de los textiles, ¿no? Yo creo que ese puede ser, me gustaría que pudiéramos tomar eso como un ejemplo de diversidad. La diversidad es esa variedad a través incluso de lo mismo. Es decir, nosotros mismos somos portadores de esa diversidad, porque somos seres humanos. Y dentro de esta capacidad humana tenemos esa diversidad. Esa capacidad humana es la que nos conecta con el resto del mundo. Y eso es lo que debemos de conectarnos. Porque solamente de esa manera es como podemos encontrar la alteridad. Podemos encontrarnos y vernos espejados, relacionados con el otro y salvar las dificultades que podamos encontrar pues, del aspecto de lengua, de sustrato cultural. Espero que hayas respondido a tu pregunta.
Gracias, Silvia, sí, sin duda. Bueno, estas 4 personas maravillosas, junto a otras, yo creo que casi 70 más, son parte de Impacta Más. Impacta Más es un programa que ha organizado Ashoka de la mano de google.org, en el que estamos intentando, el objetivo de ese programa precisamente es incrementar la diversidad del ecosistema de emprendimiento social. Entonces, en ese programa ha habido 3 laboratorios de innovación social en el que han participado todas las personas que están aquí, uno más sobre cómo ayudar a que los emprendimientos sociales más diversos escalen, otro más relacionado con cómo las administraciones públicas tienen que ayudar al emprendimiento social y otro relacionado con las nuevas narrativas, cómo cambiamos las narrativas, cómo encontramos esos referentes de los que hablaba Mariana para que más personas se animen a emprender socialmente. Y de esos laboratorios han salido y están en proceso de puesta en práctica varios prototipos que están intentando trabajar con personas jóvenes y animarlas a que emprendan socialmente, con personas de entornos migrantes, con administraciones públicas. Estamos trabajando con el Ayuntamiento de Málaga para ver cómo pueden, ¿no?, también ellos cambiar sus normativas para apoyar el emprendimiento social de las mujeres. Estamos trabajando con personas del mundo rural. Y estamos trabajando también con fundaciones que invierten en emprendedores sociales para que piensen cómo pueden invertir, qué tienen que cambiar para poder invertir en emprendedores sociales más diversos. Todo eso estamos haciendo. Si os interesa, por favor, hay una página web de Impacta Más, creo que va a salir en el vídeo que vamos a poner ahora de cierre. Muchísimas gracias y, por favor, hablad con ellos a la salida porque tienen muchas cosas interesantes que contar. Gracias.
El mundo necesita personas que impacten en positivo. El mundo necesita a las personas que son emprendedoras, a las que quieren serlo y a las que no saben que podrían serlo. Y es que la persona emprendedora social puede ser mayor y joven, vivir en un entorno rural y en la ciudad, tener pocos recursos económicos y suficientes, ser mujer, hombre y no binaria, proceder de una u otra cultura, religión y comunidad. Porque el emprendimiento social cuenta con la I de sumar y no contempla la O de elegir. En Impacta Más buscamos difuminar las fronteras del emprendimiento social en España para que sea más diverso, más accesible, más inclusivo. Tenemos una meta común clara. Y ya hemos empezado a recorrer este camino a través de 3 laboratorios donde conectamos con personas, empresas e instituciones diversas para co-crear soluciones, diseñar y validar prototipos, para ser capaces de transformar el ecosistema de emprendimiento social. Porque el mundo necesita más. El mundo necesita a todas las personas. Impacta Más, una iniciativa de Ashoka apoyada por google.org.
There we go. So we have neared the end. This is the final presentation before lunch. I just want to give a round of applause to you guys. You have been tenacious in your focus, and that must be taking up a lot of your energy, so thank you so much. Thank you so much to our panel. That was fascinating. We had a lot to learn there about accessibility, diversity, inclusion, and others in the context of social entrepreneurship. So, without further ado, I'm going to welcome the last panel consisting of 2 people. In fact, it's a fireside chat on the topic of, and people in the audience are going to like this one, entrepreneurs for entrepreneurs, accelerating purpose and impact-driven businesses. Who doesn't want to be an impact-driven business, right? So please join me in welcoming to the stage Leandro Sigman, so serial, I love that term, serial entrepreneur and chairman of Insud Pharma, and Andres Saborrido, managing director of Waira. Please give them a hand. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the introduction. I'm so happy to be here in Valencia, and especially or particularly delighted to engage this conversation with Leandro Sigman, because we have a lot of things in common. One of them is that we are both from Argentina, so if you don't mind, I will switch to Argentinian to take the best out of this conversation, okay?
Sí.
Bien, okay.
Pensé que ibas a switchar y no hablar de Argentina, que creo que es otra buena idea.
Eso seguro, no vamos a hablar de Argentina hoy, pero sí podemos hablar de algunos orígenes o algunas cosas que tuvieron lugar como origen en Argentina. Para aquellos que no me conocen, que no nos conocen, yo soy Managing Director de Waira. Leandro es presidente de Chemo, una de las empresas del grupo Insud, un grupo que tiene operaciones en más de 40, 60 países, producto desplegado en más de 100 países, ¿no? En el ámbito farmacéutico, mucha investigación, desarrollo, y también dentro del grupo Insud cubriendo otros sectores como el agropecuario, incluso hasta algunos más divertidos como la producción de contenidos, ¿no?
Sí.
Así que vamos a estar hablando de eso. Tengo muchas ganas de tener esta conversación y lamento que va a ser solamente para mí de 20 minutos. Me encantaría tener 2 horas para hablar con vos, Leandro, de muchas cosas que creo que tenemos en común. Pero me gustaría empezar dando un poco de contexto, de marco sobre Insud, sobre Chemo, sobre los orígenes, para hablar desde el lado emprendedor de tu historia y poner en la misma página a toda la gente, ¿no? Cómo surge el grupo en Barcelona, la historia de fundación de la compañía, y después me va a interesar hablar en cómo evolucionó la compañía, cómo te has ocupado de hacerla evolucionar.
Bueno, te agradezco, Andy. Nosotros somos un grupo farmacéutico, pero quizás lo que por ahí puede ser más interesante para ustedes es entender cómo saltamos de ser un fabricante de materia prima a ser una compañía global en el sector de la salud de la mujer. El origen nuestro de hecho el origen del grupo era una compañía que solamente hacía trading, compraba aspirina a un chino y se la vendía a un laboratorio colombiano, y eso hacía el grupo. El grupo tuvo la capacidad de integrarse y empezar a fabricar esas materias primas para crear más valor en aquello que vendía. Después hubo otro salto donde en vez de vender la materia prima empezamos a hacer directamente las cajitas del medicamento. Los que viven en España, no sé, el 80% del omeprazol en España es producto que fabricamos nosotros para terceros con tecnología nuestra. Y me parece que el cambio transformacional fue, en vez de ser una compañía que vendía productos farmacéuticos a terceros, lo que intentamos es transformar nosotros en una compañía de investigación que desarrollaba moléculas propias que después comercializaba con sus propios laboratorios farmacéuticos. Y ese fue el salto grande que hizo y que nos permitió estar en estos 50 países. Hoy creo que somos, después de Bayer, la segunda compañía del mundo más grande en ginecología. Yo creo que me parece que el reason why de esto siempre es tratar de dar un pasito más, ¿no? De pensar qué otra cosa se podía hacer. Ahora, por ejemplo, que ahora nos establecimos fuerte en ginecología, lo que estamos tratando de hacer es convertirnos en un player fuerte en productos del sistema nervioso central. Parkinson, Alzheimer, todas las enfermedades vinculadas con la depresión. Bueno, ahí está el ADN nuestro, en tratar siempre de hacer una cosa un poquito distinta, ¿no?
Contame, creo que es interesante también para completar un poco la foto del grupo sobre la Fundación Mundo Sano, ¿no? Me parece que desde ya el negocio en sí es un negocio con impacto, pero me gusta el propósito de trabajar sobre enfermedades que no son desarrolladas por cualquier laboratorio, por incentivos comerciales. ¿Cómo es también la génesis de la fundación y cómo funciona?
Sí, hay un grupo de enfermedades. La fundación esta es la Fundación Mundo Sano. Hay un grupo de enfermedades que llaman enfermedades desatendidas, que son enfermedades que la industria farmacéutica no tiene incentivo a investigar porque pues la población que sufre eso no tiene dinero para pagarlo. Por ejemplo, un ejemplo distinto a esto es el SIDA, que parece que es una enfermedad de muy pocos recursos. Sin embargo, hay SIDA en países de alto poder adquisitivo como Europa y Estados Unidos, y entonces los seguros y los estados financian el tratamiento del SIDA. Entonces hay un incentivo muy grande en investigar el SIDA. Hay enfermedades que no se sufren o que no hay patología en mercados con alto poder adquisitivo. Chagas es un ejemplo, dengue es otro, y entonces como las poblaciones de esos mercados no las sufren, los gobiernos no las pagan, y las personas que las sufren en esos países sí las tienen, pero no hay incentivo en la industria farmacéutica para investigar. Nosotros nos metimos ahí, al principio empezamos a trabajar mucho en políticas sanitarias, porque no teníamos recursos para investigar. Básicamente lo que ayudamos en poblaciones era en que la gente tenga medidas higiénicas para que no exista el vector que transmitía la enfermedad, y después con el tiempo nos pusimos a investigar y ya tenemos un par de moléculas que lo hacemos filantrópicamente en tratamiento de este tipo de enfermedades.
Yo creo que para aquellos que lo conocen menos, Alejandro, una de las cosas que desde mi punto de vista te define es que siempre estás interesado en aprender más, en aprender algo nuevo, en cualquier ámbito, ¿no? Desde lo más personal, como puede ser en el deporte, técnica para performar mejor, como aprender de emprendedores, juntar gente interesante y tener conversaciones interesantes como las que muchas veces disparás y proponés. Te interesa el mundo del food tech, de hecho, cómo perfeccionar, cómo hacer jamones, ¿no? Cosas tan distintas como esa. Que te voy a hacer una pregunta muy amplia y si querés, si te ayuda, la concreto un poco más. ¿Qué considerás que aprendiste en todos estos años emprendiendo y sobre todo emprendiendo o haciendo negocios en sectores con impacto?
Entonces, es decir, yo creo que a mí me cambió mucho el entender que la tecnología es un driver para hacer que los negocios sean más fáciles de hacer. Nosotros que venimos de Pharma hay mucha investigación y hay una tecnología muy, muy específica, pero a mí me parece que en el mundo de hoy, yo les doy un ejemplo, nosotros estamos muy activos, no es un negocio de flujo, es un negocio patrimonial en todo el sector agropecuario. Somos un gran productor forestal en Sudamérica. Plantamos árboles y los plantamos con fin de tala para después vender la madera. Cuando empezamos con el tema de la huella de carbono nos dimos cuenta casi circunstancialmente que además de que éramos la primera compañía farmacéutica del mundo que éramos neutra en emisiones, nos dimos cuenta que hoy es más negocio forestar para bonos de carbono que forestar para tala. Pero ahí es donde empiezan los desafíos y donde creo que está el challenge que uno tiene que generar en sus organizaciones. Lo que estamos ahora es el gran desafío cuando uno empieza a forestar para hacer bonos es qué hacer con toda la madera cuando unos años corte esos bosques. Y entonces ahí es donde la tecnología entra y hay tecnologías que permiten producir madera o transformar esa madera en construcciones que reemplazan construcciones que se pueden hacer con hormigón. Entonces básicamente, ¿qué aprendí yo en todos estos años? Que no hay un límite en el negocio que uno tiene, que siempre hay un paso más que hoy la tecnología en estos años permite desarrollar y meter investigación para hacer productos que tengan más valor agregado. Ese para mí es el gran aprendizaje, ¿no? Bueno, y AI en eso también nos está transformando a todos. O sea, por ejemplo, nosotros estamos convencidos que no dentro de mucho un medicamento nuestro, todo va a ser por AI. Va a descubrir el medicamento, va a generar el protocolo clínico. Hoy ya hay brazos de estudios clínicos donde son pacientes virtuales, quiere decir pacientes que no hay que darle medicación, son pacientes que hoy están medicados con patologías similares. Se va a generar la documentación para hacer el registro y seguramente una autoridad basada por AI lo va a aprobar, ¿no? Y falta nada, poco para eso.
Sí, de hecho, en esas conversaciones que generás y que tenemos desde hace mucho tiempo, AI es una constante y hay un interés claro por tu parte, creo que por todo el mundo hoy, pero en tu caso desde hace muchos años de ir incorporándolo, ¿no?, al negocio desde distintas maneras. Ahora te salto a otra de las facetas tuyas y ato esto que estás comentando de AI, que es la del arte, ¿no? ¿Te gusta el arte? ¿Te da lo mismo consumir arte creado por una persona, creado por un AI?
Yo creo que sí. O sea, me parece que el arte es lo que las vibraciones que a uno le produce una obra, ¿no? Después, si las vibraciones que te produce son las mismas, yo creo que sí.
¿No hay algo de empatía que estás buscando, de historia, de...?
Bueno, es lindo hablar con los artistas, interactuar con ellos, pero atrás de cualquier obra de arte de AI hay un artista. No es que yo me pongo y digo, digamos, yo me pongo hoy con alguna plataforma para hacer una obra de arte, no se la vendo, no la pongo ahí, nadie la cuelga en la casa. O sea, hay arte atrás de AI. Y yo hablé con algunos chicos que están haciendo AI, son tipos extraordinariamente divertidos. Sí.
Vale. Paso para adelante, para hablar para adelante. ¿Qué cosas te preocupan del futuro?
Bueno, a mí me parece que o sea, no sé, esto yo lo estoy hablando hace un tiempo, a mí me parece que es un momento difícil hoy en el mundo. Me parece que se está haciendo cosas, pero digamos, la situación geopolítica es muy difícil. Cuando analizás todas las contras que tenemos hoy, lo geopolítico, el impacto en el planeta, las diferencias sociales, cómo se aumenta la brecha entre los que más tienen y los que menos tienen, yo creo que estamos dejando un mundo peor del que heredamos nosotros, ¿no? Sí, yo creo que es un momento difícil y que cada uno tiene que pensar cómo puede contribuir para cambiar esta tendencia, ¿no?
¿Dónde pensás que hay cosas que están al alcance de todos nosotros?
Bueno, este es un evento que busca resolver, por ejemplo, el impacto en... Pero a mí me parece que tenemos que pensar, a mí me parece que lo más difícil de resolver es la brecha social. O sea, si uno piensa en Argentina, por ejemplo, que era un país que educaba, mi padre es un tipo muy exitoso, yo fui a la universidad pública en Argentina. Y la universidad pública me formó y tenía una salud que me podía curar. Hoy eso, 30 años después, o 25 años después, es impensable, ¿no? Y eso me parece que es global. Cada vez menos gente tiene acceso a más cosas. Y me parece que todos nosotros tenemos que ver cómo podemos contribuir a generar proyectos para tratar de minimizar este impacto, ¿no? Por ejemplo, que hoy estuvimos en Lanzadera, lo que hace Roche es impresionante. La aportación al ecosistema, la generación de valor, gente por ahí no tiene acceso a generar proyectos con su ayuda. Entonces me parece que en lo que cada uno entiende, lo que pueda sumar, me parece que ayuda mucho.
Otra de las cosas que compartimos y me gusta mucho, que impulsaste ya hace 7 años, 8 años, es el programa Acelerar España. Me gustaría que cuentes un poco de qué se trata, tiene que ver con emprendimiento y sobre todo por qué lo haces.
Bueno, es una forma, Acelerar es un programa que hacemos una vez por año donde seleccionamos a un grupo de empresas, startups argentinas que tienen tracción, es filantrópico, ¿eh? Una de las cosas que me decían en Lanzadera es que nadie entiende que Roche no gane nada con Lanzadera. A mí me pasa lo mismo con Acelerar. Siempre la gente piensa que hay algo atrás. Esto es totalmente filantrópico. Entonces son compañías que tienen tracción, que facturan en torno a unos 10 millones de euros y que tienen un modelo de negocio que sea escalable en Europa. Nosotros lo que los ayudamos es a ver cómo pueden radicarse en España para que sea España una plataforma de mercado europeo y que aparte de ahí crezcan con su empresa. Pero me hizo una ilusión tremenda ver hoy un participante de Acelerar que hoy tiene una empresa y es parte de este programa. O sea que pequeñas cosas que a uno le hacen sentir muy bien.
Sí. Ya son varias ediciones, varios emprendedores impactados, muchos que han desarrollado su negocio acá. También es normal, ¿no?
Sí.
Encontrarlos.
Sí.
Y hablas que todo eso lo haces, y me consta, por una motivación filantrópica, pero desde el lado del negocio no te interesa participar, involucrarte, te veo también eso, en emprendimientos nuevos.
Sí, todo el tiempo. Sí, perdón.
No, ¿y en cuáles? ¿Qué te gusta? ¿Qué tienen en común aquellos emprendimientos en los que involucrás?
Al principio tenía
más
mucho,
a título personal.
Tenía mucho más que ver con entender un poco la tecnología. Y fui entrando, yo estoy en Endeavor y siempre es un caudal importante de proyectos y fui entrando invirtiendo en emprendedores de Endeavor. Hace unos años menos, lo que estamos haciendo son todos proyectos que tienen que ver con el ecosistema nuestro. Y son herramientas que nos permiten, porque al final las compañías como nuestras son muy dromedarios, son compañías un poco marchitas, ¿no? Y entonces de repente encontrar gente que tiene forma de aproximar a los negocios distintas. Pero bueno, con acelerar, por ejemplo, una cosa que nos pasó ahora es, por ejemplo, una cosa nos pasa a nuestra compañía, las compañías como la nuestra, que son empresas familiares que fueron creciendo y se hicieron medianas o grandes, al final siempre tienen el ADN del almacenero. O sea, en la compañía nuestra el dato no es de la compañía, sino es de la persona que usa el dato. Y no importa lo grande que seas, va a ser toda la vida así. Entonces, por ejemplo, ahora como no logramos cambiar eso, lo que hicimos es compramos una compañía de datos para transversalmente de esa gente que nos ayuda a cambiar la cultura del dato. Y esa es una empresa que incubamos en Acelerar, digamos, ¿no? Así que al final, un círculo.
Así es. Estoy viendo en la pantalla, se nos acaba el tiempo. Me quedaría, como decía al principio, conversando con vos 2 horas. Si pudiera ser, no va a ser acá. Te agradezco mucho por este rato.
Gracias, Andy.
Muchas gracias a todos ustedes.
Muchas gracias.
Hey, muchísimas gracias. We are at the end of the first half. You guys are incredibly hardcore. I've seen a couple of you, especially over here, staying for the entire morning and taking in every single panel, fireside chat, and others. So, first of all, a huge thank you to each and every one of you. Without you, this would not be an event. We would not be here. Secondly, a massive thank you to the Social Nest Foundation and to the Gap in Between, which is such an exciting initiative that is launching here and likely elsewhere henceforth. A huge thank you to every single one of the partners that you see listed up here. I'm not going to list every single one, but without them, this would not be possible. And a huge thank you from myself. My name is Elsa Nightingale. I'm a Principal ESG Analyst at Catalyze. Feel free to reach out and connect because that is why we have in-person events. So, believe it or not, we are on time. I have no idea how that happened either. So, we've got some time now until 15:30, so until 3:30, where we will then have Nacho Viloch on the stage here, and I will be on the discovery stage. So go out, enjoy the food, enjoy the light, enjoy the vitamin D, and we will see you soon. Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh, thank you.
Yes, of course, yes, indeed. Let's see.
to be conducting a fireside chat, a conversation about where we put the money in a conscious way. Enjoy them. Yes, put your hands together. A little bit of warming up the room.
So Social Innovation Portugal, I don't know if you know the initiative, but it's very, very innovative initiative from Portugal that I hope that will spread all over Europe, but we will see. And we have Felipe, the president. I'm going to make some questions to understand better what they are doing. And the first one is, what was the original idea and original motivation behind Social Innovation Portugal?
Thank you very much. Let me just start by thanking the invitation to be here and congratulate Social Nest Foundation and all the partners for this amazing event, this first edition of the Gap in Between. Well, let me just start by briefly present Portugal Social Innovation. Maybe some of you don't know what it is. Portugal Social Innovation, of which I'm president, is actually a public policy program that was created in Portugal back in 2014 that mobilizes European funds with two interconnected goals: to promote social innovation on one hand, financing social innovation projects, and also develop the social investment market in Portugal. And this was created back in 2014, actually from a perspective, the government by that time had the vision and the notion that the public sector and the government would never have enough resources or competencies to deal in an effective way with all the social challenges that we were facing in Portugal. And also, they had a vision that social entrepreneurship could be an effective answer to create cross-sector partnerships and test new solutions for the most pressing social challenges. And this was the vision behind the creation of Portugal Social Innovation. And we had some very interesting enabling factors. Do you want me to go there?
Yeah, you can go there, or how are you doing? What do you prefer?
Cut me if you think I'm speaking too much. But actually, this was possible in Portugal by that time, and this is a pioneer public policy program. No European member state has one like this yet. And this was possible because we had the opportunity of European funds. The government was negotiating that with the European Commission. A visionary minister by that time that had the notion that social entrepreneurship could be an answer. We also had, running for at least 1 or 2 years, a very interesting social investment task force of dozens of leading organizations that was created by the Calouste Gulbenkian Foundation, one of the biggest private foundations in the world, which is Portuguese. And they, in this task force, they worked for a whole year, all these different organizations, and issued a report with the basic ideas of what should be the main infrastructures that the country should develop to develop this social investment and social entrepreneurship ecosystem. So the government had already these ideas of what should be this national public policy. We had the opportunity of European funds, a visionary minister. We had a school of social entrepreneurship running for a few years by that time that was providing capacity building for leading and dynamic social entrepreneurs. And all of this came to end. We had, by that time also, the luck to have in Portugal an academic, highly recognized specialist on social innovation, which became the first president of Portugal Social Innovation that I replaced in 2016. And the idea that he had on what the market should have as basic infrastructures for funding these projects, and all these opportunities came together at the same time. That's why we were able to create Portugal Social Innovation in 2014.
Yeah, that's a good point, because many people often say solving social problems is a question of will, and you have said you actually need a lot of actors and a fertile ground. And also, I would like to ask you about barriers, yeah? Because it seems this project to be for urban educated people, and you need to spread it. This is one barrier, and the other one is how you build trust. If you want to spread it. Did you face that problems, and what did you make with that?
Yes, actually, what we did was, well, the first thing, stranger as it seems, we decided to remove all the jargon from the financial area or the business-oriented area and all the English words from our narrative, even though I'm speaking English here, but we removed all of that. That was very important to reach the whole country and the social economy sector, the natural cradle of social innovation as well. And we want it to be a national public policy, not just for the urban, young, cosmopolitan, highly educated start-uppers. And this had to be, we also became completely agnostic concerning the nature of the organization that experiments new solutions for social challenges. 90% of the organizations that we are funding are from the social economy sector, but we also have startups, business corporations, even 13 universities. We were also agnostic concerning the nature of the investors that co-finance these projects alongside with us. We opened up the possibility for not just for private investors, but also public investors. It allowed us to knock on the door of municipalities. And the municipalities and local government in Portugal became key partners to this national policy. Not just because they bring money, but they also bring private partners as well from local territories. More than half of the Portuguese local government, more than half of the Portuguese municipalities are now co-financing social innovation projects alongside with us. And we were agnostic also concerning the nature of the innovation. We learned to equally value disruptive innovation, but also incremental innovation that adds new methodologies on top of solutions that we already have. And this was how we opened. And we've created inside Portugal Social Innovation an activation team of regional representatives, people that work on the ground in the different regions of the country, that the only mission that they have is to work with entrepreneurs, municipalities, investors, making bridges among them, helping them to transform good ideas into good projects and then apply to our calls. And this is the relationship of proximity with territories was completely key to make it work to the scale that we have today in Portugal. That's the only way to build trust, because trust between institutions that often mean trust between individuals is a key starting point for systemic change. So we have to be as close as possible to everyone. And in Portugal it's easier because it's much smaller than Spain. So.
And what is the vision with that? So you're financing projects that are pilot projects, that some of them will succeed, others not, and some of them will solve social problems that now are persistent. And what is the vision? What are you going to do with these ideas? What is going to happen after that?
Okay, so let me just, for a brief moment, tell you our financing model. In order to address different financing needs of the ecosystem, we've created 4 financing instruments. A capacity building program to develop management competencies in these organizations. Then a grant-based match fund that leverages philanthropy. Then we have the social impact bonds program, which, as you know, is an outcome payment instrument. And finally, we have a financial instrument with a debt stream that provides guarantees for loans and an equity stream where we directly finance, co-invest alongside with private investors in equity of SMEs. So we have this set of blended finance solutions from capacity building to grant scheme, an outcome payment instrument, guarantees and debt, and finally equity. And with all of this, we have financed so far 694 projects all over the country. We are working with 477 organizations, and we are helping these organizations co-financing these projects alongside with 843 investors from all scales and all sectors. So this is the scale that we have been doing. And concerning your question, and my major challenge, our major challenge, even though Portugal Social Innovation is a national public agency, coordinated at a political level at the center of the government, has always been, my major challenge is to create effective mechanisms that can help to transfer these innovations that do work to public policy. So, because from my perspective, social innovation can only be transformative and provide systemic change if you bring together, first, cross-sector partnerships. That's a key. That's one of our key learnings. Public policies to provide scale and priority, but also involve the community, and finally embed everything on the formal education system from every age. So that's my major challenge. Now we are working in different areas of the government trying to create these ways for these innovations to influence as well the evolution of public policies. Not just public policy, but that's one of the end games.
Yeah. And I think one question only, yeah? It's only 20 minutes. If you would say to some of the actors that are here, that are also academic actors, startups, social economy, if we would like to influence the government to do something like this in Spain, what would you recommend us, or how do you think that the future is looking here in Europe, in Spain?
It's quite difficult to provide an advice because in Portugal, the situation was the other way around of the rest of the world. It was a top-down approach. Usually, this kind of ecosystem flourishes in a bottom-up approach. But in Portugal, it was the government that created this national public policy program to develop the ecosystem. So the initiative was from the government. We had the luck to have, and even, I think this is interesting, this public policy program was created by a right-wing government, by a visionary minister in the right-wing government that was negotiating with the European Commission the funds. 1 year later, it changed to a very different left-wing government with another visionary minister, in this case female minister, that looked at this program and said, even though it was created by the previous government, this is completely aligned with our priorities to develop public policies in Portugal and develop social solutions for social challenges. And this is interesting because it's a program that was completely transversal to two different governments. This is something that I don't know how to replicate in other countries, mainly in Spain by these days. So, but I'd say that one of the key success factors was the decision to create this agency, this public organization, which is Portugal Social Innovation, with a clear mandate to develop the ecosystem and to manage these European funds to do it, because we've became the main hub of the whole ecosystem in Portugal and a clear door where everyone knows where to knock when concerning social investment or social innovation or social entrepreneurship, and became this hub of the whole national network. This really was key.
I don't know if I can make another question. I could chat.
The clock says we have 11 minutes.
Really?
Oh, so much?
It's very cool. I have a lot of
so
questions.
Let's trust the clock.
And then there is a very important role also from Europe, because some of the financial come from Europe, and the first of the financials, then is blended finance. How is Europe receiving this experiment that you are doing? Are they seeing that are good results? What are they thinking about? Future plans?
In 2014, when Portugal was the only one advancing with his national public policy program for social innovation with European funds, this was kind of an eccentric option by the Portuguese government that no one really understood, not even inside the country. But now it became mandatory. The European Commission made it mandatory for the 27 member states to have, in the next programming period, at least one investment priority on social innovation. So everyone has money allocated with European funds for social innovation. And also the European Commission launched a call for the European member states to work in consortiums of 3 or 4 or 5 member states in order to create national competence centers for social innovation in each of the countries. So we are now, for the past 2 years, almost all of us in Europe, the different member states, working together, sharing experiences, and creating national strategies that will hopefully lead to the creation of these national structures like actually we have in Portugal since 2014. And the European Commission has just launched a new call for that, and for the next 3 years, we are all going to work together to really make it as concrete as possible. The creation of these structures that can be the, how do you say, the capacity builders of the national ecosystems for social innovation. So I think we are not there yet, but we are in the good direction. So the future seems bright.
Another aspect that surprised me was that you were able, I'm going to say convince, corporates also to finance and to be part of it. How was this process?
It was very hard at the beginning. It was very hard because the beginning was on 2015. And by that time, actually, the world has changed a lot in the last few years. Now everyone talks about impact. Impact was a very strange word by that time. And impact assessment was something that was not even in our mandate. So that's something that we have to improve in the future as well as a public policy. So everything has changed, but it was very hard in the beginning. Actually, we had in Portugal, the Social Impact Bonds program is a good example. The Social Impact Bond is an outcome payment instrument where we fully reimburse the private investor if the measurable social outcomes that we contract are met. But we were finding very hard to mobilize private investors because we are using European funds, and with European funds we cannot remunerate the investment. So if the investor puts 1 million, he will receive at best 1 million 2 or 3 years later. So we've created a national tax incentive of 30%, a tax relief of 30% for all the investment in social impact bonds, despite any reimbursements in the future. So we use the tax policy to create this incentive for attracting more investors. That's one of the things that we did. But actually, we had to adjust the narrative to the investors, because the narrative that we had for the entrepreneurs is not the same that we have for the investors, because the benefits are different. But we actually, this was a struggle, it still is, but now the biggest corporations and the big foundations are all of them working with us. I no longer feel that that is difficult or a barrier. We are partners. But that changed in the last 3 years, I would say.
Yeah, and another point that I like of social innovation in Portugal is that you say, it's not the project that has to be sustainable. This is very provocative, yeah? It's not the project that has to be sustainable, it is the impact that has to be sustainable. What does this really mean?
Well, it means that we fully removed from our requirements to finance projects the requirement to be economically sustainable. That is strange in a stage like this. But the thing is, if the purpose of social innovation is to help to address and solve social problems, we know, by experience, that a lot of pressing social challenges will never be addressed with profitable, business-oriented projects. So we have to be open to every kind of solution, even those that will not work in the market, but will actually be quite impactful through public policies. So that's why we remove these requirements. And we ask every project, not how do you think the project or the organization will be sustainable in the future, but how the impact will be sustainable. What is the end game? If it works in this small scale, because all the projects that we are financing are experimental projects. They are testing new solutions. It's independent on the scale. It might be in a neighborhood, might be in a region, but they are all testing new solutions. And the question that we ask is, what is the end game? If this works at this scale, how do you see these projects or this kind of methodology to reach everyone all over the country? And it can be a simple answer like, well, we go through open source. If it works, we will open our methodology and maybe other guys can replicate it in other territories. Or through public policy, or social franchise, or it can work in the market. So we are very open on that.
Yeah, or the impact is so good that the people that receive it is really sustainable. They can do it by themselves, the rest. And I think maybe I can do 2 or 3 questions, let's see. But another is, so some key results that make you also optimistic for the future.
Well, when you talk about systemic change, I'm talking from a public sector perspective. The fact that it was actually so easy to mobilize more than half of the Portuguese municipalities to this agenda was quite interesting. Because these municipalities, they are not just co-financing projects. A lot of them are creating new divisions and departments of social innovation. They are changing the way they see social intervention and working with local organizations and local entrepreneurs. And this is a very effective way to develop these local social entrepreneurship ecosystems. And this is the beginning of systemic change. I'm also seeing in Portugal more and more universities and schools creating courses of social entrepreneurship and social innovation and social investments and impact investing. So this is a good perspective on more long-term impacts. And of course, it really surprised me, the level of the creativity that was in the ecosystem, because almost 700 projects in 6 years with 2 years of pandemic in such a small country, it's incredible. And a lot of investors. So I think there are some good steps that I'm seeing that might turn what was just an experience that maybe shouldn't last more than 2 or 3 years in a systemic way, from local government to central government. But central government and public administration at the central level is the biggest challenge. That's much more difficult to influence. That's my main priority now.
Yeah, this is, I think, connecting with that, yeah? I suppose that you have a role in which you're between social entrepreneurs, social economy, and then the government they have different visions or requirements of how to implement that, and how are you managing that?
I don't know if I understand the reach of your question, but I will provide an answer. Well, first of all, we do not distinguish between them. That's what is important. We do not distinguish. When we talk about social experimentation, social innovation, it's interesting to understand the niches, but we put them all under the same umbrella. All of them are social entrepreneurs, despite being an old man from a more traditional organization that is testing a new methodology, or a startupper in Lisbon, or even an academic that is making applied research with the community. All of them are social entrepreneurs, and we've created a national advisory board where everyone comes together, they sit at the same table, they share experiences, and actually in Portugal we made that last year, and for a whole year all these organizations were working together, and they issued a report they called the Impact Agenda for 2030 that was presented to the government and to some critical national stakeholders with 14 concrete recommendations on how to develop the ecosystem. And now the government is working on a national agenda for social innovation that tries to answer all of these recommendations. So I think, and this was only possible because we set everyone at the same table for a whole year.
Yeah.
And that is always key for sustainable
then you
development.
could see the different visions and requirements, and then if they are together, they can
make consensus. They learn from each other. That's what we've been doing for the last years in Portugal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Obrigado. Parabéns. It has been a very enlightening presentation, and I think we can all agree that we have a lot to learn from Portugal. The way you are doing this in Portugal, the way you are building this systemic change, the way you are discriminating between the impact and the project, both being sustainable, and for instance, how to use properly the tax incentives, so the corporates will invest. Así que please put your hands together. A big applause to our Portuguese
friends,
our neighbors, and I'm truly impressed. We have a lot to learn from you. So we have to move with the agenda. I move with the agenda. Okay, we have some swap. We are missing a speaker, but anyway, we are jumping into the another panel is going to be mastering impact management. So I would like to welcome on stage to Marion Hube, fund manager from, okay, so you are here for Make Sense. Mónica Vázquez del Solar, head of strategy of Impact and Social Nets Foundation. Do we have Ines? Yes, Ines is getting the mic. So anyway, the floor is yours. Start talking, start the conversation, because we have to keep this flowing. So please put your hands together. A big applause to these ladies.
I'm very excited. Okay, now sounds better. I'm very excited to have the opportunity to moderate this panel. Well, with Marion and with Ines, who is going to join us just right now. And well, I would like to start by saying that when we talk about the impact economy and we talk about how we can promote the impact economy, we are talking about how economic actors are going to take decisions integrating impact alongside profit. So it's very important to understand what we are talking when we talk about impact. So in this session, we are going to talk about that, about what kind of data and what kind of knowledge actors, economic actors, needs to take these kind of decisions. And in that sense, for that, we have Marion and Ines that are very great impact investors. They are funding impact startups, and they are going to tell us first of all, what your organizations does, and in that sense, in that stream of line also, how do you define impact in each of your organizations? So the floor is yours. So whatever you, I don't know, Ines, maybe you can go first.
Okay, so good afternoon. I'm a director of an organization that is mainly basic. It's the biggest charity in Portugal. It's a charity that owns the lottery in Portugal and also that substitutes the welfare state in the region of Lisbon. And in that role of Director of Entrepreneurship and Social Economy, I founded Casa do Impacto. Casa do Impacto is the biggest entrepreneurship impact hub in Portugal. And the idea is basically to support with all the instruments that are necessary to someone to launch or to scale a startup, an impact startup, that is aligned with the 21st agenda. And basically we do acceleration programs, capacity building, incubation and investment.
Great. And Marion, maybe you can start.
Hi, good afternoon everyone. Thank you for the invitation. So I'm co-managing the investment funds at Make Sense, which is an ecosystem of non-profit organizations that aims to empower everyone, all of us, citizens, employees, students, but also entrepreneurs, to build an inclusive and sustainable society. So with entrepreneurs, it's been now 10 years we are running incubation and acceleration programs to help them from creation, ideation, up to scaling up. And in 2019, we added like the last piece to support entrepreneurs with investment funds. So we are still incubating them, accelerating them, and now investing in impact entrepreneurs.
Great, thank you for sharing that with us. I wanted to ask you, given you are supporting these entrepreneurs in all these different kind of programs, of course you have to assess which kind of entrepreneurs you are going to work. So I would like to know, how do you assess impact on those entrepreneurs, especially on the ones that are early stage, because as we can imagine, it's very challenging. I can think regarding to how to assess impact on those kind of startups. So maybe you can share, how do you assess them? How is how do you define impact, and how do you choose which startups you can start to work?
Me first. So it depends if it's investment or if we are talking about acceleration programs, but in terms of investment, we created a fund. that is a philanthropic fund, but with like it's payment by results. The idea is basically that we agree with the startup and the entrepreneur, the outcomes and the outputs that they, normally it's around 6 outcomes and outputs that we agree with them. And when they achieve them, we pay by the results that they achieve. And the idea, the assessment is we are like based in we use the theory of change. For basically even for us, we do that in Casa do Impacto. And what we try to assess is what is the impact that they want to achieve, and if they are trying to tackle a problem that is in the 21st agenda. We are not like, we are agnostic in matters of the subject itself, if it's education, health, environment. The purpose is trying to create value to society or to the planet. And so I always say that I used to be a lawyer and I hate like very close. I think people, no, it's not. Yeah. I think it's difficult. We spend lots of time defining what is impact or what is not, and I don't spend lots of time on that, to be fair. I just think that the most important thing is the profile of the entrepreneur, for me personally, and if it's someone that really is capable of struggling a lot for years, and if it's someone that is resilient enough to really see the goals and not to unfocus and not to lose the track of what they are trying to do. So basically is that.
How's in your case, Marian?
It's I'm going in the same direction as Ines, but we are looking at 3 things: the team, the problem that the entrepreneurs are addressing, and the beginning of the solutions they are building, because we are investing very early stage. So we are looking at the intensity of the need of the problem which is addressed. We are looking at the additionality of the solution that is built by the entrepreneur, the proof of impact. We want to make sure that it's not like a false good idea, as we said in French. We want to have proof, either science-based or field-based, let's say, that it's really, we want to back the impact generated. We are looking at the consistency of the solution as to address this problem, and also the consistency in terms of values. We as Ines said, like the team and its values and its vision of the program and the society needs to be very aligned with ours, because we will be working for years, and we want to make sure that we have the same vision and goal at the end. The project, the solution will change several times when we invest in pre-seed stages. Like it will change, but if we have the same direction, that will work in a way. And the last thing, we are looking at the totality of the solution, including the negative externalities. Again, we don't want to invest in false good ideas.
Yeah, that's a very important point. And also, another important point that you said is that you are both investing at early stage or supporting early stages, right? So I suppose that you are expecting that these companies are going to grow. It means that they are going to look for funding, they are going to seek funding from another kind of investors in the following stages. So what kind of, do you think that there is any kind of mismatch regarding expectations about impact, measurement on impact data between investors and the startups? So how do you see the ecosystem around these companies regarding the impact measurement and management practices?
Yeah, I think there is a mismatch because I think the reality is that, and it seems a little bit shocking probably what I will say, but normally lots of impact investors or you have investors that are investing in impact and it's their first time or they are not very experienced. So the time that they are expecting to have the returns, it's not very realistic, and it's a very different notion of time that the entrepreneur has. So that's why we value a lot something that we used to call like patient capital. So I'm in a charity that has 525 years old. I always say that is the place to be patient, and I think it's very necessary in early stage because we are supporting startups and entrepreneurs. Some of them are creating pilots, so the risk of failing, of course, is huge. And the fact that they are very small teams, they don't have the resources, and like, for example, to make the theory of change that we compromise with them, like when we are investing on them, and it takes a lot of work. And sometimes you are talking about teams that have like 2-3 people, and they are doing fundraising, they are doing marketing, sales, like it's a lot. And so I think the investors have to be more patient sometimes, and also we invest in impact first. So one thing that I'm very careful about is we are focused on impact. So it's sometimes when you press too much the entrepreneurs to the returns, you can lose the focus on the impact itself. So I think it's different perspectives. Of course, an entrepreneur wants to make money as the investor wants to have their returns back. But the thing is, social or environmental issues are very complex. If it weren't, we were not here, and we don't have like the challenges that we have. So I think it's not fair sometimes that we push so much the entrepreneurs because it's not realistic. Like organizations like mine are tackling these problems for centuries, and they still struggle so much and have like innovative solutions or solutions that we sometimes even don't measure the impact about them. I think even the government itself has policies to this, like creates policies, and I want to see where are the evaluation of the impact of the policies that they are creating, and we don't have it. So it's like we are pressing more or pushing more the entrepreneurs that we are, for example, about organizations or governments themselves.
Okay. And in addition to what just Ines said, I think like impact is not another sector. We need to assess differently the impactful business models, I think. Good example is circular business models. It's a new way of producing, it's a new type of business models, and we cannot assess a company trying to build a circular business model as we assess a company in the linear economy. We need to change the chip. And so as investors, we need also to educate ourselves to these new opportunities, but also new challenges. And the challenges are not the same when you are trying to move a value chain from linear to circular. So it takes more time, but it's also a different way to work with the different stakeholders of your value chain. It's new infrastructures. So as investors needs also to understand what it means. It's not only a new sector, it's a new way of producing and consuming.
Yeah, I get it. It's not like just to add another criteria into your business, your investment process is more about to change your mind to address the complexity of these business models and how they are solving these social or environmental problems. So Ines, you said something that I keep in mind, that it is about the complexity, right? We are talking about complexity, and given we are talking about complexity, measurement is also complex, right? I know that you are early stage, you both at early stage are trying to get like the quick wins, no? But for the measurement, the part of the measurement ways that you work with entrepreneurs. But I would like to know from you, what kind of recommendations do you have for entrepreneurs, for investors, in addition to this change of mind, like more, I don't know, actionable strategies that they can take in order to improve their impact management and measurement understanding and practices, in fact.
Maybe I can give an example of how we work with the entrepreneurs we invest in. So, as you said, we invest in very early stage companies. Some of them don't really are building, for example, their business model and for the first time a P&L and a cash flow statement. So we are also working with them to build these financial tools. And that's the same. We do the same for the impact. We are building with them kind of the extra financial business plan with clear action, like a clear roadmap with actions to meet some targets. So we are building with them the suitable impact business plan with them, with the right metrics and the right targets for their business model. So we are using KPIs that are not new. We don't reinvent the models, but we are choosing the right ones to measure the specific impact each of them are generating. We are choosing companies that have the capacity, the potential to create at the same time economic, social, and environmental value. So it means like the impact they are generating is embedded to their growth. So that also makes sense to make a link in between the financial business plan and the impact business
model
plan.
Yeah. Ines, do you have anything?
I think to add that, I think to startups, I would say that evaluation of impact helps a lot to focus on your purpose and also to prioritize, because sometimes I feel that entrepreneurs, impact entrepreneurs want to, like, as I normally say, they want to have it all, you know, so they want to tackle environmental problems, social problems, and sometimes they lose focus. So I think this kind of assessment is very good for you to, again, focus again what is most important. It's also fundamental to create trust on your stakeholders. So I think it creates like that you are doing your work well and you are concerned about the impact that you're really creating and the value that you're really having. And so for an investor that sees that, it's a good way of getting more investment. In terms of investors, it's like patient, as we said. I think taking risks. I think one thing that we don't talk so much is that we are all new on this. Like, I always see sometimes, like even in terms of job offers, that they ask some corporates like 10 years of ESGs, and I always get impressed. Who has that experience? I want to know. But so I think we are all new at this. I'm, as an investor in my organization, we are still learning. So I think but it's very important, in my perspective, to put money on people that are really trying to create a big change, and to create change in these areas. Who knows social area very good, for example, it needs so much change, it has so much to do, that if we don't put like very early like seed capital on these startups, I think it will take us a long time until we see like the systemic change that we all want to see. And in terms of governments, I think supporting, of course, the early stage entrepreneurs, it's fundamental with funding, and also with, I think one thing that I don't see a lot and I wanted to see more is funding technology to the impact entrepreneurs, because I see that normally we don't have so much tech people in impact, and you have so much technology nowadays that can help so many startups, and you don't have funding for that. In Portugal, we don't like this. So I think even around the other countries, you don't see that so much. And yeah, and that's it. And also, I think another thing is be more consistent in terms, what I see sometimes in Portugal is that you launch funding for startups, or you launch funding for companies, medium companies, but you don't ask for them to comply with the SDGs or with... So we demand from impact entrepreneurs, but then at the same time, we don't demand for the other companies in the country. I don't understand the logic of that. And for example, for public procurement, for example, I would prefer to have laws that can permit me to hire services to startups that are creating impact and that value impact, that to give my money to buy services to those that don't. So, and I think we also, from the public policy, we also can create those kinds of incentives.
Yeah, I think, sorry.
Yeah, if I can add to Ines' recommendations, maybe what I'd like to see more for entrepreneurs is, of course, I fully agree on the prioritization. You cannot do everything. You cannot be like day one, the purest of the purist. So sometimes you need to go step by step, because you won't have impact if the company dies after a year. So step by step. And the other thing is, from the investor perspective, I think we need to put more attention and effort on the regulation side. As you said, these companies are trying to change systems. And I think one of the main struggle is to change the regulations, the laws. And as investors, I think we need to support these entrepreneurs doing advocacy, leading lobbying actions to change the laws that will enable to bring these innovations to the mass market, to the public. So I think as investors, we need to help them and support them in this work.
Yeah, it's like to help other actors in the ecosystem to make this change of mind, but in transforming in actionable paths. It means like, are you saying including in regulations, including in these criteria in social impact procurement, for example, right? So I'm not sure if we have more time or not, because I don't know, we are...
4 minutes.
4 minutes. Okay, I didn't see. Sorry. Okay. Yeah, I wanted to add a final question regarding to, you both said about patient capital. You also said about how investors can make this change of mind. So I would like to ask, what do you think about new financing models, new innovative finance models? Do you think that this is something that is missing in the ecosystem? It means, of course, venture capital doesn't work for all type of companies. So what other kind of models linked to impact we can have in the ecosystem, and what kind of models is needed to promote more in our ecosystem, and especially for the earliest stage that you are working on?
Yeah, I think one challenge that we face, in my perspective, is in Casa do Impacto, for example, we have startups that have really very good business models and that they are creating products or something that has real impact, but then you also have more social organizations that are tackling those kind of issues that normally governments are doing, or with those kinds of publics that not so many people want to work with, and the kind of money that they need, it's not exactly the same. So, and that's challenging because I still think that we are trying to find a way to create instruments that can give an answer to both. So I don't think it's the same answer. But, so I think we have some of them that will be like real companies and real startups, and that's great. So you have impact investing, you have the venture capital market that will help them to grow. But then you have others that probably, in my perspective, they will create a disruptive and innovation model to tackle social problems that organizations like mine are not doing the job well. So, and those ones, they need another kind of money. So I think they will always need probably grants, they will always need, and probably that's the part I always see sometimes the state or the governments trying to have the role of investors that I don't think that they do the job well. So I think they should probably give money to investors or put money in funds and let the investors do their jobs. And they should focus on creating probably money that is more supportive to these kinds of companies, these kinds of organizations that will always need the support of public money. So, and then I think in another way, I think you don't have like, these are worlds that are very far apart from each other. I still feel that.
Yeah.
So, and I think we should, because it's different from the entrepreneurship ecosystem itself. Like there, you have the venture capitalists and you have like, everything is similar and the language is the same and the profiles of the investors are similar. Here, it's completely different. So if you have a foundation that is putting philanthropic money, or you have a government, or you have a venture capitalist that wants to do impact, it's different roles. And if you don't have these people on the same tables, probably you will not agree on an ecosystem that gives the different answers that these different organizations need.
Yeah, of course, if we are talking about system change, right?
Yeah.
Marion, do you want to add something?
Maybe just to finish, I think we need to change the way we as impact investor, we invest. We shouldn't invest in impact as we invest in I don't know, tech. We need to change as a way we invest to really be able to support these companies, and it goes through like maybe less or lower return, financial return expectation. It can, like, we have many things to change to lead this transformation.
Yeah, I agree with that, and I think that probably this is the reason why we at Social Nest we are organizing this kind of event, this kind of gatherings, because we are trying to bring these different mindsets and different profiles of people who can work together to co-create different kind of solutions. But because obviously with the kind of solutions that we are having around in the ecosystem, we are still missing a lot of things and a lot of part of the ecosystem that needs support. A lot of kind of entrepreneurs and organizations that you mentioned that are still needing the kind of funding that they need. So I have to finish because everyone said me that. So thank you so much, Ines and Marion, for joining us in this session. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Obrigada.
Merci beaucoup, Marion. Very, very interesting. And obviously, yes, we have to use different metrics to assess the investment. Okay, we go back to another panel about investment. Let's bring on stage major league investment players. those that are backing outstanding entrepreneurs. So let's give a big applause to Iker Markaide, founder of chairman of Subi Group, by the way, one of the sponsors of this event. So double applause to Iker. To Victor Drawley, partner at Briga. Victor, welcome on the stage. And Liz Fleming, Chief Ecosystem Officer at South Summit, the father of all, the mother of all the events on innovation and entrepreneurship. Welcome, Liz.
Can lift you in the middle, maybe?
Sure.
Yes.
Do you know what? Let's all go in the middle.
Okay. All right.
Let's stand up. Let's stand up. Get close. Actually, everybody, good afternoon. Are they hearing me well? Thank you for having us. Everybody stand up. Everybody stand up. My biggest cultural adoption that I've taken from my 20 years in Spain is the siesta. It's like keeping us youthful and alive. Everybody stand up, shake your hands, shake your hands, shake your legs. We are skipping siesta, so I'm just trying to oxygenate the bodies and the brains because you're not going to want to miss this next session. Thank you so much.
Say hi to who you have next to you. If you don't know them, say hi.
Exactly. Shake a hand, make a connection. That's why we're here. That's why we're here. Thank you so much, guys, for putting up with me. I know the hour is getting late, and we want to enjoy this beautiful sunset and this incredible city.
Hello, Valencia!
Come on! That's a nice warm-up.
I think we've done our job. Now let's go. We're done.
Just good what beers.
Cheerleading done.
Exactly. Dude, I do this for a living. This is my life. So glad to be here and so honored to be able to facilitate this amazing conversation with these two amazing guys. The individual on my right needs no introduction, particularly in this city, but nowhere in Spain really, because we have, of course, Iker Markaide, one of the most successful entrepreneurs out of Spain in recent times, go down in history as legendary. And of course, in more recent years, involved with Zubi Group here locally, taking over the world. And trying to solve all of the world's biggest problems. You can bring me as your little pitch master when you're going around. So needs no introduction, but really has always been transforming the worlds and the industries that he's working in, and now is doing it in the impact space and the venture space, which we are really excited to dive into in a little minute. And Victor, of course, we have with us as well, partner from Briga Capital out of Paris. This fund are serious players in the French venture capital landscape and now taking over the world, moving into the office in Barcelona, investing in Spain, and have also landed in Africa. One of the first real founder-driven funds out of France, and really changing the dynamic there in a pretty mature ecosystem. So thrilled to have you with us as well, Victor.
Thank you.
Guys, we have no small task in figuring out the masterminds in the major league of investment, which is what we're talking about here today. I want to bring it back a little bit to basics, right? Because in this forum today, there's a lot of talk around impact investing, what it means for VC, how we're measuring that, how we're going to solve the world. Before we get into that, let's bring it back to the person. Okay, both of you are early stage investors. We have a huge amount of entrepreneurs participating and coming through today, particularly looking at the impact space. What do you guys as experienced investors look for within the individual? The founding team, the founding person, you know, that early stage team that are committed to maybe, you know, trying to respond to a massive complex problem with so many unknowns. What is it within the individual or the team that you're really looking for that makes you, you know, take that final decision of, I'm betting on you guys?
I can start if you want. Thank you for having me here, and thank you for the great intro. Inspiration is, of course, you know, the first word that comes to mind, but I think the way maybe to translate it to something concrete, we're looking for some people that might inspire me so much that I would leave my current job to join them. This is really the kind of feeling I expect to get, you know, from founders I want to back. These girls or guys who are able to drop you a vision with so much ambition and so much change in what they want to do, that you want to follow them. You want to do everything you can in order for this vision to be reality in the coming years. So this is really, I would say, something that is more of a soft skill in a way. Of course, then you try to understand whether it's possible, whether it's doable, and whether you're facing the right people to actually execute this vision, and it comes down to operational capability. So this is always this kind of balance between inspiration, storytelling, shaping you a world you want to live in, and at the same time facing the right team that is able to execute it and to start with a blank page and start, from 0 to 1, selecting the right people, going for the right customers, shaping the right product. This is this combination of the two that I think makes an exceptional team. And it's, of course, super difficult to be excellent at both these topics, but yeah, our job is really about narrowing it down to the most exceptional teams we can find.
Inspiration combined with implementation, I guess, is the magic combination for you. Iker, what are you looking for?
So in our case, we kind of invest in very diverse kind of stages. So we're thinking about with our venture builder, with Zubi Labs, we create companies from scratch. We co-found together with entrepreneurs. There's like no company to talk about. This is like investing in talent pre-company. Sometimes we come up with ideas or we figure out them together. So there, we're trying to ensure that that person is like really aligned to the why, like the purpose of the project. The thing that should not change whatever happens. It can change the how you tackle, but the social environmental challenge that you want to solve has to be there. It's your motivation. It's your kind of purpose in life, professional purpose in life. So that's kind of what and we've had our lessons learned there. As a venture builder, maybe we initially started running it more like an accelerator, thinking that everyone can be a great entrepreneur, which is a question of having the chance. Then we realized that as a venture builder, your cost of opportunity, your structure just doesn't work. So we've kind of moved more into like people that have a certain track record that are kind of really going to benefit from the kind of the support of the whole group, etc. Because we have a big, large share teams that supports them, like all the senior team, etc. And that's kind of point zero, right? And then that kind of thing turns into like very different ventures with different ventures with different purpose, just because individuals have their motivations. And someone is obsessed about biodiversity, and then someone is obsessed about poverty, and that's fine. Those are two different like impact outcomes which are important, and we feel more as the platform that kind of enables to pursue those dreams, right? That's kind of venture building Zubi Labs, and we have over 10 companies that we created that way. Then we move into Zubi Capital, which is where we invest in companies, right? And that can be like very early stage with our diversity, social equity, and inclusion fund, which is kind of angel tickets. Typically, the first institutional investor. We're like very friendly. Sometimes you talk institutional, seems like a guy in a tie, like very formal. We're like, it's like it's a fund, right? So it's run by an investment management a company, hence institutional from that sense. And that that early stage, you do start seeing some initial traction, but of course maybe there's no serious revenue that you can talk about the company, but still very like young. Then we move into venture debt, and our venture debt fund is for things that are doing 1 to 10 million revenue, kind of scale up stage where we are kind of co-investors with other equity investors. Of course, all we do is impact at Zubi. So that's kind of on these two different funds is we could do climate change, we could do circular economy, we do very different things with that kind of investment strategy, right? Whether it's early stage, whether it's venture debt. And then you spend more time thinking about the company. And then, for example, we're also investing, and there are different other investment strategies like diabetes that we wanna pursue. And then you're also, looking. We really care that the people that are running the companies care as much as the purpose and the mission of those companies as we do. I think that's kind of, I would say, number one, right? And then you figure out your way, you learn what you don't know, you grow as a leader, you get to know yourself, right? But I think it's really hard to be like an entrepreneur. I mean, they're like, this is a roller coaster, to be honest. And if you're, whatever in the step you are as an entrepreneur, those of you that are starting companies, I mean, there are multiple times that you're gonna fall, you're gonna stand up, you're gonna go to bed exhausted, depressed, and then you're gonna wake up again like energized, thinking that like your purpose and what you're doing kind of is worthwhile. And it makes sense. Maybe we'll be the greatest company in the world, maybe not, but it matters to you and you want to pursue it.
Really sounds like being a mom on some levels. When you go to bed exhausted, you wake up energized and excited, and it's your purpose. But there are a lot of parallels there now. It's fascinating to see you guys look at every different stage, so it's incredible to see that, and I love to see you're talking about the why needs to be the constant there, and the how maybe has to adapt and change over time. I suppose related to that, but diving a little bit deeper, can you tell us a little bit about the sectors and the specializations and the trends that you're most excited about right now? I guess that might evolve over time, maybe not, because you've got really specific vertical strategies, but Briga is more generalist now, I understand. So maybe what are the specific industry opportunities that you're both excited about right now?
Yes, I can jump in. So yeah, indeed, Briga, we are a generalist fund, meaning that we're not an impact fund per se. We're more, like a traditional way of doing VC, even if indeed we have a different DNA with only ex-entrepreneurs as investors and a support team for our startups. So being generalist doesn't mean that we don't care about impact. When we're all individuals living in the same world, and this is definitely something we try to educate our clients also about. And when it comes to the sectors that we're currently looking at, for sure, there is a big AI wave. Everyone hears about it, and we get to see a lot of stuff about it. I think we're just at the very early days of the applications we can have in so many different fields. So we pay a lot of attention to what's going on in this new wave of technology, new maturity of technology that was pre-existing before, but where we see more usability, let's say, and more potential impact for tons of sectors. And for instance, one application that we're looking at these days is cybersecurity, and how you can prevent attacks by training your team, your models, your tools to many different scenarios that you never thought about, and that the AI is able to generate for your infrastructure to be tested. And I think it's a good way to protect on potential vulnerabilities or threats. When it comes to climate, this is, of course, a key topic. And of course, we see more and more teams that are driven by this need for action. And so we see tremendous entrepreneurs coming to us, willing to start their journey on that topic, especially these days. And we were discussing it a bit earlier, but everything about the prop tech energy sector is something we deeply look into. What I mean that is solar panels, heat pumps, or home insulation is something that is super, super tangible and drives a real impact, and that is a big market opportunity, especially here in Spain when it comes to solar panel, the penetration rate is so low. It doesn't even make sense, why it didn't boom before. But I think these are sectors where we strongly believe, category leaders are going to emerge, and it also matches, the climate and impact thesis as well.
It's exciting to see more traditional VCs, let's say, look at more kind of tangible impacting sectors as well. So it's exciting to see you guys move into that space, and we'll come back to that. Iker, you mentioned some of them, but talk about the fact that you guys are exclusively impact driven, and what are the verticals you're looking at?
So kind of we go back to the origin. We started, the first project of Zubi was a school, right? And that's here, Imagine Montessori School. So for us, education is things we always kind of navigate around, and with different angles, whether it's children, whether it's, helping people at risk of, exclusion. How do we enable them a better life for themselves? Education connecting a lot with poverty, for example. So that's a theme. Also, the second project was, is Barrio La Pinada, which is all our impact real estate projects. So from there, all the spin-offs around prop tech, climate tech, how it connects to the city, from like, Woodea with the wood construction company, or like Nido, which is kind of displacing gas boilers with heat pumps, or like another project we're putting together on retrofitting. So that's kind of an ecosystem for us as well. Maybe there's another ecosystem I would think about climate change, which is how can you kind of science-based deep tech solutions, how can they solve in some of these issues, and spending quite a bit of time in renewable fuels, in particular hydrogen also, like kind of where are the angles there we can tackle, kind of mainstream and give solutions some of the environmental challenges. Those are some, but then we also kind of start launching new things. Like when we start thinking about like new themes, it always starts with like someone that is passionate about something, right? So, we have now our first project in the food system because there's an individual that really cared about this, and there was a great opportunity, and we just kind of pursue. And maybe we start kind of creating those verticals or those synergies. But it's true that because we have the, co-founding activity, which are venture builder, we have our investment, and then we have our like group companies like the schools and TThe cities, which are impact real estate division, that gives us kind of maybe as an unfair advantage of seeing needs that are untapped, and maybe there is an opportunity to create a company around that. Maybe not. Maybe there is, right? So at least you maybe have an initial customer, you have an initial someone that you can talk to that is not so lonely. So that's in some sense what we try to build. So sometimes there is opportunity to like look at a moonshot of something we don't absolutely know anything, but but the ramp up period is longer there. We also do those things, but if there is an individual who really cares about a certain outcome and wants to kind of spend that ramp up also in that process.
So it's such a unique structure in that you're looking at multi-stage and you have different vehicles literally to kind of pursue different opportunities, which is quite a unique model. To come back to the more traditional VC models, so I do consider myself a recovering venture capitalist. At South Summit, we've always had a much broader sense of what entrepreneurship looks like and has gone beyond, say, just tech and digital. But now we feel a huge responsibility to go much further beyond on that, and that, you know, really change the face of, say, startups, tech, and entrepreneurship from the inside out. And Maria is the first to admit that our founder is a 70-year-old Spanish serial entrepreneur, and the team is 85% female, and you know, we have a kind of a different DNA, let's say, than a lot of companies of our style born in our space at our time. I'm deeply passionate about venture capital and financing models that really can scale technological solutions or any kind of solutions disruptive really at a global level. And I love this conversation and this whole conference because you are here for a very specific reason. This is not just an impact event, right? And if you look at the spectrum of venture capital and impact, they're really starting to overlap in terms of mission, challenge, and market opportunity. Let's be honest here, every single crisis is a massive market opportunity in many senses. And I think there's so much from each side to learn, like the venture capital in terms of scaling capital, scaling disruptive solutions fast, and on the side of impact, understanding those measurements, understanding the impact that's happening. What has to happen inside of VC, Victor, for this shift to maybe happen more quickly? Or what are some of the tools, the metrics, the models that you guys are looking at as a fund or any other funds you've seen in the market to make that change happen? Because I think that's becoming more and more urgent, and venture capital is famously known for not innovating. So maybe give us a little bit of your perspective on the change that needs to happen to kind of see the scale of solutions that we need today.
Yeah, with pleasure. No, you said it. I think the first need and the why, I mean, even if it was just pure rational decisions, just if we don't, we're going to miss, you know, great opportunities. And our job is just to make sure that our LP money goes to the right direction and to the most successful journeys that there are there. So only this, you know, should be enough. But of course, apart from that, yeah, we feel, you know, like as individuals, more and more fear, and we question the model, you know, on a daily basis to say, okay, we know that we have this responsibility of kind of co-shaping or supporting, you know, the people that are shaping our future. These entrepreneurs that are completely disrupting our usages via technology, most of the time for the scope we own. We kind of pick, you know, the ones we believe in and we want to push to the next phase. And of course, this gives us a strong responsibility, which brings us back to how do we select them? And we were mentioning, you know, what we expect from top entrepreneurs to inspire us and be the best at executing and implementing. There's, of course, these CSR impact component, which is super important. And I see, you know, also among my peers that more and more of them have internal grids in order to also filter down, you know, to the ones that will embrace, you know, these new trends and new needs. I think here, what we implemented internally is that very concretely, we have a process where the partners meeting comes quite early in the process, just to make sure we all align that we are seriously looking at the opportunity. And on top of, you know, internal debates we might have, we have a grade that is given by not only the investment team, but also some other people in our team that are in the back office, in the support team, etc., just to make sure we don't have too much bias from the investment team there. And we have like 3 categories where we grade the companies. One is environment, the other is ethics, and the third one is philanthropy and economic responsibility. They're given a grade between -2 and +2, and we have two rules. We need to have at least 80% of positive impact in our portfolio, and it's impossible to invest in a company with a grade below zero, that neutral impact. And this is something that we started to implement for us only, and at some point that we also presented to our clients, to our LPs, and the thing is that they were really happy about it, because I think they also lack of visibility in traditional portfolios to say, okay, where does my money go? What impact does it have on top of the financial return I can expect? And everyone is, of course, it's a good thing, just feeling so much pressure on these topics, you know, from a customer point of view, from their employees, and also as individuals. Like they need also the ecosystem of VC to serve them with better transparency on that, and also show them that their investment strategy is taking care of that.
That's awesome. So you've actually introduced it into your decision-making process. And
Exactly.
how long have you been using that model?
We started 2 years ago.
Cool, excellent. And you're finding that that can maybe positively impact self-selection in founders, but also LPs potentially?
Yes, because indeed, you know, LPs, we know when we, in the discussion, when you're here also to sell your vehicle, to sell your financial products, this was not the case a few years ago. It was maybe not part of the equation when they were selecting, you know, the right fund managers, but now it's a mandatory topic.
I'd love to see over time if your criteria and selection bias is heavy-ended on the financial returns with the impact returns. It's early to say, but it'd be interesting. And maybe you guys have a bit more experience in that. So yeah. I want to put a really blunt question to you. I mean, you've come from the world of tech and venture capital and all the way to NASDAQ, right? You know, is there a trade-off? Is there a financial trade-off on not investing in the typical scalable tech type profile opportunity, or what is that? How do your LPs look at it? Yeah. How did you approach that, both as an investor and a founder, I guess?
And how we think about kind of the future of venture capital. So, you know, maybe I'll disappoint someone in the audience, but we don't really care about venture capital. We don't really care about like having huge exits. We don't really care about going IPO. For us, all those things are not the end. For us, that's a means. Today, that's the best means that we see to solve a challenge. For us, what really fires that up is there will be no poverty in the world. You know, climate change would not be an issue. You know, we all would could take care of our families and provide them well-being, you know, and so on of the things that we work. So to achieve that, we need to create amazing global companies that are leading industries. To make that, we need to attract the best talent that really cares about this and wants to do it together with us. So that's kind of our end goal. We're super laser focused on the outcomes. What's even the right way to tackle the opportunity? To be honest, like creating a company, it's a lot of work. If we could choose to invest in someone who's doing a great job at solving something we care, we'd rather that. In fact, if they were like, we create funds because we see gaps in the market that are untapped, that are unsolved, and we care about those. But to be easiest, the easiest is just to invest in funds. That's the most passive. But if we're focused on like, what's our additionality? What can we create? How can we maximize impact? What we've seen is that, you know, sometimes it's investing in companies that are growing, in companies that are doing a great job. Sometimes it's creating companies from scratch. And to solve that outcome that we do care about, these companies need to scale up. If we want to invest in a lot of companies of things that we care about, we need to provide market returns to our investors, right? And that's kind of, in Zubi, we work in market returns. For us, there's no trade-off. So companies like, I don't know, Cofircular that, you know, has this year saved 1 million tons of waste to end up in landfills that we created. There's no trade-off. The more money it will make, it's the more million of tons they will save going to landfills. We like that direct correlation. We don't want trade-offs. We want to ensure that like financial success is actually maximizing social and environmental challenges.
That's awesome, yeah. And you can kind of see the passion and the clarity around that, which I guess makes it easier for your co-investors and anybody coming on board with you guys, that no compromise required. A compromise is just not a consideration, that it really has to be pulling in the same direction. And we're almost completely out of time. But to leave on that positive note, and I suppose you've given us an example, but can you both give us an example of a company in your portfolio that you're just super excited about, that you can really see they start to move the needle? And if they go big and they become a category leader, we can really see tangible solutions to some of these complex problems.
I'm happy. So, for example, one we started that kind of illustrates well the journey is like, we started Barrio La Pinada, which is this eco district here in Valencia, we saw that like building with steel and concrete would not make sense, would not help us kind of reduce the carbon footprint. And we started thinking about what other biosolutions and biomaterials. We thought about wood. So then we started thinking about how could we build cities out of wood and embed carbon in the, and then from there we said, okay, let's start thinking about this idea and explore it. Initially Pablo joined as a technical co-founder, then Octavi, and then this company, we acted as the first customer in a project here in Valencia, building a building out of wood, but now has clients outside Zubi and is doing projects in Barcelona and Madrid. So it's like a great example of like how you build on a synergy from the group, the know-how from the group. It enables you to go quicker, leverage kind of the shared services and the business units, and then from there maybe act as initial customer, but then like you have been catalytic, and now it has life by itself. It's being competitive in the market. People are calling them, and it's taking into account that 40% of climate is buildings, right?
That's a huge opportunity as well. Victor, a company you're particularly proud of or excited about?
Yeah, I can mention one, and maybe just rapidly to reflect on what you were discussing about the, not being like opposite, but being, playing together with financial returns and impact. We did the exercise, even if we started with these grades, like 2 years ago, and the companies we have in our portfolio that have a positive impact, they perform 2 times better than the others. So that's just for us, a clear view that it makes sense for on those assumptions. About the company, I can mention, I think it reflects on some of what you were saying, Iker, with the mindset and the passion of the founders. We were at the inception of a company called GoJob, which is a kind of job and talent in France, and now also operating in the US. So we were almost co-founders at that time of this company. But what we really fell in love with was the vision of this founder, Pascal, who is the CEO, whose view on that temporary job market was to replace the worker at the center of its value proposition, and to give a chance to some people that don't necessarily have the skills to apply to a certain job, to just do it because they've been good at previous missions, they've been offered the chance to actually try something that may require some training, but try to convince their employers, the clients, to give them the chance. And this is, for me, also a way to say in some pre-existing traditional businesses, there is also room for impact and to just maybe flip the coin and try another angle. And this is what makes these workers, for sure, more engaged, and they find maybe more interest and purpose in their professional lives. Today, they're employing 10,000 full-time employees per month. They're doing more than 100 million revenue, doubling this every year. And so not only giving them the chance, but also some financial services, some training also for some other jobs they would love to be offered. So I think this is and the mindset of this entrepreneur is, from the very start, most of his shares are actually owned by a foundation that he created, where then, we invest in this money in some projects for excluding youngsters that need to be back, brought into the traditional education system, etc. So I think, indeed, it's not necessarily only with, of course, new materials, but also like new business models and new aspects of a historical market.
We're totally out of time, so we're going to have to leave it there. But amazing to see from both you guys and from your portfolio that doing good is still good for business. So thanks a million for being here with us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See you.
Thank you very much, Liz, for keeping on track. Thank you, Iker. Thank you, Victor. Well, it has been clear that money matters, that lo que no es cash cachondeo. So let's see how we can translate that. Anyway, this is an event about innovation, and innovation meets impact. Let's shift to an innovative and more innovative format. We're going to have a radio open innovation, being led by Marisol Menendez, my very long-time good friend, so welcome on board. And she's going to be, she's the CEO of WITH, Women in Tech, and Vila Catu. And Sara Pedraz, welcome on board also. Theo is the Chief Operation Officer at Patio. So now the floor is yours, and do whatever magic you are going to do. So put your hands together to welcome Marisol and Sara.
How are you? How's everyone today? Are you tired? Are you happy? Are you inspired? Are you ready for the next adventure? Are you ready for the next adventure? They are ready, Sarah.
I'm not quite sure. I haven't heard them.
Are you ready for the next adventure?
Okay, let's start.
They're quite ready.
Yeah.
It's good. I hope that during the session you get more activated because, you know, today we are proposing to you an adventure. This is a new format and it was born as an idea of what can we bring anew to the stage on different ways to share stories. That's our objective today. Radio I, Radio Open Innovation, is, by the way, do we have a clicker? Sorry. Do we have a clicker? Nacho? Sorry. Radio Open Innovation was born as an idea to create a story around the topics that we are discussing today. Radio Open Innovation was born as a live podcast. We want to bring here today, imagine that you were in a late night show, like talking with any of these amazing radio programs. We are right now in a TV set with an amazing setting, with amazing guests. We want to bring you many ideas and many information because this is a mix of a podcast, a radio program, of an innovation conversation, and a coffee with friends. This is an adventure to talk together. Today we're talking about unlikely partners, which is a way to say what can we create when we mix and match different players in the ecosystem. And, but well, let's begin with the conversation and let's begin with the adventure, having said the very first part of this. So first of all, allow me to introduce myself. Let's see if this is working. 1 second. Well, my name is Marisol Menendez, and I'm CEO and founder of GIB and Bilakatu. My passion is open innovation. And, okay, the clicker is changing the other presentation. Well, my passion is open innovation. Does someone know what is open innovation? Have you heard about open innovation before? Well, open innovation is innovation in collaboration with others. And this is me, Marisol Menendez. If we can show this in the screen, the next slide. Maybe we are moving here the slides. Well, I was born in Mexico, not so long time ago. I'm an industrial engineer, and I didn't have like a clear vocation. I don't know if some of you have the same circumstance as me. I never knew that I wanted to be, this is me, a nurse or a teacher or whatever other vocations are there in life. But I studied industrial engineering as a Swiss knife to be able to do whatever I wanted to do. I began working I came to Spain in the year 2000, so I've been living here for 23 years. If we can go to the next slide, although I'm cute. This slide can stay here for a long time. Can we click the next slide? I came to live to Spain, and I began working in different projects of integration and many big corporations. And I began working at BBVA. BBVA, it's a global financing group, and it was a really exciting adventure, but then it came to me the opportunity to create the Open Innovation Department. And you know, that's when I asked, we needed to answer ourselves the very basic question of what was open innovation, and today we're going to talk about that for a bit. Later on, I began working or continue exploring the open innovation initiatives in other companies such as South Summit, or I created other ecosystems in the Nordics like Nordic Future Innovation, and I worked in these intersectorial, multi-player, multi-sector ecosystems. In reality, I discovered that when you mix and match all kinds of different perspectives and ideas, something magical happens. And this is what's happening today. We are talking about open innovation. We have a podcast about open innovation, the World Open Innovation Conversations. This is BBVA, and now we're ready to click. Ya está. Ya está. We are ready to click. World Open Innovation Conversations, and now I created my company called Vila Catu in Bilbao. And also at the same time, during all this time, I've been working in creating a female leader network, which is began as Women in Tech Spain back in 2018, and now we are called WITH. WITH doesn't stand for anything, but it's a network of female leaders. But all of these that I told you has in common that we are creating connections, and connections, collaboration, connections with others is what is bringing us today to be here together in this day and time. And that's what brought me to get to know Sara, because Sara, we met because of our common passion of innovation.
Exactly, Marisol. Thank you for the intro, and thank you for having me here, and thank you for the organization, especially Marta del Castillo, for such an amazing milestone for the community, this first edition of the Gap in Between. I hope we can have much more Gap in Betweens in the upcoming years.
Exactly. And we are passionate about connection and ecosystem orchestration, and that's why Sara is my co-host today in this TV set that we are creating in our imaginary TV show.
Yes.
Can you introduce yourself and let us know a little bit about you today?
Exactly. I'm going to start introducing myself by highlighting what I consider has been a constant in my career, which is connecting unconnected dots. Although I have always hidden it, my first job was a symphony orchestra musician. So I started my training path as a music performer. I studied music performance. And then I studied communications, and I specialize in digitalization. And currently, I'm finishing my PhD in gender and technology. So again, a lot of different dots, such as technology, impact, social impact, art, comms, again, connecting what it doesn't mean, it's not perceived to be connected at first. I work at Reina Sofia Museum, at Gestamp Corporation, which is a huge industrial group. I have been leading the innovation in corporates such as GSK or Merck, and also working for the European Commission in acceleration projects for startups and big corporations, such as Toyota, Merlin, in one high-impact program called Impact Connected Car, which was awarded in 2019, I think, because it was 4 years ago, the best acceleration program in Europe. So we accelerated like 60-something startups with more than 7 million euros, and it was a huge success in Europe. In my last years, I was really passionate to trying to create impact or make an impact of all the open innovation ecosystem. So I focus on pharma multinationals, particularly on high-impact diseases, oncology and hematology patients, and I found my purpose, which is trying to make an impact on large-scale corporations. And now what I'm doing, because I've been introduced as a COO at Patio Campus. So yes, I'm the Chief Operating Officer of Patio Campus, which maybe it's not familiar to some of you, although I hope it is, yet it's not familiar. But in short time, I'm very sure it will be really familiar to everyone in the ecosystem. Patio arrives at this point of my career, which I have very clear what I want. I'm really focused on open innovation, and I want to make collaboration happen in the whole ecosystem. I'm going to be devoted to both large corporations, VCs, entrepreneurs, citizens, and also public administration. And we know that there is a huge gap, a gap in between, that the ecosystem, the social impact ecosystem needs to be orchestrated, and that's our role. and we are creating the services and the projects that are needed to make this happen.
And now you see why Sarah and I are friends, because we have so many areas of connection. And in fact, Sarah mentioned her music training. And you know what I think, or one way to explain what I do is to say that we are ecosystem orchestrators.
Yes, absolutely.
And for me, ecosystem orchestration is sometimes something like this. We can assume that the presentation is not working. It's like orchestrating an orchestra, no? And sometimes it's just listening and connecting the right dots, you know? We are working in the area of open innovation, you know, and open innovation, okay, this is connecting the dots. We are listening and connecting the dots. And open innovation is a new term, newish, because the first book about open innovation was written in 2020. For me, it's innovation in collaboration. Sometimes it's putting together those who are not like so obvious collaborators, sometimes perceived maybe even as enemies, but finding where they are connected to create value, no? And this is part of the art of innovation. Well, Sarah, this was your picture. Do you like it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was me 2 years ago, yeah.
And we're talking about open innovation, no? And I invited Marcel Bogers, who is one of the top scholars in open innovation. I invited him to talk about open innovation and give us the official definition, because open innovation is a concept that we use freely to explain many things. But me, I like to use the official definition. Okay, so we will invite Marcel Bogers to share the academic definition, if you allow me. Please, Marcel, go ahead. We can't hear you, Marcel. That's the money. Well, So Marcel, he's an academic, and he is in Netherlands, in the Eindhoven University, and he co-wrote together with Henry Chesbrough the new definition in 2013 about open innovation. Includes these elements that he was talking about the collaboration and the value that we create together. I put together this methodology. It's called the 3 dimensions of open innovation. And here you can see the main tool that we use to have common conversations about the connection of the innovation strategy to the overall strategy of the company. And it's important that we make this conscious analysis about the interaction to make sure that our innovation strategies survive in the long term, because this lack of connection between innovation and your core sometimes leads to finishing some innovation initiatives. And this conversation about connecting the value of the innovation initiatives to the core and to the community is what was Marcel talking about and what we bring forward in this, the innovation strategy, the open innovation strategy canvas. I invite you to take a look at it, and it's Creative Commons and open to share for everyone. Yeah. It's interesting. But now, we are talking about collaboration, we are talking about innovating together with others, and a natural consequence is creating ecosystems, because we are finding the right people to collaborate with. So, we established that open innovation is an interesting element to bring value to companies. We are establishing that collaborating with others is also interesting. And now, I invite you, Sarah, to explain a little bit more about what you're doing in Patio Campus to create this value in ecosystems together.
Perfect. Thank you, Marisol. As Marisol has said before, she has a huge story about open innovation and being an orchestrator. And I started recently the operations of Patio. Patio for me is a miracle, the type of miracle that I think we are all waiting for in the ecosystem. That's why I had no choice but to join the project. It was funded after, maybe we can all agree, a very right and simple diagnosis that innovation will only happen if the entire ecosystem starts to collaborate. There is no point in launching new programs, having brilliant ideas, scaling startups, if the rest of the ecosystem does not respond to that. And for this, you need a catalyst. You need someone that independently is responsible for modeling the multiple interests that exist and that are adding value. And now I'm going to ask you a question. Can you imagine this is not only possible, but also is possible to create impact focus on sustainability? Well, the answer is pretty simple. You can imagine, because Patio was born for that. We are that type of miracle that was funded by 7 corporations: Iberia, Inditex, Merlin Properties, Mau San Miguel, Pascual, oh my God, L'Oreal, and BMW, sorry, and the support of the community of Madrid, which is funding some of the initiative in order to make it happen. But we are global. We are going to have a flagship in Madrid, but we need to add value wherever the value is needed.
I think that, from our previous conversations, that you are creating a neutral meeting point. For me, these neutral meeting points, like today, the gap in between, are critical to bringing all the different players of the ecosystem.
Absolutely, and with this in mind, we are now designing with these corporations, with all the public administration, but also with the whole ecosystem, and maybe some of you have already been or interviewed or have meeting with us, the type of services and all the offering the Patio needs to point in real life. To have the impact that we want to have, attracting talent, generating employment, generating value, sustainable innovation for society. We are not going to start to compete with any agent, because at the end, business angels, VCs, accelerators, entrepreneur campus are going to be part of our offering. We need to collaborate with all of them. We think that collaboration, patio, but by the way, I don't know if everyone understands the word in Spanish, but it's a place to encounter so everyone can be there.
Like the common yard.
Yeah,
no?
the common yard, yeah, exactly. And we want to overcome the challenge of this unity that we are having in the ecosystem, and we are here to make it happen.
Being the neutral meeting point and attracting all the players will bring and create unlikely partnerships, and this will for sure bring new stories. Imagine, Sarah, that we are in the gap in between 2025, sharing the story and telling about the news of Patio 2025. What are you doing today?
Well, our vision is that Patio in 2025 is going to be the world-leading innovation and sustainability campus, which is a challenge. We know we are really ambitious. The other day, specifically in the team, we were discussing, and those who were discussing that doesn't know me very well, that we are being really ambitious. Yes, we are ambitious, but this is needed. So I'm going to repeat it again. We are going to be ambitious, and we are going to be the global innovation and sustainability campus. We will have a physical headquarters, as I have mentioned before, but we are going to launch the localized program to help everyone focus on this goal. And our operations are going to start in, let's say, I hope the team is not going to kill me, but in some weeks this year. For this reason, we are here, and we also encourage the whole ecosystem to feel included. You can come to us, you can feel Patio as your place to be, to make innovation happen, and we want to be, and we are going to be, in 2025, but also in 2023 and 2024, what our name represents, the courtyard, the common yard, the collaborative space that is needed. So the public administration, everyone related to investment, all the entrepreneurs, common citizens, big corporations, and small corporations, of course, are going to be there to collaborate, to sweat together, and to generate the impact that we are going to look for. And we are talking about sustainability in a broad sense. We are not talking about biodiversity and climate change, which is okay, but about all the dimensions of the ESG concept.
And this is amazing because we need these places that create this transversal connection, no? Throughout. So we are looking forward to this 2025 news and bringing the story to the real life, no? And you know, for us, open ecosystems are a critical tool to create the future. And today in the gap in between, we've been talking about all kinds of problems, as you were saying, not only the ecological problems, but everything that is an issue to grow and create a fair world and better for everyone. I don't know if you've heard before about this term called the wicked problems, which is a term that these two academics, Rittel and Weber, created in 1973. And they said that wicked problems are not like evil problems, but are problems that resist a solution. And these problems can only be solved by a group of people, or they don't allow like a single person solution, you know? Wicked problems resist a solution, and we are living many of those wicked problems. Pollution, COVID was a wicked problem. We need to coordinate at scales that we've never seen before as humanity to solve them. And you know, naturally, this brings together also the complexity that we are living nowadays. The VUCA world, the vulnerable, uncertainty, complexity, and anxiousness that we are living every day is part of this complexity. Do you agree, Sarah?
Absolutely.
We need to collaborate to solve these problems, you know? And by the way, SDGs, as you were talking before, the Global Sustainable Development Goals, I think are a list of these wicked problems that we need to solve together as a group. By the way, it's even recognized as one of the goals, the collaboration as a tool to solve the future. That's why I asked Henry Chesbrough. Henry Chesbrough is the father of open innovation, and to talk a minute and a half. Henry, go ahead. Sputnik and NASA.
En la siguiente slide. No, no.
Well, you know, I really like listening about this because the scale and being business is critical for the endurance and perdurance of everything that we are doing nowadays. And now we begin with the next section of our program.
Yeah, because weak problems, and that's why what's really important to have Henry with us, are like the ones that we are analyzing the gap in between and require everyone to interact. And I want to highlight the role that startups are having in order to challenge and to face some of the more complex problems that we are having. So let's start with Ricardo, that is here on the stage, Ricardo Roman. He's the CSO and Chief Revenue Officer at Fractal. Welcome. And can you start by sharing with us what is Fractal?
Well, thank you, Sarah and Marisol, for having me here. It's a pleasure for me to be speaking at the Gap in Between. Well, we at Fractal, we focus on software as a service, aim at tackling a big problem for most of the companies in the world. There is maintenance management. All physical assets deteriorate with usage and time, so you need to perform activities to get them back to the original status or form. And those activities should be tracked and controlled so they can be productive, sustainable, and effective in time.
And you started in 2015, and now you are one of the startups of the ecosystem, but your clients are big corporations and big companies, and you are creating kind of a ripple effect by making others better. Can you explain how you are doing this?
Yeah, well, most of the communication we do about the customers is about big clients, big firms, because they give you some some assurance to the other people, some social effect. But most of our customers are small and medium-sized business, okay? So what we're doing is helping these small and medium-sized business, or even the big ones, digitalize the operations they have in maintenance, be more productive, be able to communicate better, okay? And in some cases, exactly as you said, we are making these small companies able to communicate better with the customers, okay? And integrate better in the whole value chain of the products that they're serving.
You're talking about physical, digital assets maintenance. So can you share an example of something that you are doing?
Yeah, for sure. Well, we are working, for example, with Acciona. Okay, Javier was around here earlier today. We're working with them for a few years now for the mobility fleet. Okay, the electrical bikes that you see on the street. What we help them with is, well, keep every each of the motorbikes or the bikes in a perfect form, in a perfect functionality form, and also keep track of the ITUs, the compliance of that. So they have all that information in a single platform, and they can communicate to technicians, customers, all of that through our solutions.
And talking about one of the type of clients you were mentioning, the big corporations, now this panel was called Unlikely Partners. Can you highlight some pros, cons, on some pieces of advice to other startups that want to work with big corps?
Well, the first one is that you almost always enter these kind of deals with a mindset of having a big chunk of returns, revenue, and you get into these partnerships because of the let's say direct revenue that you can get from them, but that's not the case. In many cases, yes, you can build big tickets to them, but the things that you take away from that relationship are way more important than the money. Okay, for example, they push you to get certifications and security certification. For example, we are ISO 27000, but not working with these big corporates, that wouldn't be an issue for us. But they force us to go there, and get more professional. The innovation cannot stop, okay? We started in 2015, but the company that we were back then is not the company that we are now, and that's heavily influenced by the customers that we are serving. Also, on top of that, they open a big, door for other opportunities, because they work with third parties, with contractors, and other people that also need your services, so you can attend those too. So it's a ripple effect, and we often go thinking this is about revenue, but it's not about revenue. It's about creating a value chain that is completed.
I find it really interesting that the Chief Revenue Officer is saying that this is not about revenue. It's great. Thank you so much for sharing with us your story. And I think it's time to receive the other speaker on stage.
Thank you very much,
Thank you,
Ricardo.
Thank
you.
Thank you.
And with this, we can applaud. Yeah, I like the idea of applauding. Ricardo helped us understand the business of wicked problems, and now we are having the perspective of a VC. We are talking about the investor side. No? Welcome on stage, Fernando. How are you today?
Thank you. Happy to be here with you, Marisol, Sara.
We like to get to know our friends first. Can you introduce yourself a little bit today?
Well, I'm Fernando Marzal. I'm Managing Director at Subi Labs. Subi Labs belongs to the Subi Group. We are partnering here. And we create and invest in companies that create impact, that solves this kind of wicked challenge, or part of the wicked challenge we have right now. So I'm entrepreneur, serial entrepreneur. I started my first company when I was 18, so I have been working in this sector, in the startup sector.
Before startups were called startups.
Yes, absolutely, yes. So I have seen how the ecosystem has been created. So it's a long work we have been doing together with many people, investors, entrepreneurs, and public administrations. And well, Right now, what I'm doing is leading this venture builder we have in Zubi Group. It's an impact venture builder, so we are creating these startups to solve these problems.
Venture builder, Sarah.
Yeah.
It's part of your community and your interest also in the ecosystem.
So
no?
we have at Zubi the investment area, but
the-
also the venture builder
But you
area.
create startups. What's
Yes.
the business model of an impact company? How do you begin with that?
Well, the business model of an impact company could be different from one to another. The point here is the intentionality. When you create a startup that aims to be an impact startup, you have the intention to solve some problem. And obviously you create a theory of change. That is the framework we used to make this impact scope and to measure the KPIs that you want to control for your startup. But the business model as itself could be wherever. I mean, it's a startup. At the end, it's a startup solving a problem, being an impact startup, but also having a metric that is also economic. I mean, it's triple impact.
Okay.
Do you want to ask anything or?
No, for me, it's really interesting how are you able in this type of event. So maybe you can share one learning that you have been having so far, like creating Zubi Labs many years ago. I think it could be a challenge. So what you can learn and share with the ecosystem, one story or something that you can tell us.
Well, Iker created Zubi Labs. So he started creating a startup that were solving his own problems. Right now, Zubi Labs is more than that. And I think the point is that we need motivated people creating and investing in this startup. For me, the main difference is that this movement, this impact movement, the ecosystem, help us a lot in order to grow faster and scale faster the startups, thanks to attract impact investors, entrepreneurs that are motivated because of the impact and many things. I think this is the key. The key is motivation. The key is people wanting to solve something.
And I hope that you can agree that things are changing a lot, and now you can find a lot of impact-focused investor, impact-focused talent that want to have a real purpose, apart from, of course, creating monetary value. So I think that maybe the reason why you create Zubi Labs now is becoming a more digestible path for everyone. So thank you so much, Fernando. And
thank you for coming here. I think that we are painting this picture of startups, the support and structure and business model and vision that startups need to have. And we have an incentive and a motive to create impact business, no?
Yes.
Thank you for sharing this time with us.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Now, Marisol, I'm liking so much this experiment. We are looking at different perspectives in the ecosystem, and I would like to invite Javier. And I'm also switching to Spanish. Tu turno, Javier. Javier es el director del Laboratorio Ciudadano y de Innovación de Las Naves. Bienvenido.
Muchas gracias.
Te propongo que nos cuentes sobre ti, sobre tu proyecto, Las Naves. ¿Qué es? ¿Qué debemos saber?
Bueno, lo primero, gracias Marisol, Sara, por la invitación. Bueno, yo soy Javier Ibáñez y trabajo desde el 2016 en Las Naves, que es el Centro de Innovación Social y Urbana del Ayuntamiento de Valencia. Es una fundación que depende del Ayuntamiento y es, digamos, como el brazo ejecutor de las políticas de innovación en el Ayuntamiento de Valencia. Y dentro
Estáis cerca de aquí, ¿verdad? ¿Estáis cerca de aquí?
¿Estáis cerca?
Sí, estamos aquí cerquita. Estamos muy cerca de aquí, sí. 10 minutitos andando. Ya os aviso que tengo algún problema de audición. Voy a tener que hablar un poquito alto. Y os decía, dentro de Las Naves, desde finales del 2021, estoy coordinando un laboratorio ciudadano. Llamamos TThe, que entendemos como un espacio en el que la ciudadanía, en un sentido amplio, agentes diversos, pueden reunirse para pensar colectivamente cuáles son los retos que enfrentamos como ciudad y también para pensar colaborativamente soluciones innovadoras para afrontar esos retos de ciudad. Y lo hacemos desde el convencimiento en dos cuestiones que entendemos que son relevantes. La primera es que frente a la creencia habitual, digamos, de que la innovación es una cuestión que está en manos o que es, digamos, que quien puede hacerla es quien tiene conocimiento experto, ¿no? El conocimiento experto que está en las universidades, en los centros de investigación, en los departamentos de I+D+I de las empresas. Nosotros pensamos que todos tenemos capacidad creativa y, por tanto, tenemos capacidad de tener soluciones innovadoras y de tener ideas innovadoras, ¿no? Ese es uno de los primeros convencimientos que tenemos. Y el segundo es que, además, si juntamos a gente diversa, agentes diversos del sector público, del sector privado, de la universidad, de ese sector del conocimiento experto, pero también a ciudadanos que tienen otros conocimientos más vivenciales, más experienciales, de esa mezcla pueden surgir soluciones innovadoras interesantes.
Y yo te voy a pedir que lo tangibilices en un ejemplo. ¿Cómo lo hacéis en las naves para promover esa interacción con los ciudadanos?
Pues mira, básicamente ahora, y te digo ahora porque como es un laboratorio, dentro de 6 meses puede pasar otra cosa, pero ahora mismo estamos utilizando dos instrumentos fundamentalmente. Uno que son los talleres de producción colaborativa, que son, por resumirlo mucho, eventos muy intensos, concentrados en 2 fines de semana, en los que grupos de ciudadanos se juntan para prototipar ideas que también algún ciudadano o ciudadana ha presentado. Lanzamos un reto, la gente plantea ideas y luego se juntan personas que están interesadas en prototipar esas ideas, ¿no? Y eso son eventos como muy intensos, concentrados en 2 fines de semana. Y el otro instrumento que estamos utilizando es el acompañamiento a comunidades de aprendizaje y práctica. Son comunidades también de gente diversa, intentamos que sea lo más diversa posible, que se reúnen en torno a una temática de interés que les interesa, que les preocupa, que les convoca. Estos son menos intensos y más, digamos, extendidos en el tiempo. Ahora mismo estamos acompañando a 3 comunidades de aprendizaje y práctica, en principio durante 6 meses, se reúnen periódicamente y la idea es que generen también conocimiento colectivo y soluciones para afrontar retos de la ciudad.
Esto es súper interesante porque hemos hablado de, oye, unos emprendedores se reúnen y montan una idea o un VC en el que se generan startups. Pero vosotros abrís la puerta a los ciudadanos. Aquí hay una diversidad de pensamientos y de personajes muy distintos, ¿no?
Hablabais antes de esos problemas complejos, de esos wicked problems a los que nos enfrentamos como sociedad. Nosotros entendemos que son tan complejos que necesitamos del concurso de todo el mundo para enfrentarlos. O sea, la administración pública sola no puede enfrentarlos, pero el sector privado solo tampoco puede, la universidad sola tampoco puede, y pensamos que cuanto más gente y más diversa se junte para intentar solucionar estos problemas, van a surgir ideas más interesantes, ¿no?
Y al final, ¿tú qué aprendizaje tienes o qué conclusión dirías? ¿Qué podrías compartir aquí que la gente se lo lleve en el corazón a su casa como un call to action?
Bueno, yo volvería un poco al inicio, digamos, esa cuestión de que la innovación no es algo que solo puedan hacer personas con conocimiento experto, ¿no? Que todas tenemos capacidad de crear, de imaginar, de soñar y, por tanto, de innovar. Y creo que estas lógicas de los laboratorios ciudadanos tienen 3 elementos que para mí son importantes. Uno, al reunir a gente muy diversa, de alguna manera implica democratizar los procesos de innovación, abrirlos. En segundo lugar, las lógicas colaborativas. O sea, enfrentamos problemas tan complejos que entendemos que no los vamos a poder solucionar individualmente. Tenemos que juntarnos con otras para afrontarlos. Y en tercer lugar, esta cuestión de la diversidad. O sea, en algunos de los talleres que hemos organizado se juntan profesores universitarios, gente que viene del mundo de la empresa, migrantes de algunos de los barrios más complicados de Valencia, esas gentes muy diversas, y entendemos que de esa diversidad a veces surgen chispas interesantes, ¿no?
Qué guay, Javier, porque nos has traído en este último trozo una foto, una muestra de esta diversidad que tanto estamos hablando, ¿verdad?
Absolutamente.
Muchas gracias por estar con nosotras.
Muchas gracias
hoy.
a vosotras.
Hasta luego. Otro aplauso para Javier, que se merece, ¿no? Sara, ¿qué te parece? ¿Qué te parece nuestro viaje por la innovación abierta de hoy?
Muy necesario, igual de necesario es este evento y como igual de necesario es cada uno de los ejemplos que hemos traído, cómo cómo necesitamos para que se produzca la innovación empezar por los ciudadanos que nos ayuden a entender, a levantar esos retos, esos problemas complejos de los que siempre hemos hablado en innovación abierta, cómo necesitamos de todos los saberes, de todo tipo de corporaciones, de todo tipo de administraciones y de todo tipo de agentes del ecosistema para empezar a co-crear y generar juntos, y cómo solo va a ocurrir algún cambio sistémico, que es lo que necesitan los problemas complejos para solucionarse, si todos colaboramos y respondemos al cambio. Con lo cual, yo creo que, como he dicho antes, se ven cambios. Yo creo que cuando se funda GIB Labs no existían eventos como este, espacios de encuentro como este, y ahora ya sí que existen, y yo creo que ya llevamos todos metidos casi en el ADN lo que es innovación y sostenibilidad, que no pueden estar la una sin la otra. Yo creo que se van a fundir las dos palabras, de hecho, y que no es que sea el futuro, es el pasado, porque realmente como sociedad nos enfrentamos a problemas ya que necesitan de los dos acercamientos.
Claro, de hecho, hace un momento decíamos, ¿no? Los problemas del ayer derivan de las soluciones, no, los problemas de hoy derivan de las soluciones del ayer, y nos necesitan a todos nosotros para resolverlo con esta visión de hacer negocio.
Completamente.
Yo también, si os puedo dejar con una idea, diría que Sócrates decía que no lo sabía todo, ¿no? Yo digo también que no sabemos todo, ¿no? O sea, no solo que no sé nada, sino no lo sabemos todo, y por eso necesitamos colaborar. No tenemos todo el talento, no tenemos todo el dinero ni toda la capacidad de ejecución. Y además vivimos en burbujas no deliberadas, pero siempre las vamos a tener, que están formadas por nuestros conocimientos, nuestras habilidades, nuestros skills, nuestras relaciones. Esto es el sesgo que tenemos todos, los bias con los que crecemos. Y activamente hay que construir puentes para poder conectar las distintas burbujas, compartir bias y enriquecer la forma de resolver los problemas, ¿no? Porque finalmente esta colaboración y la solución de los wicked problems que hablábamos durante la jornada se resuelven con generosidad. Hablábamos de que de alguna forma hay que abrir las manos para estar dispuestos a recibir más, a afrontar nuevo conocimiento. Y yo tengo aquí un consejo que me dieron una vez de que hay que seguir la biología, ¿no? Dios nos dio, o la biología, 2 ojos y 2 orejas, pero solo una boca. Entonces hay que escuchar y mirar el doble de lo que hablamos, y esto va a provocar esta capacidad de compartir, de conectar y de colaborar. Porque, queridos míos, sweet dreams are made of this, and this is the future. Muchas gracias a todos por estar tan dispuestos al invento, y gracias a todos por estar aquí. Gracias a The Gap in Between.
Very much for these last lessons that are going to remain. Well, we are getting down the final moments, the final stretch of this amazing gap in between. I would like to welcome on stage to Margarita Albors, the founder and president of Social Nest, the foundation that is making this possible. We are going to have a pre-record fireside chat or something like that with about the world better off because your business is in it, ESG, GigaTrends, and the drive to net positive.
Yeah,
so,
thank you.
And then after that, we will have the delivery of the awards, and I know you are waiting for that. So now is your moment.
Thank you so much. So our next speaker is Andrew Winston. Andrew is a very renowned person, business and sustainability expert. He was named by Thinkers 50 as one of the top 50 experts, business experts in the world. So he has written different books. He has sold over 250,000 of copies of his books. And the last book is called Net Positive. He co-authored Net Positive with Paul Polman. I'm sure most of you know about him, ex-CEO of Unilever. And the book has been named by Financial Times as one of the best business books of the year. So we are going to talk in the next conversation, fireside chat, about how corporates, investment, leadership is working towards net positive, and also, well, how we all can be part of this movement. Andrew really wanted to be here with us. He couldn't make it, but he wanted to convey us some of these messages. So I'm going to leave you with the interview that I had the privilege to have with him some days ago. So enjoy, Andrew.
Well, thank you so much, Andrew, for accepting our invitation to talk to the audience of The Gap in Between. It is really an honor to have you. You have so much experience in the sustainability field that really we are looking forward to your insights and perspectives. You have written several books. Last one, this Net Positive. I have a Spanish translation with me, and it's great. There are many things that you cover, but I would like to start with Net Positive itself. We know that sustainability is in the agenda of many corporations, organizations, and many are working towards how to reduce the negative impact. But your vision of the future is one of net positive. So what is net positive?
Well, gracias. Muchas gracias por invitarme a este importante evento. Thank you for having me to this. I'm pleased to be a part of it. So net positive is something that my partner in the book, Paul Pullman, who was the CEO of Unilever, he and I, really believe that the pace of change, the scale and speed of business isn't really fast enough for our problems, in particular climate change, and that we need companies that are healing the world, that are building regenerative outcomes. So a net positive company is one that profits and grows by solving the world's problems, not by creating them, and one that improves the well-being of everybody that they impact throughout their value chain, through their suppliers and customers. And the question we really ask is, is the world better off because your business is in it? And I find that makes people stop and think a little bit about their job and their career and the company itself. And can we say that it's having a positive impact? And that's the goal.
Mm-hmm. There are different aspects that you cover in the book around capitalism, we can say, or how is this affecting the problems that we are facing and the role of capitalism also in solving them. Especially, well, I would like to ask you about one, which is the short-term view that corporations and also investors, because we at Socialist Foundation, we work with corporations, but also investors, about the importance of thinking. When you think about impact, it's about a longer term view, right? So how can corporations and investors change this short-term view to a longer term view? What can they do?
Well, look, it is the main problem. It's the core hurdle in the way of thinking about your impacts in a broader way, thinking in the longer term is that, we've all been taught that the purpose of business really is short-term shareholder profit. And there's a lot that philosophy has brought the world. We've grown as an economy. Billions of people have gotten wealthier in the last 50 to 100 years, but it's clearly using up our resources and damaging the planet's ability to support us. So the challenge is, how do you bring a longer term kind of broader view back into business? It's not easy, right? You need to be, I think, in open discussions with your major stakeholders, with your investors. For public companies, the challenge is, I think, finding the investors who believe in a longer term value model. I think for all of us as citizens, it's about, do we vote for and support the kinds of politicians and CEOs and companies that take a longer view? Because you can do a lot for short-term profit creation, but it usually sacrifices something about the future, right? It uses up something that we need in the future. So I think taking a longer-term view is easier in partnership, working with others, working with your peers, working with your suppliers and customers to think about the value to the whole system. And look, these are challenging ideas. It's not easy, but we can, I think, together challenge the kind of base concept that we have to be maximizing things for this month or this quarter. That isn't actually very healthy for the business or for society.
We will talk about partnerships later. I wanted to ask you about ESG, which it's a term that it's in the corporate world, also in the investment world. You have a different perspective of what ESG is or should be. Can you please share it with us?
Sure. I've been in this overlap of business and society for over 20 years, and I've seen a lot of terms, a lot of words that are used for this area. ESG is certainly the hottest term and the one that's taken over in recent years, but it really is a financial world idea, right? Environmental, social, and governance are categories of things that the investment world is looking to companies to measure and take stock and see if there's any risk to the business. It's a fairly narrow view. Sustainability is a much broader conversation about the role of business in society and how does the business affect the world. ESG is more of an investor's metric. How is the company affected by these issues, and is the company riskier as an investment? And that's one question, but it's not really the full picture. So a company could be rated highly as an ESG leader from an investment perspective, but maybe not be doing all that in reality to improve their footprint and to improve how they impact the world. So it's kind of a one-dimensional view.
When we are talking about transitioning to better world somehow, we are talking about different levels of change, right? There's this systemic change that need to happen, but there's also below that organizational change, and also the change that at an individual level we need to take, right? At the end of the day, corporations, systems, organizations are composed by people. So what is the change that individuals, that leaders need to embrace? What are the characteristics that a net positive leader has?
Right. Well, I think it's easy to believe that companies, the leaders that drive the change are really just the CEO or just the senior, but really there are leaders within organizations at all levels, right? We all have groups that we have influence on, or managers of particular areas. And I think the key things that make for a net positive leader, one is really just courage, the principles, based in your own sense of purpose, your own sense of duty, to have the courage to say we can do more, we can be more, and the courage, I think, to reach out to others, to share that you have problems that the business is facing, that the world is facing, and you don't necessarily know how to solve them. I mean, we have big shared problems, and it takes courage, I think, to reach out to partners or to NGOs, to critics, and say, how can we work together? Do you have any ideas? How do we solve these problems? And I think, it takes also some level of humility to be humble as a leader and say, these problems are big. We can't solve them alone. Those are things that are not often rewarded, I think, in current business, right? We have a CEO culture of saying, you know everything, you can fix everything. And I think it takes a different kind of approach to say we should be humble in the face of what are some really tough challenges, and humble about how much business can do alone and its need for society, for its stakeholders, for employees, for governments, that we really have to come together, that this is going to require a belief in partnership. And that's kind of the other key element of a leader, is the belief in partnering and kind of trusting others to work together.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about partnerships, in fact, because in the book you mention about partnerships in the terms that 1 + 1 = 11, and also you talk about systemic partnerships. So what are those?
Yeah, so the book really at core is about partnership. That is what's needed to solve our challenges. And so we have two really big categories, as you said. One is, what we call 1 + 1 = 11, the idea that you can get more out of working with each other to optimize or maximize, kind of within the current system. So it could be companies coming together to harmonize how they do shipping and logistics and have some common sizes. We use an example of the pallets that companies ship in, like just something as simple as, let's agree to how we will ship our products in this sector. You can then pack so many more products in a truck. It's much more efficient. You're saving energy, you're saving money. So there's, little things like that, up to attempts by sectors to try new methods. So there's a partnership called Loop that's going on in cities around the world, where big brands are providing their products in similar packaging. They've agreed to the particular types of packaging that is reusable. So they might be metal containers instead of plastic. You send them back to the company when you're done using the personal care product or the food that you've eaten, and they wash it out and send it back out into the system. These are the kinds of experiments and tests that are going on to try to really reduce the impact of a particular sector or a particular value chain. The larger problems, the really big challenges, require not just having your peers and similar companies, but working with civil society and NGOs and with governments to think about what are the policies that we need. So it isn't just let's work on packaging together, but what are the laws or regulations we need to build a better recycling system or better availability of different materials. Those kinds of systemic solutions that help everyone really require a different level of partnership and a comfort in companies in working kind of equally and in a trusting way with your critics from NGOs and with the governments that most companies believe they're supposed to fight, right? They believe their job is to fight all regulation. And I think that's not serving us anymore, right? It's not good enough to just say, we want a tax break or we want, government regulation out of our way. We have to come to some agreements together and set the right kinds of policies that will help the whole system move to a much better, much more sustainable place.
No, definitely. We totally agree. That's why here in the audience, we have entrepreneurs, we have nonprofit organizations, corporations, investors, public administration, citizens, right? Which sometimes we need to bring them more into these type of conversations and looking into solutions. So what do you think is the role of civil society also in all the net positive movement?
Well, I think there's us as citizens, individually, and then the role of NGOs and groups that have really, I think, very passionate views on these things and often bring knowledge. One of the kind of core examples of a systemic partnership we use in the book is the problem of palm oil, which is one of the largest emitters of carbon emissions in the world. We cut down trees in Indonesia, Malaysia, and elsewhere to grow palm oil for the palm oil that goes into a lot of our food, a lot of our personal care products. And so it took, business not just demanding suppliers be more sustainable, but actually working with NGOs like Greenpeace or World Wildlife Fund that had better practices, had some good science that could help farmers increase their yields. And so coming together with those, inviting those NGOs in, and then bringing in finance and government and all the other partners has helped reduce deforestation in Indonesia and elsewhere. It really required that kind of listening to each other. But then just on a personal level, like people as members of civil society, we have a role as individuals for, how we buy, how we shop every day, where do we vote with our feet, what kinds of products do we buy, what kind of companies do we support, either through the things we buy or who we go work for. That's probably the biggest power we have, is just in general as employees. That has incredible influence on business. And then at the larger level, who do we vote for? Are we voting for the politicians that want the right policies, that want to tackle climate change and inequality and help solve these really big problems? That's our biggest role, really, as a active, aware citizen who knows what's going on knows who's going to help us get there.
Mm-hmm. So, well, before we close this conversation, Andrew, you know, the summit is called the Gap in Between. So we know that in this field, there are many gaps like gender gap, diversity gap, funding gaps. And also we wanted to provide this perspective of the gap. If we see our lives since we are born until we leave this world, there's a time where we live and what can we do to leave the world better. So my question is around what should we do or how we must close the gap towards a more sustainable, inclusive, and climate conscious world?
Yeah, it's a real look. It's the key question, right? It's the hardest question: is how do we open up and create a much more inclusive society? It is. I mean, there's these barriers in the way in most of our societies that have made inequality kind of a built-in dimension of how we do. You know, we mentioned capitalism earlier, like modern capitalism, it has inequality built in. So I think there's something about kind of challenging the story we've all been told, you know, that the purpose of business is short-term shareholder profits, or that the purpose of a government or a society is just the GDP, the stock market price. Like we've really gone very deep into this idea that, you know, money and financial metrics is the only measure of well-being, when we all know in our day-to-day lives that having a job, having an income is critical, right? It's critical to our well-being, but it isn't all that makes us who we are, and it isn't all of what makes us happy. So I think there's kind of a deep questioning we need to do now about meaning and what makes us happy in the world. And is it just more and more stuff? Because the planet can't really take that. And is it being in a kind of exclusive way and only operating in circles that you already recognize and you're comfortable with? Or is it opening up and bringing people together of every background, every belief system? And I think that's the challenge, is how do we open the system up and listen to each other in a really, you know, and fundamentally open our hearts to understand each other, to love each other, and to see, you know, business as an outgrowth of us as humans, not as something that controls us, that controls how we interact. I think we have to put the humanity really back into our economies and our businesses and our interactions, and realize it's about people, right? It's not about money. And I think if you focus business more on people, we will get to a much more inclusive and sustainable place.
Well, in the book, you mentioned that the cost of inaction is far greater than the cost of action. Right. So I'm going to take this call to action that you just gave us about opening up, thinking about meaning and changing narratives and collaborating as our call to action to take it today. So thank you so much, Andrew, for your interesting really perspectives, insights, and yeah, looking forward to see you soon, maybe in person. Thank you.
I'd love to. Thanks so much for having me. Muchas gracias.
Gracias.
Okay. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Margarita, for this very deep insights on what really sustainability is, what really ESG means, and what are the challenges of this global transformation, of this impact. Well, now we are getting to the last stretch of this gap. Actually, we're closing the gap. We opened a gap this morning at 9 o'clock, and we're going to close it now. And the gap in between is what has been happening today during this amazing 9 hours of content, inspiration, challenges, networking, and I hope you have enjoyed that. Well, now we're going to deliver the jury. The jury is now deciding who is going to be the winner. Please let me remind you, the categories are going to be climate action, social inclusion, tech for good, sustainable food systems, and the big prize, the 10,000 euros, the Gap in Between Challenge Global winner. We're going to know them in a very few minutes. I want again to thank you to all the sponsors. Thanks to them, this is happening. Hopefully, thanks to them, this will happen again next year and many years to come. So it's the Catalyst Partners, European Funds Next Generation, the Spain Up Nation, the EOI, Escuela de Organización Industrial, Generalitat Valenciana, the Global Impact Partners, Ayuntamiento de Valencia, Las Naves, Missions Valencia 2030, Caixa Popular, Fee Gathering, and the Sector Transformation Partners, Zubi Group, Fundación 11, Danone, and the change leaders, Investing Valencia, Cámara de Valencia, 4 years from now, Repsol, and DKV Seguros. Well, since I think we don't have them, Marta, are you ready, Marta? Well, we are going to have some closing remarks by Marta del Castillo. Marta, the floor is yours. Some final thoughts on what has been going on in this first gap in between.
Thank you very much, Nacho. Thanks to all. I want to be brief because I know you have high expectations. We are all wondering who won the prizes today, which are the real main roles and main characters of this event are the entrepreneurs, and we want to prize them, we want to recognize them. So I want to just make few simple words about what was the gap in between first edition here in Valencia. So on behalf of all the team and on behalf of all our partners in crime or partners in climb, all our sponsors, all our volunteers, all our friends and participants that they came, I want to say thank you to all of you. I want to say thank you for trusting in this space, for believing that this is possible, for believing that there's another way of creating a new economy, of believing that we can put together different actors, that when we put together different stakeholders, diversity, and we create this space for collaboration, from generosity, from the true belief that we can do something else, I think magic happens. And what we felt during this time, and I spoke with many of you, and the belief was that there was a different energy, that usually this type of events have other kind of energy, good energy too, but a different kind of energy. So it's amazing, and we cannot be more grateful that all the people that participated, all the people that trusted Social Nest, all the startups that participated, that they went to the challenge, all the social entrepreneurs that were in the sustainable market, and all of you that came here. You didn't know where you were coming, although we have really nice setting and really nice weather, but you didn't know what was going to happen. So thanks so much on behalf of all of us, and let's go for the prizes. I guess that we can go to the most emotional time. Are we ready to say the winners and our prize givers? Are you all ready? What about the startups? Are you nervous? Yes, yes, yes. Nacho? Okay. Blah, blah, blah.
So, Best Startup Climate Action. The prize will be delivered by Carmen Moreno, Senior Associate at Repsol. Please join me on stage. And the winner is Cocircular. Cocircular. Thanks for the applause. But it is going to be, okay. Good. Congratulations, Cocircular. Okay, now, Best Startup for Social Inclusion. The prize was going to be delivered by Carlos Sánchez, Head of Acceleration at Fundación 11. Carlos? And the winner of this Best Startup for Social Inclusion is going to be Naya. Naya? Congratulations. Nadia. Okay, third place, best startup tech for good. The prize is going to be delivered by Carlos Martinez Sao Pablo, CEO at Zubi. And this award goes to Eileen. So now, best startup sustainable food systems is going to be delivered by Facundo Echeverri from Sustainability at Danone. And the prize goes for Nat for Bio. And now the winner of all categories, the winner of this Gap in Between contest, and I can see the big prize is going to be delivered by Marta and Margarita, 10,000 euros to make their dreams become true, to take the project to the next level, is going to be Become. Oh, Become is not here, so we will send them the money. They will send the money. We're going to make a Bizum of 10,000. Can we do that? Okay, now we're going to do two pictures. We're going to do a picture with all the winners and the sponsors that have delivered the prize. So the four categories: Eileen, Nadia, Co-Circular, Nat for Bio, and Become, and plus, including the sponsors. We have Danone, Once, Zubi, Repsol is in the gas station. Repsol. No Repsol. Okay, and one and another. Okay, go. Thank you. And one final picture with all the team that has been working so hard to make this possible. All the team of Gap in Between. Marta, Margarita, all the team of Gap in Between. Elsa, Florence. Nos faltan.